Donald Trump. How do you pick a jury for Donald Trump? Okay, when a grizzled, old, tough defense lawyer said to me when I was a grand. All right, so that's my security for the night. He's right. So here's how this is going to work. We're going to start with a panel of several hundred jurors. The judges said he's going to ask them, first of all, do any of you have hardships? And I don't just mean you have a job, but you have some reason you cannot serve. I usually leave the hall light on and the two outside lights on, but the one in the back comes on by motion. It has a motion detector. Right, so I usually leave the porch light and this one on at night, but I shut this light off. I just had to put these things up in the window because I had the nerve to open up a bunch of windows today, and those two blinds won't go back down. See how the old one is right back down? Yeah, oh wait, did I not open that window? I think I did, didn't I? I thought I did. But anyway, really, you just want those old-fashioned ones with the string. I don't know what this is or why they won't go back down again. I guess I can try to look it up again, but I would say they're not functioning right based on the fact that that one is still old-fashioned. What causes a person to do this and then abandon putting up blinds in the rest of the house after probably buying a million of those and apparently not having any desire to return them? Yeah, like, no, these things are defective, dude. Like, say that someone like Tommy went and did that for that many windows in a house and went, what the fuck? Yeah, that would be sad if that's what happened to him, if there was nothing in the windows at all.
Did you ever get to the end of a trial and kind of want to kick yourself because that one person was the one juror who upended your efforts?
You were bringing back from memory. I had one specific case.
I'm just asking. I don't actually know.
This is good. You're tapping in here. Yeah. I did one case. It was of John Gotti. I can say John Gotti Jr. And the jury ended up hanging. And we had a juror who was a teacher.
Yeah. How to fix a Venetian blind. Right. After a woman fucking tears him out of a window in a fury.
She was sort of the reason the jury hung. So, yeah, it's not easy. And I made a mistake there. Here we are. Years later, I still remember that. But that's mistakes. In this case, you made one mistake. You'll be talking about it 6 years from now.
If you're anything like me, and you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you get into the house only to find out that the $25 blind isn't working properly.
We're doing some breaking news this hour. Is the
that's as low as it goes. Man, that's the thing that really chaps my eye.
Donald Trump from the political wilderness after
Today's video. Let's see if we can't fix it.
So that clearly happened.
Blinds all the way up. It should be a matter of moving clips
But McCarthy pushed back by an audience member who asked if he felt to any degree that he had turned his back on democracy. Because, as the way this question went to Mar-a-Lago and quote, stood beside a person who, after many frivolous lawsuits were thrown out, he said, this is still the guy who should be leading our party.
So I've removed it, and I have it sitting on my table. I'm going to take that flat end, I'm going to pop it in here. I'm going in here and take this top cover off. After popping off the top, I can see the guts on the inside. And my guess is just a knee-jerk reaction. It has something to do with the string here. Because this side seems to come down a little further than the middle than the end.
Political commentator here in Citizen. And Congressman, when you listen to that, when you say, he's the kind of person who just goes to.
So let's play around with it and see if we can fix it.
Hear that?
It took a little doing, but I did get it extended all the way out, at least as far as it would go. And now I'm looking at it in the middle section, it's still a little wonky.
My family and I were getting death threats.
This side over here still doesn't seem to look right either.
Friend of Kevin McCarthy from Kevin McCarthy.
Then I come over to the other side, and it does seem a little more clean and tidy. Now, I have no idea how this is supposed to look. Again, we're figuring this out together. I haven't researched this at all. I'm just taking it apart. And if we're going to break it, we're going to break mine and not yours. This is how I'm planning on.
Yeah, see, I'm not taking the time to do this for a landlord. Yeah, I'm not taking the time to do this. I'll be out of here in a fucking week. Is it a week from tomorrow? Yeah, that's
in
Yeah.
that process, it was like
It's a week from tomorrow, so yeah, I'm not taking down someone's fucking blinds. And yeah, I took one down and washed it, but I'm not taking blinds down and figuring out taking shit apart and stuff. I think that's worse. Right, you just leave it like this because it ain't fucking broken, right? Right, landlord? That's not broken. Right, you just come in here and go, oh, and then you yourself realize, how the fuck do these things work? Yeah, how the fuck do they work? They don't.
Of the two of them they put together that we're showing it right now that really kind of seem to also.
I don't know, man. That's why I was like, are these a remote control fucking blinds?
Look, I'm going to tell you in the conference.
I don't think so. Yeah, but anyways.
I know this. There was shock when that photo appeared. I was on several text chains with members of Congress, including those that voted.
I'm not doing that for a week, no.
Kevin went to Mar-a-Lago.
I will take this shit down and put it back up every night for a week, but I'm not taking down blinds and open them up and figuring out the machinery. What if you can't even fix it? Yeah, then the landlord goes, why is there nothing in this window?
There was a fundraising website that came up that Kevin McCarthy.
I mean, obviously, the landlord can't do anything to me because I'm not on the lease. Yeah. But I obviously am not doing stuff purposely to fuck with the landlord. Just, I'm not on the lease and they don't have my money.
I forgot about that Liz Cheney quote in her book that you told her it was because Trump wasn't eating. Adam Kinzinger, thank you for hopping on with us so quickly on this breaking news.
You bet.
Yeah, as soon as I laid in the bed, I went, oh my God, I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay awake. That's probably why I didn't want to lay in the bed. Just, whoa.
Even if the suspect did fire first, as police are now saying 96 shots in 41 seconds. Is that too much? We'll talk about it right after a quick break.
Yeah, I'm going to check the news. I was out in it today, man.
I want to make her feel.
I went out yesterday and today.
So I mean Barbara's recycling count. I guarantee her maximum refund. Ain't for the TurboTax.
Hey there, Brenda.
It's Carol.
Exactly. So which leg are we operating on?
You mean arm?
It's all connected. Asking the right question can greatly affect your future.
Are you sure you're going to orthopedist?
Are we going to honor Tim Wakefield's kids? Okay.
Your finances.
Do you have a question? Are you a certified financial planner? Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's got to be a CFP. Find your CFP professional and let's make a plan now to work. Doing it yourself or hiring a pro? Today, let's paint. Exclusively in Home Depot.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some Rinvoq patients felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days. Some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. And many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections and blood clots, some fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin. Heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occur. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Help heal your painful skin. Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
I cried.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Because there are people out there who aren't you. A lot of them. And you don't drive like
Well, I don't want my child being raised by a robot.
other drivers are not you.
Yes, thank you so much, all 50 of my subscribers.
Nope, definitely not you. Save with DriveWise and get a rate based on you. You're in good hands with Allstate.
When these business owners need cash fast, they turn to Biz2 Credit to fund what's next. From fitness studios to medical offices and every small business in between, we've got you covered. Whether you need new equipment, want to expand, or need money to cover unforeseen business expenses, Biz2 Credit is the trusted partner for your small business. Scan the code on your screen now or go to biz2credit.com to apply. Biz2 Credit, funding what's next.
Always try to before you run. Listen, hot dog it got me shredded.
It's time we
Who do you think was outside of the house today?
Do you think that was the landlord? I don't know. I mean, it could be a coincidence because when I looked out the window, I thought it looked like there was nobody in the car. But I went out and checked the mail, and after I checked the mail, the car left. No one ever rang the bell or knocked on the door, no. It could just be a coincidence. I don't know. For all we know, the landlord has already put the house to rent again.
And as you'll see on the body cam video, the situation quickly escalates. I do want to warn you that what you're about to see is difficult to watch, but we're showing it to you because there are growing questions tonight over what actually happened in the amount of firepower that is coming from these officers. Roll the window down. Roll the window down. What are you doing? Roll that one down too. Hey, don't roll the window up. Don't roll the window up. Do not roll the window up. Unlock the doors now. Unlock the doors now. Unlock the door now. Open the
It
door.
definitely, this picture they have, it definitely looked like there was more trees and stuff in front of the porch. Someone cut something down in the front of the house too. Yeah, the previous owners were probably trying to make some privacy for these fucking windows and the porch. And then someone, you can see there's a stump in the front of the house. Why would you need to look out at a gray building in a street that's that busy? But
Chicago's Civilian Office of Police Accountability says the officers were returning fire after Reed fired the first shot. But from CNN's review of the footage, it is not immediately clear who fired first here. What we do know is that Reed was found face down behind his car and been struck multiple times. He was later pronounced dead at the hospital. Police found a gun inside of his car in the front passenger seat. Joining me tonight to talk about what we just saw there is retired LAPD Police Sergeant Cheryl Dorsey. And Sergeant Dorsey, when you hear the 96 shots that were fired in those 41 seconds, what questions does it raise for you, given what we are told by police tonight, that this was all just over a traffic stop of someone, they say, who wasn't wearing a seatbelt?
Well, listen, as a patrol supervisor myself and someone who's had to evaluate uses of force, what I hear is overkill. I hear officers who are seemingly didn't have.
see, this is where it tells you it was sold on July 21st of 2021.
Even a threat and doesn't still exist. We're told that they fired 96 shots. And so
Right after they were looking at this house.
So let's just do the math and say,
You know, you just go, what the? I don't know why he agreed to rent the house. Maybe he didn't know that.
All 15 rounds. That means somebody reloaded their weapon and continued to gunfire. So where was the threat? What was the exigent circumstance that caused this initial gunfire to erupt in the first place? Now, we know officers said he shot first. They were creating an audio record. We don't know that to be true. But if you were concerned about a guy who's not wearing his seatbelt in a car with tinted black windows, why not get a position of cover and concealment officer and order him out the car? What's the exigent circumstance where there had to be an OIS to begin with?
Yeah, and I should note that these officers, if you see they're on an administrative leave right now while this is all being investigated, and it's 30 days right now as this investigation is going underway. And we're hearing from Dexter Reed's family, and including his mom today, and they believe that charges should be brought. This is what she had to say.
And he was just riding around in his car. He said, "Mom, going for a ride." And they killed him. They killed him.
You know, when you hear from the mother, but you also know that multiple agencies are investigating this, I mean, what does this investigation look like, and how do they decide if those actions were warranted or whether or not charges are warranted here?
Officers are taught to use only that force necessary to overcome resistance, and I don't know what resistance they were overcoming, as we can hear a pause in the gunfire, and then we hear them continue to shoot again. So that's problematic, but it's also problematic that this individual had a gun in his car. I mean, that doesn't help the scenario. Why is he running around with a gun in his car to begin with? Because now it looks like there's culpability on both sides to go around. So I don't know what this investigation is ultimately going to glean. I don't know if it's going to be a training issue for the officers who are assigned to this tactical unit. It sounds like a specialized unit. Did they have a plan? Did they have a designated shooter? Should they get into a shoot, don't shoot scenario? Why were all 5 officers shooting their guns to almost barrel meltdown in this situation over someone not wearing a seatbelt? It's all over the top for me.
Yeah, and we do know an officer was shot, injured. I mean, there's just so many questions around this entire police video tonight. Sergeant Dorsey, we will obviously continue to have this conversation. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
There was a message from the families of American hostages after meeting with the vice president today.
It's definitely way warmer than before. Oh yeah. It told the last 2 days it totally warmed up this house. It was like freezing in here. I shut that heater off, yeah.
I met with the TurboTax expert because I have 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and lambing.
Count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guarantee.
Let a TurboTax full-service expert do your taxes as soon as today.
When I was 12 years old with cancer, I spent most of the year looking out a hospital window. All I wanted was to be outside. I owe the people in St. Jude everything, because I am 17 years cancer-free. My marathon is for St. Jude, and helping all those kids with cancer just one of the kids.
Oh yeah, here's the thing about South Station.
Shipping rates may be the cost of doing business, but at what cost?
Turn shipping to your advantage with low-cost ground shipping from the United States Postal Service.
Can Sugar Ray Leonard do everyday tasks wearing boxing gloves?
Happy birthday.
And now putting on his new Arch Fit Skechers slip-ins. You just step in and go with comfort that will knock you out. Try new Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins.
I bought the team. I put it on my Chase Freedom Unlimited card, and I'm gonna cash back on a few other things too. God, I'm up down since you're ready for a team. That's cash. I prefer the whole intro. This is way better. I don't think so. Steph, one more thing. The team owner gets 5 minutes to get. Cash roll? Shit. I like it. I'll break the butt. Cash back like a pro. For Chase Freedom Unlimited, how do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
Oh yeah, man, think of when you're in the job. What you really need in life is some freaking torque. What?
The Dodge Hornet RT, the totally torqued out crossover.
From tried and true to try something new. So many ways to save. Life ready, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
When others divide, we unite with real solutions to help our kids, like community schools, neighborhood hubs that provide everything from mental health services to food pantries, academic tutoring to prom dresses, healthcare to aftercare.
Community schools can laugh so much around public schools, and through meaningful partnerships with families, they become centers of their communities.
Real solutions for kids and communities at ART.org.
We're passionate about delivering ultra-fast, ultra-reliable internet so you can stay connected to your everyday work, life, and play. Thank you for trusting in our services and voting us down #1 nationwide, ranking us a top provider for reliability, speed, and overall satisfaction. Now you can enjoy Astound Mobile too on one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. 2 great services, 1 astounding company. Thank you for choosing us and connecting to astounding possibilities.
Newsnight with Abby Phillip. Next on CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Skechers Hands-Free Slip-Ins.
This tiny home trend. Now this is more like it. Same goes for my footwear. So I went hands-free with Wide-Fit Skechers Slip-Ins. Try Wide-Fit Skechers Slip-Ins.
Notable comments out of the White House tonight as President Biden is offering really his sharpest criticism yet of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the way that he is handling the war in Gaza, including after the killings of those 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers by Israeli airstrikes.
I know I gotta get up and shut that light off before I fall asleep. And then this is actually blocking behind. So that's gonna go.
That interview was released
That's
today.
gonna go like that.
Hostages were still being held by Hamas.
There we go.
Met with Vice President
That'll
Kamala
keep that
Harris
closed
at
for
the
the
White
night.
House. They've been tirelessly demanding results in their efforts to secure the release of all of the hostages. Joining me here tonight is Ruben Ken, who's the White House.
If by some chance it was the landlord, I'm sure, hopefully the landlord has Cindy's phone number because they don't have my number.
And Ruby, it's great to have you back here. I
So-
want to talk about your son, but first off, when you hear
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't see a reason the landlord would come here before the end of the month. Unless Cindy made up something. Right, and the landlord's wondering why they haven't gotten their rent yet for April. If the landlord tried to call Tommy and his phone was disconnected, yeah, I hope she wasn't making up that she talked to the landlord. Like, really? That would be terrible.
The administration to the release of the hostages, and I think that's where we are focused on in our discussions with the administration.
I would say she wasn't making it up.
Is there any hope on that? Because now we are at that 6-month mark, and I wonder when you have those conversations like you did in the room with the vice president today, if there is anything that can update you, anything of substance that they have on the progress these talks have been making.
Well, whoever it was, they clearly know that someone's here. Because it was right after I checked the mail, the person left.
At least to our understanding, the offer that the U.S. put on the table with the components that were updated, the Israeli side accepted almost all of the components, and Egypt and Qatar also believe that this is a fair deal. And now it's on Hamas. And if Sinwar, wants to stop the war that is going on, it's very simple. To stop the fact that people are getting still killed every day in Gaza, that is very, very disappointing, and we feel to the Palestinian people. He needs to accept the deal.
It's pretty simple.
I wonder what you think when he's one of the leaders of Hamas. He's the one, who kind of has this offer in his hands. We were talking to Dan Senor the other day. He was saying that what they have heard and their sense of things is that Hamas actually feels like they have momentum on their side because of all of the international criticism of Israel and the pressure on Netanyahu and how this war is being conducted. They were actually arguing that they feel like Hamas maybe feels like they have the upper hand is how you would put it.
I think that's very unfortunate that is the analysis. This is one of the things that we, the families, reiterated to the administration that let's not forget how this started. Let's not forget the fact that there were 15 different nationalities being held in captivity for over 6 months. It's not a Israel issue. It's not even a U.S. issue. It's an international community issue. And I think the international community needs to come together and remember that fact and put all the pressure that it can on Hamas to end this madness and to end this humanitarian crisis that is going on in Gaza, including the fact that there have been over 6 months, 133 hostages that were abducted, kidnapped, with no visitation rights, no doctors seeing them. This needs to end, and there's one simple way to make it end, and to create a ceasefire. Sinwar Hamas, ISIS, need to release all the hostages, the living and the deceased. What type of savages take bodies and hold them as negotiation chips? Is that, Islam? That's the type of thing that people do. I find it hard to find anyone that believes that's, the way to respect the dead that were taken as negotiation chips.
And I mean, it's been 6 months now that we've now learned that your son was killed by Hamas. And I know you were so fiercely proud of him. I remember the first time that you and I met and we were talking about him. And I know that getting his body back is very important to you. Have you got any updates on that effort?
I met today with some law enforcement agencies here in Washington that gave me an update. And they are relentless, and they claim that the U.S. has a long memory. And Itai, unfortunately, joined 43 additional U.S. citizens that were killed on October 7th. And I would hope that the U.S. public remembers the fact that 44 citizens were killed by Hamas ISIS. And justice needs to be seen on that point.
Ruby, there's no words and there's not really much that we can say, but I am grateful that you're able to come on and talk about this, and also, of course, to talk about your son's memory.
Thank you. Good evening.
Just one last note, Ruby also reminded us he's always carrying around an hourglass. He's been carrying it around since October 7th. He said that on their way back to Israel, their last trip, that it broke, that the sand leaked out of it. It was a few hours later that they got that call, that knock on the door from the IDF telling them about their son. Of course, we hope that his memory is always a blessing. We'll continue to follow this very important story. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. CNN News Night with Abby Phillips starts now.
The GOP is once again the dog that caught the car, and the consequences could be far-reaching for millions of women. That's tonight on Newsnight. Good evening, I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Tonight, you might just get what you asked for. Republicans are relearning that lesson today. Arizona Supreme Court, a court made up of all Republican appointees, ruled in a 4-2 decision that physicians are now on notice that all abortions, except those necessary to save a woman's life, are illegal. That decision and the timing is truly stranger than fiction. It happened just a day after Donald Trump said, leave it to the states to make up their minds on abortion. Now, the country has first-hand evidence of what exactly a 50-state patchwork approach to abortion would actually look like. The GOP spent 50 years trying to eradicate Roe versus Wade, but now that they have, the aftermath isn't pleasant. And only now that the electoral consequences of all of this are becoming more clear, Republicans are acknowledging that laws like the one on the books in Arizona simply are not good ones. That Arizona law, it's not just decades old, it is generations old. It is nearly 160 years old. Lawmakers wrote it in 1864. 1864, when Arizona was not even a state, when Abraham Lincoln was still alive, when professional baseball did not exist, when Jules Verne wrote Journey to the Center of the Earth, when Monet painted one of his most famous works. That law is a literal antique. But Republicans, worried about what a total ban means for their electoral futures, they're now refurbishing their positions. Look no further than Kari Lake. She's the Republican nominee for the Senate in Arizona. Lake tonight says, I oppose today's ruling. Lake back in 2022 says, the law was great.
I'm incredibly thrilled that we are going to have a great law that's already on the books. I believe it's ARS 133603. So it will prohibit abortion in Arizona except to save the life of a mother.
Republicans realize that there are very real ramifications for what Arizona's court just did because they have seen this movie before in other places. On the map, when abortion was on the ballot, Republicans lose, even in places where they otherwise might win, places like Ohio, Kentucky, Virginia, places where they ended up losing in 2023. And it's going to be on the ballot again this November in 2024. Already, voters will decide directly on abortion in Florida, Maryland, and New York, and in 8 other states, activists want to put it on the ballot, including right there in Arizona. The point here, after 5 decades of pining for a decision like Dobbs, Republicans got the girl of their dreams. And now it's turned into a bad romance, one that may ultimately cost them their jobs and put the lives of millions of women. Joining us now is Arizona Democratic Senator Eva Birch. She is a nurse practitioner as well. And last month, you may remember, she appeared right here on this show to talk about this forced speech that was heard all around the country. She explained that she wanted a pregnancy, but it would not progress, and that she would need to get an abortion, which she has since listened.
I don't think people should have to justify their abortions, but I'm choosing to talk about why I made this decision. Because I want us to be able to have meaningful conversations about the reality of how the work that we do in this body impacts people in the real world.
State Senator Birch, thanks for joining us again. When this law goes into effect, no abortion is going to be allowed except to save the life of a mother. With the penalty of fine, even jail times for the provider. You are a nurse practitioner. You see both sides of this. What does this mean practically for healthcare providers in your state?
Well, it's really upsetting and confusing for healthcare providers who obviously have to now make impossible decisions, because what we really do in these situations is muddy the waters. And is this patient close enough to death that we can consider administering this kind of care and giving this kind of procedure? And that's a ridiculous question for a provider to have to answer. And if we look at just my own situation, I would not have been able to get the treatment that I had. Only less than 3 weeks ago, I had that procedure. But this is the same thing that we're seeing again. This happened 2 years ago, where abortion clinics shut down all across the state of Arizona. And our Republican lawmakers have had plenty of time and opportunity to repeal this ban from the 1800s and have chosen not to act.
And as we just heard, some of them just a couple years ago were saying that it was a great law. You know, the Democratic State Attorney General Chris Mays has the full power to enforce abortion laws thanks to an executive order from the state's governor, Katie Hobbs. But Mays has vowed not to enforce any abortion law, especially not this one. But couldn't that decision essentially be challenged by local attorneys and basically create chaos in your state?
Well, I will tell you, I'm not aware, but I am certain that there are going to be a number of challenges that we're going to see in the coming weeks. We only have a 2-week stay on this 1800s ban before it goes into effect. But we have been talking about this ban, and this ban has been being litigated for much longer than 2 weeks. And so any effort by the courts to try to reverse or to alter this decision is going to take longer than that. And so we really need to have some sort of legislative action now in order to be able to protect this right for patients in Arizona.
And to your point, this is very, very soon it's allowed to go into effect. But you've also been urging your state to support a potential ballot number measure for later in November. The advocates who are working on this ballot measure say they have more than 500,000 signatures. That's well over the threshold they need to get on the ballot. How confident are you that this will make it onto the ballot and that ultimately voters will side in favor of abortion?
I feel really confident. I have a lot of security and I have a lot of peace in my heart that this is a measure that's going to make its way to the ballot. I think that the reason, though, that this is necessary in the first place and why it's so important for people to really get politically engaged, to come out, and for people to vote, is that even if the legislature does take some kind of action, they have been slowly eroding these rights for decades. And we cannot trust that anything that we do in the next 2 weeks in the legislature is going to hold for any significant period of time. What we need to do is elect Democrats up and down the ticket from the presidency down to our state legislatures. What we need to do is come and vote in November and make sure that this ballot initiative gets the attention it deserves and passes.
Switch on this issue. She's not the only Republican in Arizona expressing sudden dismay over this court decision. Why do you think that they're saying that after years, really trying to restrict abortion access, where this was pretty much the explicit goal?
So this is an obvious, transparent, politically expedient act of desperation. When we see these Republicans who are flip-flopping on their position and now suddenly they're horrified, what we need to keep in mind is that the legislature has been in session for months, and at any time the legislature could have repealed this ban. And as a matter of fact, Representative Saul Hamilton in the Arizona House had put forward a bill to repeal the ban, and they wouldn't even give it a committee hearing. And when we tried to bring legislation forward to talk about the right of contraception, they wouldn't even give it a committee hearing, and they wouldn't let us vote on it on the floor. So we know what they're coming for next. So I think that while we might see some politicians trying to turn around because of the political consequences that they're experiencing, we have decades of history and of voting records and of statements to back up the fact that we can't trust them in any action that they take, and that we really have to take this into our own hands. We have to take this to the ballot box. It's our only option.
All right, State Senator Eva Birch, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
And tonight, country constitution, the High Court, and the service members who might be caught in the middle, former generals and admirals, are taking the dramatic step of submitting a brief to the justices outlining how making presidents absolutely immune would, quote, threaten the military's role in American society. The dozen-plus officials say that if the court sides with the former president, they will forever alter the meaning of the oath that every single service member takes to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, by obeying potentially illegal orders from a president of the United States. The former high-ranking officials envision a future where service members will be placed in the impossible position of having to choose between following their commander-in-chief and obeying the laws that were enacted by Congress. The list of notable names attached to this briefing is not short. Several retired generals, a retired admiral, a former CIA director, and also my next guest. Luis Caldera served as a secretary of the Army of Clinton. Sir, thank you very much for staying up with us tonight. It is highly unusual to see these kinds of officials, military officers and others, former ones, weighing in on a politically charged issue like this. Why did you do something?
Abby, thank you for having me. You know, it is very unusual, and the reason is because the stakes are so high for our national security and for our military. If they weren't, I don't think you would see this kind of brief. But, you know, a brief like this is a brief to the court, as an amicus brief means a friend of the court, bringing to the justice's attention matters that they may not be expert in. No member of the Supreme Court served in the military. And so to increase their understanding of the nature of our military, its foundations, how it operates, and what the implications of finding that a president would be immune from criminal actions. And we think it would have a disastrous effect on our national security, including for the reasons you mentioned. It would put military personnel in a terrible position.
I mean, the reality is that there's a possibility the next president of the United States could be Donald Trump. If that's the case, what are you most afraid of?
Well, it's not just about Donald Trump, because if the justices say that this is the law of the land, the president can violate criminal laws as long as he has, some rationalization of why he thinks it's in the country's best interest. And one thing we know about former President Trump is that he can rationalize everything as perfect and in the country's best interest, when it's really about his own political interests or personal financial interests. As long if that's all it takes for a president to be able to violate the laws of the United States, and his own lawyers in the argument before the Court of Appeals were asked, does this mean that he could order the military to assassinate his political rivals? And their answer in the end was yes. Well, the president's not the one who's going to pull the trigger. He's going to order the military to do such an action. Or he might order the military to quash the constitutional rights of Americans who are protesting, as they have a right to do, whether they're protesting for racial equality or whether they're protesting against abortion rights. Americans have the right to protest, and yet he wanted to use the military to quash these protests. That's a violation of the Posse Comitatus Act, which says you cannot use the military for civilian law enforcement purposes. And we have these laws for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I think that's such an important point. But I do want to play for you what former Defense Secretary Mark Esper said about this on CNN earlier today.
I would prefer to see retired admirals and generals not get involved in these issues. It's not even worth kind of talking about. It's just ridiculous.
You called it just ridiculous. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I think he's just wrong. And in fact, his situation really illustrates our point, is that to have in this country, we have a civilian control military. That is, the military is responsive to the president's commander-in-chief and to the civilians like Mark Esper, who are appointed to run the Department of Defense. But they have to work hand in glove with military leaders, some of whom have spent 30, 40 years in uniform, steeped in military affairs, dedicated their lives to defending our country. And they ultimately follow the directions of the civilians, because that's the way our Constitution was set up. But that only works if you have deep trust between the civilians and the military leaders that we have one purpose: to defend the Constitution, to defend the country, to be apolitical, to stand up for the rule of law. And if the president transmits orders that say violate the law, and then expects the military to violate the law when they've sworn to uphold the Constitution, and when they can be prosecuted for violating the law. So maybe the president would be immune, not subject to prosecution, but the military wouldn't. From the generals down to the soldiers would not be immune from prosecution. You put them in a terrible bind. You destroy the trust that has to exist between civilian and military leaders. You put military service members in jeopardy. That can do nothing but destroy the bedrock principles on which our military operates, cause Americans to wonder why they should support our military or ask their sons and daughters to serve when it's being used for political ends. It can cheer our enemies in foreign countries that would do us harm, because they're sitting there saying, this democracy that they keep talking about is a figment of imagination. Their president can order the military to do illegal things just like ours can. That's not what the founders had in mind when they created our Constitution. That's what we're worried about. And because this is such a serious subject, is why people overcome their hesitancy to involve themselves in these kinds of matters and say, wait, this is just wrong for our country, it's wrong for our military, it's wrong for the role that our country should play in the world, defending democracy, defending the rule of law, not violating the rule of law.
And if you spend any time around people who were at the highest levels of the military, you understand how hesitant as you put it they are to weigh in on matters like this. So it is extraordinary that they have former Army Secretary out there. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you, Evan.
And breaking tonight, President Biden, with his most references of Israel yet since the war started, but he's calling a mistake and outrageous. And I'll speak live with a Jewish reporter who says Israel is committing crimes. Plus, just in, RFK's running mate says that she received a letter from a Democratic congressman calling on her to quit the ticket because it hurts Biden. That congressman will join me to respond. This is Insight.
Laura comes live tonight at 11 Eastern on CNN.
If you have chronic kidney disease, you can reduce the risk of kidney failure with Farxiga because there are places you like to be. Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital-yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
I love your dress. Oh, thanks. I splurged a little because Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds. That's great. I know, right? I've been telling everyone. Did you hear that? I just said her first word. Can you say mama? Can you say auntie? How many people did you tell? Only paid for what you need.
Buy 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
You've got better things to do than clean out fog gutters. Call Leaf Filter today. And never clean out fog gutters again. Leaf Filter 60. Use it root out of your gutters for good. Guaranteed. Call Leaf Filter today or visit leaffilter.com.
When we say it'll be on time, they expect it to be on time. Return shipping to your advantage. Keep those expectations with reliable ground shipping.
Thanks, Brandon.
With USPS Ground Advantage.
You're the leader in disaster cleanup and restoration. How do you make like it never even happened happen? Let it rain, Randy! Whoa! My team prepared for anything! Whatever comes your way, there's a front for that.
Serve trouble like it never even happened. We're Ram, and when trucks are what we do, you do truck life better than anyone else. You do trucks that work harder and play harder. And you do trucks that win by breaking every rule a truck should be. So this truck month, what you should do is truck a Ram. Trucks are what we do. During Ram Truck Month, get new Ram manufacturers pricing with lower starting MSRPs is $1,000 cash on 2024 and heavy-duty trucks.
There's so much ease with using BetterHelp.
I knew that I wanted to get help immediately. I was going to be able to see a therapist. They didn't have time.
Now I feel so much more confident expressing myself, and I've been a great day.
Sahih mild hot sauce. It's a craveable contradiction. Like classy, casual, and crazy cool. Sahih mild hot sauce. Mildly spicy with a hint of that. It's differente.
Introducing Astound Business Solutions. To stay competitive in today's business world, you need Astounding Network and Partner. Astound Business Solutions delivers high-capacity enterprise fiber connectivity in more than 400 cities, with dedicated local experts available 24/7 to support the secure, reliable, advanced solutions you need for mission-critical systems. Stay connected with your teams, your partners, with the world. With Astound.
tonight, it seems very much that President Biden has had enough, at least enough of Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu. In one of his most forceful criticisms yet of the Prime Minister, Biden calls Netanyahu's approach to this war on Hamas a mistake. He calls the deadly strike on the aid convoy outrageous, and he calls for Israel to accept a 6-week ceasefire and get more food and medicine into Gaza. In fact, he says there is no excuse now. This, of course, comes as more civilians die by Israel's bombings and outrage from around the world grows. In fact, one American senator is now saying that Israel's actions amount to genocide.
If you want to do it as an application of law, illegal crime, genocide, and they have ample evidence to do so.
Today, before Congress, the Secretary of Defense, though, he dismissed that claim.
Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza?
Senator Cotton, we don't have any evidence of genocide created.
That's a debt. Israel's not committing genocide in Gaza.
We don't have evidence of that.
Thank you.
My next guest is a veteran war correspondent who has seen his share of horrors on the front line. Peter Moss covered the genocide in Bosnia for the Washington Post. He wrote a book called Love Thy Neighbor, the story of war, about that conflict. He also reported from Iraq and Afghanistan and other war-torn countries. Peter Moss also has this unique perspective of being an ancestor to hundreds of Jewish immigration to then British-controlled Palestine. That area has ultimately become the state of Israel. Now, all of that combined makes a piece of wrote for today's Washington Post incredibly timely and interesting. Quote, I'm Jewish and I've covered wars. I know war crimes when I see them. Even more provocative than that is what he says potentially about this charge of war crimes. Peter Moss joins us now. Peter, you said that you think Israel is guilty of crimes, but on the charge of genocide, do you consider it genocide?
I don't know for sure. I don't think anybody can say for sure. I mean, what I can say, having covered the war in Bosnia, genocide in Bosnia, as adjudicated and decided by an international tribunal, is that there's a lot of evidence that suggests that this does reach the level of genocide legally, which is defined as an attempt to destroy in whole or in part a group of people, ethnic, racial, religious. But I'm not a lawyer.
What do you think is the strongest evidence, broadly speaking?
Broadly speaking, I think it is the vast number of civilian casualties. There have been, so far, I think, 30,000 civilians killed in 6 months, more than 13,000 6 months. And children killed. But I saw and reported on in Bosnia, which was, and there was some killed. So it's the civilian casualties, it's the what appears to be lack of regard for protecting them, which is actually the duty in wartime of the military.
So I just want to clarify one thing, because the 30 plus, it's more than 30,000 at this point, but that number is not differentiating between Hamas fighters and civilians. We should be clear about that. That's a generally agreed upon number from the Gaza Health Ministry. But just on this question here of that definition of war crimes, and you summarize, Itai Mack, he's an Israeli human rights lawyer who represents Palestinians actually who were harmed by Israeli security forces. And here's what he wrote in the piece about this idea of genocide. He says civilians in Gaza are killed not because Israel specifically targets them, but because of the extensive Hamas military infrastructures that are located near and inside civilian buildings and in the tunnels beneath them. He makes that point and also notes that the standard isn't just the number of kills, but the intent. Do you think that there is an intent on the part of the Israeli government to eradicate the Palestinian people?
I think it's not clear yet, but what I think is that there is enough evidence to justify investigation by prosecutors, by kind of duly authorized prosecutors, to look into this question, to determine, yes, is there intent? I mean, we of course have heard various different speeches from different Israeli government officials, from Israeli soldiers, etc., that are very chilling with respect to intent. But does that reach the threshold that's necessary? Again, This should be in the hands of prosecutors. Let them decide. And the people who debate about it, I guess I'm one of them. That's all fine and good, but it's not for us to decide. And it does seem like there's enough evidence to justify real investigations.
And you mentioned in your piece this incredibly disturbing video that we reported on here at CNN of a Palestinian grandmother who's working with her grandson. In that video, you can see there, we'll play it for you. She's walking. That child, who I think is maybe 5 years old, is holding a white flag. As she walks, she is eventually shot by apparently by Israeli forces. Now, what's notable about this is that this was a very public incident. It's supposed to have been investigated, but you also compare it to kind of sniper fire that you witnessed in the conflicts that you covered, I think in Bosnia. What is the difference between perhaps a rogue, maybe this is, the argument could be this is a rogue IDF officer who made that call, and something that rises to the level of genocide and targeted attack or repeated targeted attacks on civilians?
That is what the full investigation and participation of the Israeli side would hopefully establish. The video that you saw, very similar to things that I saw myself in Bosnia. I mean, I stayed in a frontline hotel in Sarajevo where there was constant sniper fire. And, I saw somebody get shot bloody, but you wrote about it. That's no doubt about it. But this is a regular occurrence. And we have a sufficient number of videos of not just that incident, but other incidents that indicate that civilians are getting targeted in ways that are, frankly, disturbing. Is this systemic? Is this something that rises to the level of intent on the Israeli government's part? That's what the international tribunals established in Bosnia, and it was necessary for them to exist and to go through this very long process of investigating these cases. And so to answer your question, I mean, that's something that I can give an opinion about, anybody can give an opinion about, but to get to the bottom of it, I think everybody should support the idea of actually handing this over and having everybody cooperate, not just with investigating Israeli war crimes, but also on October 7th, war crimes committed by Hamas as well.
You understand that there are many people who describe this as a blood crime. You're Jewish yourself. When you hear that, believe?
I don't understand how that could be addressed to me. I'm somebody who I know about war crimes. I've covered war crimes. I've seen war crimes. I don't speak about war crimes lightly. And I don't have any interest in saying that Israel has committed war crimes without there being a sufficient factual basis to it. I am Jewish. I have relatives who are there. My family participated very actively in the foundation of Israel. So people can say that, and I've gotten pushback on social media about that. To me, it discredits them, not me.
Thank you very much. Interesting conversation.
Thank you.
And next, RFK Jr.'s running mate is accusing a Democratic congressman of privately supporting pro-gun and then telling her to quit the ticket. We'll speak with that congressman, Ro Khanna, about the accusations next.
The Situation with Wolf Blitzer tomorrow at 6 on CNN.
Oh, so you can't put that right in the dishwasher.
Watch me. With Cascade Platinum Plus, I have upped my dish game. I just scrape, load, and I'm done.
In that dishwasher?
In that dishwasher.
Only Platinum Plus is packed with more Dawn to remove up to 100% grease and food residue. Get the highest standard of clean, even in your machine.
Clean enough for you?
Yeah. Scrape, load, done. Cascade Platinum Plus. Dare to dish differently.
Hey there, Brenda.
It's Carol.
Exactly. So which leg are we operating on?
You mean arm?
It's all connected.
Asking the right question and great.
Are you sure you're not the pianist?
Actually, I'm a Sagittarius, especially when it comes to your finances.
You have a question? Are you a certified financial planner? Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's got to be a CFP. Find your CFP professional at Western. Make your first move with battery-powered 8x. Right now, save $50 on the FSA 57 battery trimmer set. Real estate, fun fuels.
With Flonase, allergies don't have to be scary. Spraying Flonase daily gives you long-lasting, non Colonials, all good. Also, try our allergy, headache, and nighttime pills. So we can have these. When it's time for an update or a complete remodel, Rebath is with you every step of the way.
We're getting everything done.
From design and products to removal and installation, we handle the entire process to create a beautiful and functional bathroom for whatever your life needs.
I mean, you're all right. Turned out amazing.
Rebath, with you every step of the way. Call or visit rebath.com for your free in-home design consultation.
Please. I had you set out. Listen, Sandra, or are you going to take your road back?
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it.
With Scott's Turf Builder, terrific action. It can freeze up stomach lights, kills weeds, prevents cancers, and keeps your lawn going strong. Glorious.
Get a bag of Scott's Triple Action today. Guaranteed. Keep your going. Keep it. File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
Hey, with Priceline VIP Family, you can unlock deals 5 times faster. You don't even have to be an actual family.
Oh, I'd be the dad.
I'm the dad. Hey, physically, it's clear that I'm the dad.
Okay, so which dad is paying?
You're the dad.
For your happy price, Priceline. 1-800-7-CAR-TICKET. Yeah, alright. 1-800-7-CAR-TICKET.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The Subaru of New England Love Spring event is here. Gear up for spring with an all-wheel drive 2024 Subaru Forester. Buy with 1.9% financing or lease for just $3.19 per month. Get outside and love spring.
Line up and listen down. Scratch that. Reverse it. It's good.
It's getting the greatest solar job the world's ever seen. Bronco APG now streaming exclusively on Max.
Just in tonight, a surreal story from the world of politics. The running mate for RFK Jr. is publicly revealing she will see her better than Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna. Nicole Shanahan says that Khanna is asking her to step down from the ticket because his candidacy hurts Biden's chances. Shanahan says, in part, Ro encouraged me to run, that it's wrong for anyone to threaten me against running. She goes on to say, clearly Ro has changed his stance based on pressure from his party, that it's anti-democratic. I'm very disappointed that he's been pressured into issuing this letter to me publicly. He could have called me privately. Now, the congressman is here with us tonight, and he joins me to respond in a moment. But first, remember, a campaign official for RFK said that her number one priority is to prevent Biden from winning. And tonight, CNN's Kate File reports that Rita Palmer attended a Stop the Steal rally, including the rally that preceded the Capitol insurrection. She also has posted praise for Trump, including the hope that he wins in 2024, and that he's her favorite president, she says. Congressman Ro Khanna joins me now. Congressman, we have this letter. We just received it that you sent to Nicole Shanahan. What did you say to her?
Well, look, I've known Nicole Shanahan for years. She's been a supporter. I would say she's an acquaintance. And we've shared common issues around the climate, common issues around reproductive rights. And when she called me to say that she was going to join Robert Kennedy's ticket, I said, well, Nicole, why don't you join the Democratic coalition, support President Biden? We will better advance climate. I understand you have disagreements with the president. I do too on certain issues like Gaza. But join the coalition. And then I texted her that, always respectfully, but I was hoping to make the case that her issues would be better served joining the coalition.
So she says that you changed your position, that you actually told her that anyone should run and this exchange on X, and you responded to her with a text that you sent her afterwards. What's your response to her claiming that you're not telling the truth?
Well, I don't think you say that. I did say that anyone has the right to run and that no one should threaten her or no one should engage in character assassination of her, and I stand by that. And even in the text I sent her, I said, look, she has absolutely the right to run, and I will never disparage her personally. But I will make the case, I'm making the case tonight, that given the stakes, given her own view in regenerative agriculture, on climate, on reproductive rights, how could she aid candidacy that's simply going to help reelect Donald Trump? And I want to make the case for her that she'd be better served supporting Joe Biden.
So, by all of this, are you saying that you are worried that an RFK candidacy will end up costing President Biden the election?
I think the president can win regardless, but will it make it harder for the president? Absolutely. I mean, I don't think that is revealing any unique math. I mean, the reality is that any third-party candidate helped Donald Trump because he cannot get to 50%. And so if we lower the ceiling of what he needs to get, it makes it harder for the president to win. Do I think the president can overcome that? We can overcome that and win? Yes. But why diminish the odds and help tilt any advantage to Donald Trump?
Do you think that Nicole Shanahan is aware of what you were saying there? Just the numbers of Trump presidency right now?
I don't know. I'd love to have that conversation with her publicly, maybe on your show. I mean, the reality is she's been extraordinary in funding regenerative agriculture in places like Iowa State. She has worked on big climate issues. And so I was perplexed, baffled, why she would choose to enter at this time, given the stakes that it's a binary choice. Ordinarily, I understand you want to get your views out, you want to push for reform, but I hope she understands that what she is doing really puts Trump back in the White House and undermine the goals that she believes in.
I mentioned in tonight's reporting that the New York-based RFK Jr. campaign official, she previously promoted these false claims that the 2020 election was rigged, and she actually attended the January 6th rally. What's your reaction to that?
Well, it's appalling. Look, I used to admire Robert Kennedy's environmental activism, and I just don't understand what he's doing. I mean, denying that January 6th, that the people who beat police officers, who vandalized the building, and were attacking colleagues of mine while I was in the complex, that is somehow just a form of protest, which is what he has said, and people should be prosecuted. And then being more to the right, way more to the right than either Donald Trump or Joe Biden on this unconditional support for Netanyahu. I mean, I just don't understand what he's trying to achieve.
Very interesting indeed, Congressman Ro Khanna. We would love to have you back on with Nicole Shanahan if the two of you would like to have that debate here on the air. And thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Abby.
The next outrage tonight over body camera footage of Chicago police firing as many as 96 bullets. A man is now dead after a tragic traffic stop. I'll speak to the state's attorney here. Plus, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has a serious warning after discovering deep-fake pornography of herself online. We'll discuss that.
Now we can trans something.
Wait, we could use that season of gift mode.
All right, done.
This is a hot flash. This is a hot flash. But this is a not flash. For moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms due to menopause, Veoza is the first and only prescription treatment that directly blocks the source of hot flashes at night sweats. With 100% hormone-free Veoza, you can have fewer hot flashes and more not flashes. Veoza reduces the number and severity of hot flashes day and night for someone that can start working as early as 1 week. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Increased liver blood test values may occur. Your doctor will check them before and during treatment. Most common side effects include stomach pain, diarrhea, difficulty sleeping, and back pain. Ask your doctor about hormone-free Veoza and enjoy more not flashes.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I am 41 years old. I've been given the opportunity to work from home, so that means lots of video calls. I see myself more, and I definitely see those deeper lines. I'm still Kim, and I got Botox Cosmetic. I wanted to keep the expressions that I would normally have. You know, you're on camera. Really happy with the results. I look like me, just with fewer lines.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved. Rarely makes frown lines, crusty, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic is for hours to weeks after injection cause serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum-toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
When Barbara switched to TurboTax,
I wrote 4 generations of family traditions. Huh? I want to make perfume.
so I made Barbara's recycling count by guaranteeing her maximum refund. Intuit TurboTax.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser measure floor lines, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours. Here.
Hey, we're coming. So I want to take the car.
Do we get ice cream?
We can now.
Keep computing with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some Rinvoq patients felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days. Some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. And many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and over with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are and may become pregnant.
Help heal your painful skin. Disrupts the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
learn how Abby can help you save.
Tonight, another black man in America has been killed by police, and the nation is seeing those disturbing images. Chicago police have released this video of a deadly traffic stop that occurred last month when Dexter Reed was killed after police fired 96 shots in just 41 seconds at him in his vehicle. Now, before I play you this video, I want you to know that the police say that Reed fired those first shots, but an investigation into what exactly happened has not been completed. And I also have to warn you that this is difficult to watch.
Now, roll the window down. What are you doing? Roll that window down too. Hey, don't roll the window up. Don't roll the window up. Do not roll the window up. Unlock the door now. Unlock the door now. Unlock the door now. Open the door now. Open the door now. Open the door now.
Reed's body was later found lying face down behind that vehicle, a chaotic scene that left quite a lot of questions. Cook County State Attorney Kim Fox joins me right now. State Attorney Fox, thank you very much for joining us. Your office, I know, is investigating this incident. or potential prosecution. It is ongoing, but what can you tell us at this point?
You know, at this point, Abby, it is, as you said, an ongoing investigation that is very early. This incident happened 19 days ago. The video hasn't been released today. And so what we do know is that this was a traffic stop, a stop for not wearing a seatbelt that led to the death of Dexter Reed, an injury to a Chicago police officer, and many questions that need to be answered about the use of force in this case.
19 days ago, you say this occurred. When do you think you can expect to update the public on a charging decision?
You know, certainly we're in the preliminary stage. We have to look at all of the body cam video that has been released. There are pod cameras in the neighborhood, videos that we will be looking at, videos from doorbells in the area. We're also going to be interviewing officers who have been involved, witnesses. There's ballistics and DNA and forensics. And so realistically, it's going to take us time. We want to be thorough. We want to be complete in the interest of justice for Dexter Reed and his family, as well as for the officers who were involved that day. It requires us to be swift and thorough.
Absolutely. Just quickly on, I know you can't say a whole lot about the case, but were you able to confirm that that officer was shot from a weapon that was used by Dexter Reed?
You know, again, what we are able to confirm is that there was a shot fired by Dexter Reed in that vehicle. The rest of shot the officer, how many shots came from the car, those questions will be answered during the course of our investigation.
So a shot was fired from his weapon, is what you're saying here. But meanwhile, while this is ongoing, family members are obviously devastated and they're calling for charges. As you're saying, the investigation needs to play out. What is your message to Chicago residents that are really worried about the process not simply playing out there?
You know, I think Chicago residents are all too familiar with incidents of police violence. Laquan McDonald comes to mind for many folks here in the Chicagoland area. Part of the reason that we stood together at the press conference with the mayor, the head of our civilian office of police accountability in my office, is to, from the very beginning, talk about what is happening, to be transparent with the public, so that we don't see a repeat of history. Some people may not ultimately like whatever outcome comes to play, but we believe that the legitimacy of the outcome requires us to be transparent throughout this process. And so I understand the fear. I understand the distrust. There has been a history with policing in Chicago. We have a consent decree as a result of the Laquan McDonald shooting and finding upon constitutional policing. And so we have an obligation to do this investigation thoroughly and complete so that everyone, those who are in law enforcement and those who have lost a loved one in our community, trust the legitimacy of this investigation.
Kim Fox, Cook County State's Attorney, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And a dire warning from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She has seen AI porn images of herself. We'll discuss the real consequences.
I'm over the TurboTax expert because I have 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and landing.
Count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed.
Let the TurboTax full-service expert do your taxes as soon as today.
missing your daughter's competition to be paid. But Paycom employees do their own pay, so you don't have to miss your daughter's big day. Time to shine. Get Paycom and make the unnecessary unnecessary.
And talk to Kat. You have to experience it to truly appreciate the beauty, the wildlife, the sheer majesty. Experience it with state-of-the-art expedition equipment and hands-on scientific research activities, all in exceptional biking comfort. We invite you to discover the world's seventh continent, Antarctica. Biking, exploring the world in comfort.
When you buy or sell your car exactly how you want with Car Gurus, you might begin to wonder. Some dreams do come true. Get your car your way. Get it with Gurus.
When did I call this filter? When I saw my gutters on my phone.
HB filter is a permanent gutter solution, so you never have to worry about costly damage to clogged gutters again.
It's easy as calling your name.
Call HB Filter today at HBFilter.com.
Hello, Ghostbusters. It's Doug. I'm Doug Lehman. We help people customize and save hundreds on car insurance. Anyway, we got a bit of a situation here. Huh? Huh? Sure, I can hold it. Only pay Liberty. Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire. Who's next?
The Subaru of New England loves spring event is here. Gear up for spring with an all-wheel drive 2024 Subaru Forester. Buy with 1.9% financing or lease for just $3.19 per month. Get outside and love spring.
Now accepting donations for land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Laura Comes Live, next on CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Eucora. Help maintain a healthy urinary tract with Eucora.
At Eucora, we make UTI relief products. We also make proactive urinary tract health products. Eucora is a life. Try today at eucora.com.
She's one of the most high-profile politicians in the United States, but even Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has now become the target of an alarming and rapid online phenomenon. In a new interview with Rolling Stone, the Democratic Congresswoman is sharing the nightmare of discovering AI-generated pornographic images of herself on X. She says, as a survivor of visible sexual assault, it adds a level of dysregulation. There are certain images that don't leave a person. It's not as imaginary as people want to make it seem. It has real effects, not just on the people who are victimized by it, but on the people who see it and consume it. Unfortunately, AOC is not alone. She says that one study shows 96% of deepfake videos or AI-generated images using people's real faces and identities are non-consensual and sexually explicit. And by the way, all of them are aimed at women. Joining me now is a veteran tech reporter, Lori Siegel. She is also the CEO of Mostly Human, a media company that focuses on artificial intelligence. Lori, good to see you on this horrible topic. This deepfake porn phenomenon is becoming more popular online, but it's also easier to make than ever before. Some sites are even offering tutorials on how to create this pornography. You're actively investigating some of these sites behind this technology. What can you tell us about them?
Yeah, I'm currently out here on an investigation into the anonymous person behind one of the largest fake
pornography sites. And what I'll say is, I mean, it's not just about X and having an image come out on X. You look at AOC, and it's horrific. She found this image of herself on X, but there are these sites that are operating in plain sight where millions, not hundreds, not thousands, millions of people are going every month to these sites to learn how to do this type of thing. And then what's happening is trickling out into the real world. We're seeing this in high schools. You now have apps just as easy as it is to order an Uber or order groceries. Now there are apps that encourage young men to visually undress their classmates with generative AI. And, you know, I think we're just scratching the surface on this. It's a huge problem.
Are these things, I mean, obviously they're operating in plain sight. How is that even legal?
I think it's funny. Years ago, I covered non-consensual pornography and the rise of this type of abuse online. I remember just saying, well, how is a lot of this illegal? And in short, the law hadn't caught up yet, right? I think that's what we're looking at right now. You have a wild west of artificial intelligence, right? You have these new unintended consequences, these new use cases that are mainly being used to harm women, right? We're seeing it now with politicians, with figures like Taylor Swift and Bobby Alta, who were victims of deepfake pornography, and now we're seeing it, you know, with our children as a type of abuse. And I think we kind of know this already. It takes a while for the laws to catch up, but you know, I think the most frustrating part of this, if I can be honest, is this is happening. We don't need to warn people anymore. Like, this is actually happening, and so right now we do have a handful of state laws that are looking at protecting victims, and all of them vary in scope. Some are civil, some are criminal, some are both. You know, you have AOC spearheading the House version of the Defiance Act, so the laws hopefully will catch up, but we need to know that this isn't even just reserved for politicians, which, by the way, is happening to many female politicians. I spoke to a journalist today who said he spoke to a politician in the Netherlands, a female, a woman who said basically it felt like digital rape when it happened to her. And those are such strong words, but I think it's really important that we listen.
Yeah, AOC called it violent humiliation, but you know, as a parent, I know actually a lot of parents who don't even put their kids' faces on social media. It almost makes you think that might not be the wrong decision, considering that this is possibly out there for not just their classmates, but just really horrible people out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think about it when I look at it through the lens of parents, right? This is a really scary type of abuse. And I think the biggest thing I would say to parents is it's important to sit down with your son and tell them that this is actually digital abuse, that if these types of apps come up in high school, that it's not okay to, you know, gamify or point a camera at someone and quote digitally undress them using AI. It's almost hard because parents don't even know that we need to have these conversations, but these conversations have to happen because not only are we creating a new generation of victims, but this type of technology, when it's used, is creating a new generation of abuse.
Yeah, it's a new form of a talk that you might have to have with both your sons and your daughters. Hopefully the laws will catch up soon because it's here now. It's not in the future. Lori Siegel, thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing the results of this investigation. And thank you so much for watching News 9. Northwoods Live starts right now.
Raw emotion in a Michigan courtroom has restored message of parents in America. You can be held accountable for your child's actions. Plus, a law that was passed under the Civil War now bans nearly all abortions in Arizona, and one Republican is calling it an asinine ruling. And a warning from retired military leaders about Donald Trump's claims of presidential immunity going all the way to the Supreme Court. Tonight on Laura Coach Live. So what happened in the Michigan court today has never happened before in this country. The first parents to be held criminally responsible for a mass school shooting carried out by their son, well, they have now been sentenced. James and Jennifer Crumley, whose son shot 4 fellow students to death in 2021, were each sentenced to 10 to 15 years in prison, weeks after they figured their own cases separately of manslaughter. Remember, they were accused of purchasing the gun, failing to secure it, and ignoring signs of mental health issues in their son. Both apologizing today, and Jennifer Crumley backtracked on her previous statement that she wouldn't have done anything differently. Now, she says she was misunderstood.
This was not something I foresaw. With the benefit of hindsight and the information I have now, my answer would be drastically different.
As a parent, our biggest fear is losing our child or our children. And to lose a child is unimaginable. My heart is really broken for everybody involved.
So yes, what happened in the Michigan courtroom was about the law. It was also about 4 teenagers who died in their school, where they were supposed to be safe. Hannah St. Juliana, 14 years old. Tate Meyer, 16. Justin Schilling, 17. And Madison Baldwin, also just 17 years old. They died when their lives had hardly begun, when they had so much to look forward to in life. And what happened today in that courtroom was about them. It was also about their families and their communities and their victim impact statements. You know, that phrase has always bothered me. It just sounds so routine, so legal, clinical. It doesn't begin to express the emotion behind those statements made by those impacted by what has happened. The anguish of mothers and fathers and siblings whose lives are changed forever on the day the people they love were killed. Listen to Nicole Beausoleil, who is the mother of Madison Baldwin, fighting back tears while speaking directly to Jennifer Crumbley.
While your son was hearing voices and asking for help, I was helping Madison pick out her senior classes. While you were seeing a gun for your son and leaving it unlocked, I was helping her finish her college essay. When you knew the gun was missing, you called the police, knowing it was your son who took it. I was having family call every hospital describing what she was like. When you texted, Ethan, don't do it. I was texting Madison, I love you, please call Mom. When you found out about the lives your son took that day, I was still waiting for my daughter in the parking lot. While you were hiding, I was planning her funeral. And while you were running away from your son and your responsibility, I was forced to do the worst possible thing a family could do. I was forced to say goodbye to my Madison.
You don't have to be a mother or a father to hear that emotion, to feel the anguish in her voice, to empathize with what she must have been enduring, and so many others. She lost her child at the hands of a schoolmate. What happened in that Michigan courtroom today, it was about those kids and those teenagers. It was also about something else. Accountability. James and Jennifer Crumbley are going into prison. Their son is already behind bars. Now, if you're a parent, you may be held accountable for the actions of your child. If you're a gun maker, you may be held accountable. If you're a social media company, you may be held accountable because Congress seems unable to offer anything other than thoughts and prayers. Now I want to bring in Mary Muller, her son. Elijah suffered a gunshot wound to the face at the Oxford High School shooting. He survived. Also with me is Sarah Rogerson. She is Elijah's aunt and a community gun violence prevention advocate. Ladies, thank you both for joining me tonight. I mean, it's unimaginable every time we even reflect on what has happened there and other places as well. Mary, let me begin with you and your son Elijah, suffering from that gunshot wound during that mass shooting back in November of 2021. Thank God he survived. But how is he doing today?
Well, it depends on the day. He has PTSD and anxiety, understandably. And he's back in the building at high school. He goes there every day. I don't know how he does it. He does. And he's doing really well in all his classes and he's in the early college program. But it's a day-to-day struggle.
And I can't, as you say that, the idea of returning to where that was, the strength that he must be demonstrating this unimaginable. Mary, you were over in that court today, and you heard about it. 10 to 15 years for both the parents of the Oxford school shooter who did this. What is your reaction to that sentence?
It brings some closure and validation for the things that we've been saying. With the parents, it's always not been about what they did do, but what they didn't do, and what they didn't pay attention to, and what they didn't act on, and what they didn't listen to. So it's actually comforting to know that the court system sees that and sees that we need accountability for it. It's also a little empty. It doesn't solve any of the problems that we face as a nation regarding community gun violence at all. There's no prevention in it. It's on the other side of it. And I'd rather focus on the prevention so that no other community has to deal with it.
I want to talk about that very point. And Sarah, let me bring you into this as well, because after her sentencing, Jennifer Crumbley made this statement, a kind of warning to others. Listen to this.
This could be any parent here in my shoes, even to be your child, to be your grandchild, your niece, your nephew, your brother, your sister. Your child can make a fatal decision, not just with a gun, but a knife, a vehicle, intentionally or unintentionally. If there's anything the general public can take away from this, is that this could happen to you too.
Sarah, when you hear that statement and the work you've been doing about trying to advocate for changes to prevent this, what is your reaction?
Well, in this particular case, it's frustrating to hear about from this particular parent because it's not intended to rally the community, it's intended to diffuse responsibility. But if we take it in a different context and really sort of take it in a more productive direction, my hope is that in addition to a deterrent effect, these prosecutions and these sentences, which are unique, and hopefully will deter or make parents who own guns think twice about their security measures. I also hope it's an incentive, a community incentive for an all-community approach to the reduction of community gun violence, including peer-to-peer safe storage, education, parent and investments, real investments in social emotional learning, and gun violence prevention, vastly underfunded in terms of research into what works and what doesn't work, and then things that we know work, like threat assessment teams, and making sure that those are operating properly in every county, in every district, all over the country.
You and Mary also say that there are some proposals, the points you're just raising, that have been made in the wake of shootings don't really solve the problem. And you address metal detectors, bulletproof glass, clear backpacks. Are they just not enough, and why?
Yeah, I mean, not only not enough, but in some cases to other kids. So these are all policing or hardening measures, they've been called in other conversations around this issue. And really what we know works is supportive action for our kids. It's the same cost or a similar cost. These security companies prey on fear and say this is the answer, when studies are showing that it's really investments, again, in social emotional learning and threat assessment teams that are going to make the bigger impact in terms of reduction of community gun violence and prevention of mass shootings.
Mary, I'd love for you to weigh in as well on what you think would be the next steps to try to stop this from happening.
Well, I come from the perspective of the school system. I'm a teacher and have been for 20 years, and I see the need for building strong relationships with children and their families, not only within the school, but the community at large. We don't necessarily, I know this is a societal issue, we don't necessarily talk to our neighbors, and I know that sounds simplistic, but the more connections we have, the more we can look out for each other.
Well, I tell you, the world is truly connected to your families, and just seeing what has happened here and just hoping that it does not happen again, but our eyes are towards your communities and thinking of constructive ways. Mary, before you go, I'd love to ask you, if you had a chance to speak directly to Jennifer Crumbley, or have to be mother to mother, parent to parent, what would you say?
I might talk to her about this the difference between feeling regretful and feeling remorseful. I'm not sure that Jennifer and James probably really understand the impact of their negligence. And it was, I would come and sit down as a mother to a mother, and not accusatory, but maybe explain, this is what's happening, and I'm not sure you get it.
Thank you both, Mary Mother Sarah Rogerson. Thank you. And we certainly hope that Elijah continues to thrive.
Thank you.
Now I want to turn to the state of Arizona. Traveling back in time. We're talking way back in time. Not even this century or the last century. More like all the way to the year 1864. What was going on then? Well, for one thing, a civil war was raging. On top of that, it was a time when women in this country had no right to vote. It's also when a law forbade abortion except to save a mother's life in Arizona. By the way, that was long before Arizona was even a state. Well, that law is now set to go back into effect. The Arizona Supreme Court ruling today that the 1864 law was sat dormant for decades and reinforced. Why? Well, because Roe v. Wade has been overturned. Joining me now, Stand Civil commentator and National Coalition's director for the Biden-Harris 2024 campaign, Ashley Allison, and former National Republican Senatorial Committee aide, Liam Donovan. Thank you both so much for being here. I mean, you see the rewind of that clock. I see your eyes right now. You cannot hide your expressions on your face in this moment. What is happening? What is your reaction to that this is happening right now?
I'm not surprised. We've known that the attack on bodily autonomy has been at risk for some time. And when the fall of Roe happened in 2022, we knew that there would only be a matter of time. When I say we, people who work in reproductive justice, social justice work, we've been warning that this was only a matter of time, that we were going to rewind the clock back to go to this time in our history when, women didn't have the right to vote, to your point. We were fighting a civil war for the folks to be free. And the reason why we are here is because in 2016, when Donald Trump was running to be president, he said he was going to appoint Supreme Court justices that wanted to overturn Roe. And so they did. And just recently, he said he wants to take it back to the states. That's his position on abortion. Well, this is what happens when you take it back to the states. You get a law that was founded in 1864. A final thing I'll just say on this is that so often when we talk about Donald Trump's campaign, so that Make America Great Again, people often thought it was just about race. Well, this is now an attack on women. And so in 1864, women didn't have their full rights, black people didn't have their full rights, and so many others didn't have. This is a country that people who identify with MAGA Republicans want. And the question is, I'm not surprised it's happening. The question is, what will we do as voters to put a stop to it?
Liam, I mean, there's obviously a lot of fallout from this. There has been fallout even from bans that had 6 weeks or even 12 weeks proposed or 15 weeks proposed. Going back to the clock, Republicans are well aware this is a major issue on the campaign trail that spans party lines. How will this impact the election?
So I think anything that loses the salient of abortion in the next 209 days, we're counting out, that's how far it is.
We're all counting out 209, yes, you are.
If you're with the Trump campaign, you're feeling pretty good generally. He's led this race for the last about 6 months. He's polling better than he's ever polled in the previous 2 races. He's leading in 6 of the 7 battleground states, actually all 7 if you look at the full ballot. So you're playing prevent defense. You want this election to happen tomorrow. If you look at the issue matrix that's out there, we're mostly thinking about cost of living. We're talking about immigration, things like that. So as these things pop, things related to immigration, related to abortion, we have the Alabama case, we have this case, there's a Florida ballot measure that will be going on. The more we're talking about this every day that we have this in the news, that is not what they want to be talking about. That is a day lost. And it's a break that the Biden campaign needs. They need to keep in these things so much that whatever people say this thing, they've been 6 months to a long time, and they can change on a dime in terms of what voters are thinking about when they're walking the voting booth.
I want you both to listen to some of the responses from the ruling today. Here's fallout. Listen.
This is a disaster for women in Arizona. Arizona women deserve the right to make their own decision about abortion. there will be women in Arizona that could die because of this ruling about the Supreme Court.
I'm not going to support the unconstitutional abortion ban until the people of Arizona have a right to have the ability to get to that ballot initiative. This will be on the ballot come November, but even a Republican Senate candidate, Carrie Lake, you all remember her, of course, is disevaluating this ruling. Listen to what she said. She said, I oppose today's ruling, and I'm calling on the Democratic Governor, Katie Hobbs, and the state legislature to come up with an immediate common sense solution that Arizonians can support. But just 2 years ago, she actually phrased this same law. What's the turnaround? The reasons we have talked about, knowing it's a problem?
Well, Carrie Lake is inconsistent writ large, and so I'm not going to hold her to a standard that she just will never be able to meet, and that's to tell the truth. But I think she's seen the backlash. We saw Kansas. We aren't just talking about a Democratic case. I think that people think about this as a political issue. This is a person issue. We're talking about the people in this country, the women that live in Kansas, which is traditionally a red state, my home state of Ohio, where they just had a ballot initiative. In Kentucky, another red state, the Democratic governor, but in 2023, they voted because he ran a campaign centered on abortion. And then in the midterms, the red wave that never happened is because of this issue. So Carrie Lake, she lost in 2022 also because she didn't believe the election results were real and a lot of other issues that she was problematic about. But she knows she's on the ballot again. She's not extremely popular in her state. And that if she were to take her actual stance or what she actually believes, she would lose again. Now, she probably still will lose, but she certainly will lose if she decides with where she fundamentally believes is where the law should be in 1864. So I guess I say to the people of Arizona and every state, is stop letting these politicians play games with your life. They have told you where they stand on these issues. Donald Trump has, Ron DeSantis has, Nikki Haley has, and now Carrie Lake has. And hold them to account, and the best way to do it is with your vote.
Liam, I want to get your reaction as well, because you mentioned that every day they're not talking about what are more perhaps winning issues for Republicans, immigration, the economy, and beyond. Our days are better for the Biden-Harris ticket, but Harris is the one I'm focusing on right now. She has been propelled to the forefront on these issues of reproductive rights, on really a tour of the nation on these very issues. There have been, insults that were lauded or, lobbed at her as a vote for Biden was a vote for her. Now, this issue, a winning one for Democrats, frankly, did that change things?
It's interesting. I think they've been looking for a way to use her in her highest and best use. This certainly fits that. And she's certainly more equipped to go out on the trail in these states than President Biden is. So I think this is actually a really nice role for her. But it does play into some of the messages that Republicans are going to have, which is just from an actuarial standpoint, when you make this, with both these men, the vice presidential pick is going to have a salience and a resonance that is more than we've ever seen before, because you have to think about it. We're talking about 78, 81-year-olds. I mean, these are people that are going to be 4 years from now at advanced age. And so I think the prominence of Vice President Harris is going to be something that is potentially good for Democrats, but also something Republicans are really going to want to.
Really quick, do you think that this is going to change in some respects? The fact that Trump was crowing about overturning Roe v. Wade, but then one of the issues of the states, he could lose those pro or anti-abortion voters, period.
I'm on a little bit skeptical of that. I think he recognized that when he came out yesterday and said what he did. I mean, there was even talk. It was a soldier moment that he came out and elicited reactions from the anti-US and the groups. Him being seen at odds with the far right is not a bad thing for him. They thought they would buy them more than a day before they had to deal with a new fire to put out. But I think actually in some ways that's what gave Carrie Lake and people like her a cue that actually President Trump had that sort of give the permission structure for him to come out and probably say what voters want to hear, whether or not that's something that's believable based on your previous response.
My only issue is you can say what voters want to hear, but what are you actually going to do? And that is overturn Roe and take us back to 1864.
Well, full stop. There it is. Liam Donovan, Ashley Allison, thank you both so much. Ahead, a big warning to the Supreme Court about Trump's immunity claims. But guess what? It's not coming from Jack Smith. It's also not coming from Trump. The group of retired leaders who were saying immunity could undermine the military.
And this is the 16th football. Want to see it?
sanctuary where you should feel free.
I was talking about drugs. They need a lot that fast. And you, it's not certified rapid grass.
It's a revolutionary mix of seed and fertilizer that grows grass 2 times faster than those seed alone. Giving you a stronger lawn. These sounds. Feel that breathe away.
I smell it.
I'm still talking to the doctor. It's got certified rapid grass today. It's guaranteed. Feed it, man. Feed it.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
You have an excellent warranty.
Warranty.
Warranty. You must have American Home Shield. I can tell your appliances and home systems are protected. Covered repairs and replacements are taken care of. Warranty never lies. How about cookie dough? Hey, NHS.com today for 40% off.
In 2 seconds, there are 44 months. Or skip the hassles and sell directly to Open Door. When life's doors open, we'll handle the house.
Hi, I'm Chris, and I lost $57,000. After my car accident, I was stuck at home and my friend helped me even have this car. And the wait was quite long. I'd seen Go on TV and I was curious about it. I really liked the Go program. It makes
You know what's brilliant? Boring. Think about it. Boring is the unsung catalyst for bold. Wrap gold into a rocket and hurl it into space. Boring knows. Boring. Vacation time. Fun. Startup. All what you want.
Are these charges uncertain? If you use surcharges, those are shipping. U.S. Bank.
Keep it simple with clear upfront pricing.
USPS Ground Advantage. How do you make it flavorful and delicious barbecue sauce? I bought a gel so we grow our own tomatoes in Italy. Again, it's fresh. I rushed them to our own kitchen where we create farm-to-table pasta sauce. Fresh and sweet. I bought a jelly. We don't use artificial flavors. Or preservatives because nothing is fresh. And we bought a jelly. Your family, farm-to-table jelly. Get it and then you can do it.
Introducing Astound Business Solutions. To stay competitive in today's business world, you need Astound Network and partner. Astound Business Solutions delivers high-capacity enterprise fiber connectivity in more than 400 cities with dedicated local experts available 24/7 support and secure, reliable. Stay connected with your teams, your partners, with the work. With Astound.
Sunday, the space. First on the whole story with Matthew Cooper, the James Webb Telescope.
You can find out things about the first galaxies that we never knew.
Being an astronaut is always called a calculated risk.
Sunday starting at 8 on CNN.
All right, this is a big question that the Supreme Court is going to ask it first. We're talking about Donald Trump's claim of presidential immunity. Now, we've heard from historians. We've heard from a lot of lawyers. We've heard an appeals court judge asking this hypothetical question.
The president ordered January 6 to assassinate a political opponent.
Now we're hearing from the military. In fact, 19 retired military leaders filing an amicus brief with the Supreme Court, arguing against Trump's immunity claims. And they include retired generals and admirals and service secretaries who served under Republican and Democratic presidents. Now, as you know, Trump is charged in that federal election conversion case, which
on hold while the Supreme Court weighs its claims. And the justices can consider this now when they hear the arguments on immunity when on April 25th. It says that granting presidential immunity would threaten the military's role in society. Actually, here's a quote from that amnesty brief. Quote, "We risk jeopardizing America's standing as a guardian of democracy in the world and further the spread of authoritarianism. Therefore, threatening the national security of the United States and democracies around the world." Here with me now, one of the signatories to the brief, former Air Force Secretary Deborah Lee James. Secretary James, thank you for being here. That doesn't mean that the military is immune, right? So play this out. What would the military do if they were asked to carry out something unlawful by an immune president?
Well, first of all, Laura, thank you for allowing me to come on the program. My colleagues and I filed this amnesty because we wanted to emphasize to the Supreme Court. This is such a broad issue. There are many implications across the board, but let's not forget the important national security and military principles that are at stake here. There are certain principles that I'd like to take, if I may, briefly describe. First of all, civilian control of the military is embedded in our Constitution. The military acts not by itself, but under civilian control. Principle number 2 that's important here is the military must follow the president's lawful orders regardless of the party. They are nonpartisan. They are supposed to be above politics. Not follow a Republican president because they like Republicans or a Democrat because they like Democrats, but follow the president's all lawful orders. Now, here comes the answer to your specific question. Principle number 3, the military is charged with disobeying an unlawful order, such as the instance you cited earlier, such as ordering troops within the United States to block the transfer of peaceful transfer of power after an election, such as killing innocent civilians in warfare, the My Lai massacre in the Vietnam era. So failure to disobey such an order would leave the military member themselves to be prosecuted. So the military would be in a state of confusion, number 1. If many unlawful orders are being issued, what to do? And this kind of confusion is likely to lead to regret.
With the notion we hear about the commander-in-chief, and there is this, as you're describing it, this false perception that whatever is ordered by the commander-in-chief must be obeyed, but there is the guardrails that are in play. But on a case-by-case basis, we don't want the confusion among the military as to whether they're trying to decide which is lawful and which is not. Which leads me to a big question I've been wondering about. I spoke to a voter a few weeks ago on this program who wanted to know where former presidents, former commanders-in-chief stood on this issue. You and your colleagues, retired military leaders, have weighed in this amicus brief. Do you think that former presidents need to speak out in formal fashion?
I would hope that they would. And the principle that in this country, no one the law has been a bedrock principle. And frankly, I never thought we would be worried about presidents leaving that he or she might be above the law. A few years ago, I wasn't worried about this. But it is a major issue today, and I would hope that former presidents would weigh in.
You were very clear about the military only following the orders of commanders-in-chief that are lawful, but also not wanting to weigh into politics. We know that the body of these cases that are being brought against former presidents, there is a lot of rhetoric surrounding them that people believe in some areas of the country and in several areas that it's partisan, that it's all partisan politics. Were you concerned about speaking up with your colleagues about this very issue for the fear of the perception that what you're doing would be viewed as political?
Well, sometimes you have to take a risk, Laura. And if you look at the 19 of us who signed on to this amicus brief and who have similar views, some of us have served in Republican administrations, some of us have served in Democratic administrations. The retired four-star generals and admirals typically have served both Republican presidents and Democratic presidents, and I personally have no idea, no one has any idea how they may or may not have voted. So we are a bipartisan, nonpartisan group, but we are like-minded, and we all have had major years of service to our military and are very worried about the impact that this will have.
Really important to hear that perspective. You know, President Biden was actually asked about the biggest threat to democracy in a new interview. I want you to listen to what he had to say.
What are your countries the primary threat to freedom and democracy?
Donald Trump. Seriously. Donald Trump thought he was trade was like you're gonna eviscerate the Constitution, you can be a dictator on day one.
Do you agree that he would be the biggest threat?
I don't know that I agree that he's a bigger threat than China or Russia, but certainly it is a threat when we start to say that someone with such an enormous power as the President of the United States is above the law. And no one is above the law.
Secretary Beverly James, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, more than 70 correctional officers urged for clemency. The state of Missouri tonight executed Brian Dorsey for murders of his cousin and her husband. His last words.
You want to close out? Should I? Call me at home, but taking the games is smart, you. Right?
Feel more confident with stock ratings from JP Morgan analysts and the Chase Act. When you've got a decision to make, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Hey, with Franklin Gift Family, you can unlock deals 5 times faster. You don't even have to be an actual family.
Oh, I do that.
I'm the dad.
Hey, physically, it's clear that I'm the dad.
Okay, so which dad is paying?
You're the dad.
Yes, focus on an American home shield warranty. It can protect your covered home systems and appliances like this AC under repair or replacement.
It's home, not home.
Yeah, it's home. Pretty sure it's home. American Home Shield. Don't worry, it's warranty.
Buy 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credit only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
Get your backyard ready for anything. With the help of quality battery tools by Steel. Only approved Steel features. Right now, save $50 on select 8-day system battery tool sets. Real Steel.
So, I'm your child. Get it? Listen, what you really need in life is some freaking shit. What? What else keeps you going? What sport gets you going? How much love is just this? Look at our stuff.
Flonase allergies don't have to be carried. Spray Flonase daily is a long-lasting, non-drowsy relief. Flonase, all good. Also, try our allergy headache and nighttime pills.
If you have chronic kidney disease, you can get tips and prescription kidney failure with Barcina. Because there are places I like to be. Barcina can cause serious side effects, including acidosis that make you fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infection. elevations in low blood sugar, a rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin area could occur. Start taking Forxiga and call your doctor right away at the onset of chest infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
Now that the rest of the house is done, we really need to take care of the backyard.
Fine, you're fine. I want Nicolot baking stones. Yeah, we'll go with the Nicolot baking stones. If your backyard is Nicolot baking stones, unlike some others, Nicolot has the most vibrant colors in the industry. Tell your contractor you want Nicolot. Give your backyard what it wants.
Eagle Lock is very close.
Come together for an electrifying concert experience celebrating the timeless music of the Fab Four. Rain, a tribute to the Beatles. Your extraordinary journey. Relive the 60s in high definition with an unforgettable live performance full of nostalgia and good vibes. Rain, a tribute to the Beatles. A musical western tour that captivates and inspires all generations. April 12th and 13th at the Fox Center Wayne Theater. Tickets at foxcenter.org.
I'm Evan Ferris in Washington, and this is CNN.
Well, tonight, state of Missouri executed Brian Dorsey by a recorded judge. Officials say there were no complications. He was sentenced to death for the murder of his cousin Sarah Bonnie and her husband Benjamin in 2006. They'd offered him a safe place to stay after a confrontation with a drug dealer in his apartment, but that night he shot Sarah and Benjamin in their bedroom, leaving their 4-year-old daughter unharmed. In his last statement, Dorsey wrote, "To all of the family and loved ones I shared with Sarah, and to all of the surviving family and loved ones of them, I am totally, deeply, overwhelmingly sorry. Words cannot hold the just weight of my guilt and shame. I still love you." Multiple people came out in support of him in his final days. 72 prison workers from the very institution he lived in were against his execution. Also, a former Missouri Supreme Court justice, several Missouri State representatives, even 5 jurors from the penalty phase of his trial. And they're not alone. Members of the family are split. Some were in favor of Dorsey's execution, others were against it, including my next guest. I want to bring in Jenny Gerhauser. She is a cousin of both Brian Dorsey and Sarah Bonnie. Jenny, thank you so much for joining me this evening. I can't imagine what you and your family have been going through since at least 2006, let alone now. I understand you spent the evening with your family. How is everyone coping?
It's been a really long, terrible, unnecessary day. It really has. It's been hard to come to terms with it. For one thing, usually when you lose a family member, you're there. There's some kind of closure. We got a phone call, to let us know he was gone. So it's definitely a very surreal feeling to it. I'm not telling it's quite sunk in. But I say it again, it's so upsetting because it was so unnecessary.
The word unnecessary intrigues me. What aspect? Is it the underlying crime itself, or the execution, or the delay? What?
The execution was absolutely unnecessary. Brian was convicted of a terrible crime. We have never denied that. Brian is not the worst of the worst. And it's a single terrible night in his life.
I mentioned that there is a divide in your family. Some family members describe this very day of execution as a, quote, light at the end of the tunnel. Has speaking out for Brian alienated you from that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We spent most of the last 17 years kind of walking on eggshells around each other. But we were able to make it simple. We would have the rare occasion we would still get together. But I did an interview with the local lady at the Kansas City Star. And when it was published in January, they turned on a dime. My husband was about
family members to getting hateful texts and messages the next day, getting blocked from Facebook. So, yeah, I've lost half my family.
Because you spoke out against him being executed.
Correct. Correct. I have never said what happened was okay. I've never said, no, he should be released. I simply said he should not be executed. And I've been vilified for it.
What do you have to say to those members of your family tonight?
I have nothing to say. I'm done, Laura. I'm done. There's nothing left to say.
The tragedy in so many ways of that statement really continues, and I think people don't realize the impact of what happens when all of this has unfolded. And you put out a statement, and I just want to read a part of it, Jenny. You say, the death penalty isn't punishment for the convicted. This evening, Brian will be set free. His punishment will end. And for all of us, only guilty of loving him, ours will begin. Prior to your cousin having been sentenced to the death penalty, did you have different views about the death penalty, and have they changed now?
I absolutely had conflicted views before this happened. Because I've always had the one feeling it's our place, to take lives. But there are some truly terrible people out there, I just wasn't sure. And after enduring this experience for the last 17 years, it's not a black and white issue. There is so much to it. There are so many details that you don't hear about these cases. There are a lot of truths that are put out in these cases. And it's just not fair to take these lives if you don't know the full truth. We were at a vigil today, and there was a man who was in Missouri against the death penalty, and he had a sign that just really resonated. It says, why do they kill people who kill people to know that you shouldn't kill people? And that really resonated with me. I'm like, exactly, that is the point. Why are we doing this? We're no better than the initial crime.
It's a very poignant thought that runs through my mind for a variety of reasons as well, Jenny. I mean, what I was really struck by in the case of Brian, the crimes are what they are, and the lives have been taken. He hasn't denied that. And leaving behind a 4-year-old child, I can't imagine what her life has been like as a result. But the support for him and his rehabilitation was really unprecedented. You were correctional officers and representatives and even jurors and a judge. What do you want people to know about the Brian that you knew?
The Brian that I knew was a special soul. There was no denying it. Brian was somebody that everybody loved. Everybody wanted to be around him. And it's terrifying to me to think that drugs can change you so much, can just leave you so utterly out of control that you could possibly hurt somebody that you care so much for. When the 72 correctional officers sent that letter to the governor, I felt so validated. Because for years I've been telling you, this is so out of character. I cannot reconcile these crimes with the one who convicted for it. It makes no sense to me at all. And when these officers came forward and said the same thing, he's a decent person who did a terrible thing. I felt so validated for it. So validated.
Well, Jenny, I'm just so sorry for the loss of your family more broadly, and the potential loss of families when you think about all that has unfolded since that fateful day. Jenny, thank you for sharing a very personal story with the world. It's really important to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for your attention.
Up next, a story of, inspiration from one of CNN's own. Allison Camerata is here to talk about her new memoir and some of the dark secrets she learned about her own family.
Now we're bringing
What's the greatest invention of all time? New hands-free Skechers Slip-ins. Just slip in and they're on. It's like having a transition built into work, so your foot slides into place without bending down or touching your shoes. Then the heel pillow technology keeps your foot comfy and secure. Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins. Now, 18 professional installs Google Nest products. Cool. You're all set. When the most trusted name in home security has the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by AT&T. What Barbara's with TurboTax?
I wrote 4 generations of family traditions. Huh? I want to make this new.
So I'm the Barbara's site. I guarantee her maximum refund. Intuit TurboTax. Is there anywhere you get a better price?
Have you checked Single Care? Before I pick up my prescription at the pharmacy, I always check the Single Care price.
It's quick, easy, and totally free.
Single Care can literally be my insurance copay. Go to singlecare.com and start saving today. That looks complicated. That's why Vision Works organized their claims by shape and price. So it's simple to find cereal love. There are the kids. That's right. Seconded. Vision Works. See the difference.
Our pharmacy has been in business for nearly 100 years. A while back, we run into the last 30. American technology is making it more efficient and customer friendly. We use online tools to fill prescriptions, process insurance claims, and make deliveries. But Southern Washington has undermined the technology tools we rely on. The misguided agenda will empower more independence and hurt small businesses like Hollywood. Our leaders need to strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
They slept on me for 15 years. Things like collected, pollen, dust, dandruff, all that time, they could have protected me.
Allergies Mattress Protectors block 99.9% of dirt, dust, and allergens. For cleaners needs, cut allergies. Find a where you buy bedding.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro. This or that, this or that, baby edgy jack. You can have this, baby edgy jack. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects well. Get started today at Angie.com.
Millions of people have lost weight with personalized plans for kids, like Adam, who lost 50 pounds.
I've never really looked a salad guy, that's just not my name. Even through the pickiness, student coffee with better habits to build a healthier lifestyle.
Get started today and lose 15 pounds in 15 weeks.
When these business owners need cash backs, they turn to Biz2 Credit to fund what's next. From fitness studios to medical offices, every small business in between, we've got you covered. Whether you need new equipment, custom stand, or need money to cover unforeseen business expenses, Biz2 Credit is the trusted partner for your small business funding needs. Scan the code on your screen now, or go to biz2credit.com to apply. Biz2 Credit, funding what's next. After Advil,
What about your back?
or Advil. Advil Dual Action fights pain 2 ways. Advil fights pain at the source. Fights pain. Advil Dual Action.
Dupixent helps you do more with less asthma and can help you breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or parasitic infection. Don't change your self-asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
We've all seen Alex Camerata on CNN, but maybe you don't know how he got here. I'm talking about before Fox News, before America's Most Wanted. There are a lot of unanswered questions yet about why you killed Mike. What's your answer? She's got great hair all the time, doesn't she? Alex was during the anchor chair, traces back to a challenging, turbulent upbringing, which she actually writes about in her new memoir. It's called Combat Love. And she is here with me now to talk about it, my friend. Welcome. But this book, I know you, we're friends, but yet I read this book and I'm thinking, I don't even know if I knew her the way And it was so wonderful, it was raw, it was poignant, it was deep as well. I have to know from you, I mean, why did you want to write it?
Well, it is a raw and very personal memoir. And I just felt that at some point, it's time to kind of peel back the mask and show everybody who's been watching for all these decades that we all have struggles. Everybody has a story of survival of some kind, and that can be a bridge between people. And in these times, I think it's important to have a bridge between us and the viewers, between us, just together. And so I thought that maybe if people heard about how much I struggled to become a TV reporter and an anchor and my dream, that maybe it would be inspirational. There were times I was broke, there were times I didn't live, there were times that I suffered with deep despair and depression, and yet I did achieve my dream, and I hope that gives people hope.
You often follow the headline, you cover the headline, you've done a lot of crime reporting as well, and then you showed America's Most Wanted. I had no idea that you had a personal connection to the experience that you tell, but your father having been arrested, and what that felt like for you as a child and how you grappled with it.
When I was 10, my father was arrested. This is my father in better days. He was a quite elegant man, an incredibly intellectual man, very appealing to people, but he had demons. And he was arrested I hesitate to tell people because I want to read it, and I don't want to spoil it, but I don't spoil it. All right, well, he was arrested, and it was my first lesson in how behind every juicy headline there's a real family struggle, and it's personal for people. So no matter how salacious, on this side, we think we're getting a big debt, and we think we're telling a great story, but it's really family's pain that you're telling. And I've never forgotten that since I was 10 years old. And I do hope that that's part of why I approach this job with some humanity, because I remember that it's not just a good get.
When you do have an empathetic approach that is sincere, I just am glad it came from a deep personal connection. And that is something that it makes the book all the more serious to write, and that you do it in such a way that you create an open book and you allow people to read it and to learn more about you. And that can be hard to let go of that, I don't want to call it a facade, but that distance. And actually, I listened to Open Letter from a reader. So I'm curious to see what people thought about the book. And it became an afterword of sorts. If you go, I'll read a portion for you. It says, quote, "Thank you for accompanying me as I began to path less travel to pursue my freedom. Thank you for inviting me to your story as you explored our past. Although our paths diverged, perhaps because they diverged, we are now on the same road. I've loved you every day of your life, and I'm happy to be alive." That was written by your mom.
That is so incredibly beautiful. That is so beautiful. Look at my beautiful mom. I mean, I am so honored that she would write that to you, and I'm so honored that she did participate in it also. She didn't want me to do it originally, and then she participated in it. And it has a happy ending. There are parts in the book that are hard and that are painful to read about, certainly to write about, but I'm happy that at the end we had a reconciliation and that my parents lived long enough for me to have closure with them, which I know not everybody gets. And so I'm very grateful for that, particularly my parents.
Well, it's a happy ending because it's kind of a beginning of sorts. And you can begin to learn more about you. And by the way, you've been through some stuff. Really? Who knew about the punk rock series and you a little bit of a roadie accident? Really not. I loved it. I loved sharing with everybody. It's called Combat Love. Thank you so much.
So great to see you, Laura.
Thank you. Just check it out. Thank you all for watching. Our coverage continues.
New ally, the fight against climate change has been Blue Carbon. Just need to protect nature with rest. Blue Carbon. If you're living with HIV, imagine being good to go without daily HIV pills. Good to go off the grid. Good to go non-stop. With Cabenuva, there's no pausing for daily HIV pills. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete long-acting HIV treatment allergic reaction, post-injection reaction, liver problems, and depression. If you have a rash and other allergic reaction symptoms, stop Cabenuva and get medical help right away. Tell your doctor if you have liver or kidney problems, mental health concerns, and if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Some of the most common side effects include injection site reactions, fever, and tiredness. With Cabenuva, you're good to go. Ask your doctor about switching.
I love your dress.
Oh, thanks. I splurged a little because over the initial customer with my car insurance and I saved taxes.
That's great.
I know, right? I've been telling everyone.
Did you hear that? I just said her first word.
Can you say mama?
Never.
Can you say auntie? How many people did you tell? Only 8 for Whitney Beach.
Trades means moving, man. We're talking about moving. Moving means contractors, inspectors, manager judging my carpet. We talking about staging. We talking about a full fighters. A full fighters. Nobody's gonna be a full fighters in my house. So you got the rest of the night. I guess we're moving. What you gonna ask me about next, man? Practice.
Crack windshield, schedule at Safelite. We'll come to you next week. This customer was enjoying. We came to her. Service their schedule. We got right to work. The replacement she could trust. We come to you for free. Schedule now for free mobile service at SafeLife.com.
I met with the TurboTax expert because I had 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and cleaning.
Count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed.
Let the TurboTax full service expert do your taxes as soon as today.
Everything is easier with your MyStaff account. Quickly view your account, manage your settings, sign up for text messages, and more. Want to go paperless? Click the button. Want to set up autopay? Do it in a flash. Plus now, you can add Astound Mobile, which runs on one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. Your MyAstound account makes it easy to get exactly what you need. Go to myastound.com and check it out today and connect to astounding possibilities.
And others to find. We unite with real solutions to help our kids, like community schools, neighborhood hubs, and provide everything from mental health services to food and farm grades, healthcare to action.
Community schools can learn so much about public schools and through meaningful partnerships with families, they become centers of their communities.
Real solutions for kids and communities at AFT.org.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Vucora. Help maintain a healthy urinary tract with Vucora.
I'm having these nice orders. And at Eucora, we make UTI relief products. We also make proactive urinary tract health products. Eucora is a license. Try today at Eucora.com.
Tonight on 360, with breaking news, an exclusive interview with Arizona's Democratic governor after the state's highest court reinstitutes a near total abortion ban that's more than a century old. More breaking news tonight, the former president loses a key battle in his classified documents case, while the fight over revealing the names of potential witnesses is such an important waiting for the special counsel. And later, new body cam video revealed what happened during a fatal encounter between Chicago police officers and the Cruz manager of traffic stop. Good evening. We start with breaking news. The fallout from the Arizona Supreme Court decision that has seen some top Republicans in a state that could decide both the presidency and the Senate, saying it goes too far. The ruling scraps a 15-week limitation on abortion in the state that has been since the Civil War era near total ban. It was enacted before Arizona was a state, and before, as Vice President Harris and others pointed out today, women have the right to vote in the U.S. The 4-2 decision is a direct result, obviously, of the U.S. Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade. That, of course, provided federal protections for abortion. With those gone, it's now up to individual states to decide on laws, which is what the Arizona court did today. And it's something the former president just yesterday said he will support.
My view is now that we have abortion where everybody wanted it from a legal standpoint, the states will determine by vote or legislation or perhaps both. And whatever they decide must be the law of the land, in this case, the law of the state. Many states will be different. Many will have a different number of weeks. Some will have more conservative than others, and that's what they will be. At the end of the day, this is all about the will of the people.
In Arizona, in particular, the women are obviously now the law that survives potential challenges to replace Arizona alongside states like Texas and Alabama as having some of the strictest anti-abortion laws in the country. For abortion providers, a violation of the law, if it goes into effect, it means a possible jail sentence of 2 to 5 years and fines. There's just some of the practical implications, obvious political implications as well. Arizona is a swing state. Abortion is a major issue animating the race there and just about everywhere in the country. Just listen to what some undecided female voters in Arizona told our Randy Kay when she talked to them a few weeks ago before this new decision.
I don't know why that's women's reproductive rights or even political conversation. Amen. Yeah. Why my body? Why conversation? Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, you potential presidents, like you have no business up in my body. Yeah. Exactly. And so, look, not only do you have to fight for that idea, what is next? I do not want anyone, a government official who is a non-doctor, not part of my medical team, telling me what I can and cannot do to my body or what is right for my body.
How important are reproductive rights and freedoms to you in terms of choosing a candidate?
That's my top.
That's my top issue for all of you.
And I think it's definitely on the top 1 or 2. And the timeline's coming up where me and my husband wanted to start trying. And I'm scared. Or when I start trying, something happens. And then I have to make that choice. I'm left either to die or, like if doctors will go to jail. Yeah.
It may be weeks or longer before the law goes into effect. The political fallout began immediately. Vice President Harris posted a video statement on social media calling on Congress to restore the protections under Roe. She also said she traveled to Arizona on Friday to address issues surrounding reproductive rights. Carrie Lake, the Republican election tonight, who lost the gubernatorial race there, seems to have done a 180. She once praised the near-total ban on law. Today, she's running for the Senate in the state. She said she opposed it and said that Arizona's governor, Katie Hobbs, and the state legislature should come up with a quote common sense solution. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs joins us now for the first interview since the decision. Governor Hobbs, I appreciate you being with us. Were you surprised by this decision today? What's your message to in Arizona?
Well, Arizonans across the state are reeling from this decision that reinstates the most draconian ban in the country. This is a ban that, as you said, was passed in 1864, before we were a state, before women had the right to vote. And it is a near total ban with no exceptions for rape or incest. It requires prison time for doctors. And there's just right now a lot of confusion about what is the current state, who has access to what. And, this is a very harmful decision for Arizonans.
I want to talk about what the legislature may do, but before that, can you clarify right now when, assuming there's no action by the legislature, when this law would be enforceable? While the state Supreme Court stayed its ruling pending further arguments on the lower court, the majority opinion says, and I quote, physicians are now on notice that all abortions, except those necessary to save a woman's life, are illegal. So what is the time?
As you can imagine, there's still a lot of folks trying to figure this out. We think it's 45 days, but certainly you don't want to say that and make people think that they won't be penalized for something that happens before that. We just aren't sure, and we need clarity.
What do you think? Do you think the legislature will act? I mean, Republicans control both houses.
Well, I've been calling on the legislature to repeal this archaic ban from day 1 of my administration. I renewed that call at the beginning of this legislative session. The fact is that some of the Republicans right now who are saying that this decision went too far are the same politicians who celebrated the Dobbs decision, which paved the way for this court ruling today. And the Speaker of the House and the Senate President both weighed in this case with amicus brief, urging the court to do exactly what it did today.
So you and your Attorney General, I know, taking steps to try to prevent county district attorneys from prosecuting anyone under this law. Do you expect any of this are going to try to take it to court over that? What would happen?
Well, to date, there hasn't been any test of that executive order, which I am firmly believe is legally sound. And it just prevents an extreme county attorney from using this ban to criminalize women and doctors for seeking the care or providing the care that their patients need, and would provide consolidation with the Attorney General. It hasn't been tested yet, and I am hopeful that it doesn't have to be, because this ban, this extreme ban, is going to prevent people from getting care that they need.
You said, people across the state are outraged about this, and there's certainly a lot of outrage. You just named a couple of people who are actually for this. What do you say to those in Arizona, in your state, who believe this is a good idea?
Look, Arizonans are going to be able to weigh in on this and enshrine abortion in our state's constitution in November, and I am confident that when given the opportunity, they will vote to protect abortion access.
Do you think that will get on the ballot for this election?
They are well on their way there. They passed this number of signatures needed, and they still have months to continue collecting. And this is a common sense measure that is supported by the vast majority of Arizonans in terms of protecting access. And, certainly it's going to motivate voters in November. I'm concerned about people's care between now and November, and I'm going to do everything in my power to ensure that Arizonans can get the care that they need. But these extreme politicians are absolutely out of touch with what Arizonans want. And not only will Arizonans have a chance to weigh in on this ballot measure, they will also have a chance to elect new legislators who will fight to protect their freedoms instead of taking them away.
As you know, the former President Trump's campaign said tonight, and I quote, President Trump could not have been more clear. These are decisions for people in each state to make. What do you say to that?
Well, it is really unconscionable that folks in Arizona now are going to have to go to Nevada, California, New Mexico, or Colorado to get the care that they need. And I'm glad there's organizations that are going to be helping them do that. But people across the country, Americans, should not have unequal access to their freedoms. And we need to work to restore those in Arizona.
Do you think there are going to be moves against IVF now?
Absolutely. These extreme legislators sent a fetal personhood bill to my desk that I was able to veto last year. This is a bill that would have paved the way for an Alabama-style ruling that would ban IVF. In Arizona, they're going after contraception. This doesn't stop at abortion.
Joined now by Maggie Haber, senior political correspondent for the New York Times, and Frank Luntz, a Republican pollster and communications strategist. So, Maggie, as we mentioned, the former president's campaign said the position is that should be up to the states. Does he think? I mean, he clearly thought he could kind of leave it at that yesterday, avoid maybe taking a position on your total bans like Arizona's that does not include exceptions for women and sex.
Yeah, Anderson, I think that he and his aides felt that he was going to have more than a day of buying time with that statement yesterday. A statement that was not clarifying. I mean, it was saying that it should, will be left up to the states. He didn't address where he is on a federal ban or if he would sign a federal ban if such a thing were to pass. However, steep the odds are in Washington if you were president. And so now he's going to have to address his ban. I mean, the argument from Democrats and the Biden campaign is, by saying that it's up to all states to pick what they want to do, Trump has endorsed all bans. And this news out of Arizona is really going to test that. As far as I know, he has not commented yet. There are a lot of people eagerly waiting to hear what he said.
How do you think this plays out during politics?
It's the worst issue for the Republicans right now. They had a double-digit lead on inflation, double-digit lead on immigration. They're talking about abortion. Democrats have a 15 to 20% advantage. So Trump talking about this engagement, any of the details, is negative, presenting to the Republicans. And if you notice the governor, I pay attention to words, keep talking extreme, like I said half a dozen times. That's going to give a narrative over the next 7 months that this is an extreme issue, which it is. But they're trying to use abortion as a way to communicate the Republican Party being outside the mainstream.
And that messaging, that language, do you think that's effective? for Democrats.
It's effective for Democrats, less effective for independents, but in the end, the independents and swing voters, they're looking for economic issues, they're looking for quality of life issues. Young women, this is the number one issue. For young women, their right to choose trumps language. It trumps every other issue. So in terms of get out the vote, in terms of winning in these close states, abortion could do for the Democrats exactly what it did in 2022. Republicans were expecting a 20 seat, 25 seat gain. They didn't get it because young women voted on abortion. Back then, it would be the same now.
Megan, the former president has reportedly told allies in the past that he believes abortion is quote political loser. It's a great point. If Republicans talking about it, I think they're losing. Do you have a sense of how worried they are tonight about Arizona?
This is something that is certainly on their minds about how to deal with it. I mean, I will note that the one out that Trump may take is that he expressed in his video, and he has said this in private discussion with people and in public commentary, his focus on exceptions in terms of, rape, exception, life as a mother. And this new law would have no exceptions, and that might be an off-ramp that he takes. But regardless, I mean, yes, Trump said, and we at the Times broke this, Trump was saying to people, when the likely Dobbs decision was impending, they this was going to be bad for Republicans. He has recognized the politics of this are bad for Republicans. He has also then gone out and said that he proudly overturn Roe v. Wade. And so it's a little hard to have it both ways, but he is trying to have it all ways, and he often does. He tries to leave all options open and avoid being pinned down. This is on a significant issue that a lot of women are very, very animated by. And looking as if you are trying to avoid saying anything, I don't think is going to be a sustainable position for him.
How does the Trump campaign avoid talking about this issue? Like going back to the actual crisis.
The public is deeply concerned about affordability. And I'm not upping the question, I'm actually emphasizing affordability matters to every family. Immigration, because of the results of what's happened at the border, matters to everyone. Abortion is a hardcore issue for younger women, a little bit less so for younger men. The older that you get, it's still important, but it's not a voter-driven issue, as these other ones are.
And Megan, I mean, if Trump is elected in November, do you think he would change his position to support the federal abortion ban? I mean, I guess of course, he's certainly open to changing his position on a lot of things.
Right, and I think that's the point, and I think that's what you will hear Democrats say and point to a lot. That Trump has been in several different places on abortion. He does have credibility with evangelicals because of what he did in terms of appointing conservative justices to the Supreme Court and throughout federal courts. Those justices in the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. That was something Trump said in 2016 he was going to do. That did happen. And so Trump believes that he has enough credibility to not really take a stand here. But Trump has historically reverted on the issue to turning the issue over to conservative activists who are against abortion. And so I don't think anyone should assume that they have any idea what he would do on this as president.
He also, you had the evangelical former Vice President Pence coming out saying this was a slap in the face yesterday when he said that. Do you think that actually matters at this stage, the Trump campaign? I mean, is that where are they going to go if they don't vote for Trump?
He's got the evangelicals. No matter what happens in his life, he's proven that evangelicals will stand behind him. No matter what happens in his life, he's proven that economic conservatives can trust him in economic issues, social conservatives. But in the end, it's that center. It's the 5% who haven't made up their minds and tend to be younger rather than older. They tend to be a little less educated, a little less likely to follow the news. And for these people, an issue like abortion matters a little bit more than the population overall. That's what I'm focused on. Undecided voters, this is going to play big time.
Thanks so much, Megan Haberman, as well. Tonight, next breaking news in the former president's classified documents case, where the judge is saying tonight about the potential witnesses in that case, and the former president trying again to delay his historic criminal trial in Manhattan for just 6 days until it starts. I'll talk to Liz Harris-Canal, who's in the courtroom today, who else our legal team. And then later, a Michigan judge sentenced the parents of a high school shooter who killed 4 students. Details on their president's punishments have to be convicted of voluntary manslaughter, and also the emotional victim impact statements read by the victim.
I met with a TurboTax expert because I had 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and
We make an account on BBM. I'll file the taxes for you, 100% accuracy guaranteed.
sent a TurboTax full-service expert to your taxes as soon as today.
Just gonna stand it forward, are you gonna take your load back?
We're gonna take it back.
Scott's Tank Builder, triple action. It frees up stomach once, kills fleas, prevents cat gas, and keeps your lung going strong. Glorious!
Get a bag of Scott's triple action today. It's guaranteed. Feed it wrong. Take it.
One elite works all day and does not compete for magic. Just one elite. 12 hours of uninterrupted healing. Elite, eager to explore. And for fast hospital healing, try Elitex.
When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know who I would be, but here I am.
Keep being you and ask your healthcare provider about the #1 prescribed HIV treatment, Biktarvy.
Biktarvy is complete with one pill, once-a-day treatment used for HIV in many people, whether you're 18 or 80. With one small pill, Biktarvy fights HIV to help you get to undetectable and stay there. Whether you're just starting or replacing your current treatment, research shows that taking HIV treatment as prescribed and getting to and staying undetectable prevents transmitting HIV through sex. Severe side effects include kidney problems and kidney failure. Rare life-threatening side effects include a buildup of lactic acid and liver problems. Do not take Biktarvy, take Loretta or Levin without your healthcare provider about all the medicines and supplements you take. If you are pregnant or breastfeeding, or if you have kidney or liver problems, including hepatitis, if you have hepatitis B, do not stop taking Biktarvy without talking to your healthcare provider. Common side effects, diarrhea, nausea, and headache.
No matter where life takes you, Biktarvy can go with you. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
AI is redefining the world. Artificial intelligence is supercharging our own human intelligence, and that's what will move business forward. Machine learning, robotics, and generative AI are increasing productivity, accelerating decision-making, and impacting our lives at work and beyond. AI's real value is in how companies use it to empower their workforce and earn trust from their customers. To maximize your AI investment, turn to Shine.
I thought I knew a lot about our Irish roots. I was surprised to learn so many more things. For family name, 1892. Wow. Here's the book. Yeah. Wow.
It's a craveable contradiction, like sweet and spicy, hot and cold. Tahini chamoy sauce, fruity with a kick. Hits differente. I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure. I found all my treasures in Debbie's Fantastic Find.
Discover your treasure on JB's Fantastic Find.
Tahini chamoy sauce. It's a craveable contradiction, like sweet and spicy, hot and cold. Tahini chamoy sauce, fruity with a kick. Hits differente.
Aaron Burnett out front tomorrow at 7 on CNN.
Breaking news in the classified documents case against the former president. A federal judge in the case, Judge Eileen Cannon, just made a key ruling, and it has to do with potential witnesses. CNN's Evan Perez joins us now with that. So what did the judge decide?
Well, Anderson, she decided that she agrees now with Special Counsel Jack Smith to keep protected some of the names of witnesses, key witnesses. Jack Smith, the Special Counsel, had argued that they should be protected because they could be subject to intimidation and threats, which of course we've seen in some cases associated with the former president. And so she had previously indicated that she was inclined to let those names be put in public record in some of the filings by the company, which of course would cause problems for them. But part of the story here, Anderson, is the continued back and forth, sharp back and forth between Jack Smith and the judge. You and I talked about it last week, and I said, it's getting downright sassy, and you see some of that today in this filing, where she said that some of the arguments that they made, they should have made from the beginning,
Did Judge Kennedy leave room for release of witness names in the future?
She did. She said for now, these names will be redacted in any filings that are made. She did say that the special counsel seems to want to make this, a long-term thing, and so she allowed for her to change her mind later on.
And does this impact any records in the case becoming public?
Well, she also ruled that more records in the case are going to be made public, but if any of those records indicate the names or might identify some of these witnesses, then she's asking for that information to be redacted. So in both cases, Jack Smith got some of what he was asking for, which is to protect the names. The Trump team got some of what they wanted, which is for more of these records to be made public.
Thanks so much. Now to the former president's hush money criminal case here in New York State. He was rejected yet again in another attempt to delay the case that's set to start on Monday with jury selection. This time, the decision came from an appeals court judge just minutes after hearing arguments on behalf of former federal prosecutor Jennifer Rogers and Jebediah Ganger-Williams. He was also senior investigative counsel for the House Select January 6th committee. Also seen as Kara Scannell, who was in the courtroom today. So what more happened in the appeals court today?
Yeah, so this is Trump's latest attempt to try to stop this trial before it starts. Today, they were in there asking an appellate judge to hold the trial to stop it so they could challenge the gag order that was put in place restricting Trump's statements. And there were brief arguments on this. It was quickly denied. But this is just one of the flurry of filings that we're seeing both at the trial court level and at the appellate level to try to stop this case. And there are 3 court days left before this is over and before the trial starts. And I think we could possibly see more. But even this is not technically over because they will file briefs for an appellate court panel to consider this. Those briefs are due on Monday, which is the start of this trial. A decision is expected to follow. It's still a long shot for him to stop this case right now.
Jebediah, one of the arguments the Trump team is making is that, well, New York, the jury pool is likely to be, or more likely to be liberal, perhaps, and not like Trump. Does that argument hold any water? Would that mean that any politician on trial could only be tried in a district where he was popular?
Yeah, you get to have a jury of your peers, and the president is famously from New York. And what the jury process is about leading who is going to be fair and impartial in the process. It's not about getting the jurors that you only want, but having the opportunity to ask the questions, to really inquire whether they can be fair and impartial to both parties, both the government and the defendant have the right to a fair trial. He's going to have the opportunity here. The judge will ask questions, counsel too will have the opportunity to ask questions, and these very issues about political affiliation, preconceptions about the former president, all that is going to have an opportunity to come out, and then he'll have the opportunity to do what people do in every trial, which is to strike jurors. Every lawyer who's been to trial before is engaged in that process. You're trying to understand what are people's preconceived notions about your positions, and then you test those, and if you don't feel confident, they're going to support you, and when you offer arguments, you have those juries struck. So we'll have that chance.
And Jennifer, we saw the jury, some of the questions going to be asked to the jury. Do you think it's going to be, do you think it's going to be a lengthy process on the jury?
I think it will because there's so many people involved. They're going to call hundreds of people because there's so many people who are going to say they feel strongly about Trump, either against him or for him. And the judge has already said that all people who say, I have a conflict or I just can't be fair and impartial are going to automatically be excused. But I think it's going to take them a long time to get through all of these hundreds of people, even with the streamlined process, which includes a questionnaire and not going one by one through all the people who say that they have a conflict.
Specifically about the gag order, what did the legal team take issue with?
So they said they wanted to narrow it 3 different ways. They said that they thought Trump should be able to talk about Michael Cohen and Stormy Daniels, 2 key witnesses for the prosecution, because they said that they are continuing to talk about the case. They want him to have the ability to respond. They also said that they think Trump should be able to talk about publicly filed motions in this case. One of them is about recusing the judge, and that motion, which had the details about the work his daughter has done for Democratic organization, came the day after the gag order was put in place. So he's trying to get around the gag order that way by saying that he's talking about the motion. And then also he wants to talk about with the prosecutors on the case who, for a brief period of time, worked at the Department of Justice as part of his line that this is a Biden prosecution, even though the District Attorney Alvin Bragg is entirely separate from the Department of Justice and is not taking direction from Joe Biden. And so he wants to loosen the gag order, and that way the prosecutor said, know that this gag order is already narrowly tailored. And they said that they're only going to
one of the former president's attorneys made the argument that some of the former president's statements about the case may be rude, but they didn't rise to the level of incitement.
Yeah, that's the understatement of the year, right? I mean, they don't have to rise to the level of incitement. They are intimidating, they are threatening, they are, as Karen said, making people not want to participate in the trial. And the judge has an obligation to protect the integrity of those proceedings. And so, this gag order, which, by the way, very similar language, was upheld by the DC Circuit Federal Court of Appeals when it was put in place by Judge Chutkan and the federal election subversion case. So there's really strong ground to stand on to say that this was a constitutional order, and I think it'll say that.
And to me, on the Judge Cannon decision about keeping the jury for now, the names off of public, but at least in this juncture, that.
I think there's been a competition between the Department of Justice and Judge Cannon that has been building, and the question of whether, as an understatement, when I think you saw her back down and try to save face here, I mean, she really said, she suggested that Jack Smith had introduced new evidence she could consider. I think what's happened here is that he told her what the law was, and she had no choice but to agree with him. But I think this is just the beginning, and we're likely to that interpretation, which is going to have to be decided by the 11th Circuit, which is the appellate court that oversees Judge Cannon, and we may in the future see an attempt by Jack Smith to have her removed. She could be removed. I think if she continues on the path that she has, I think has had some undefensible decisions that she's made, and I think if she does that again, I do think we'll see that possibility going forward.
Appreciate it, everyone. Thank you. Just ahead, emotional impact statements today as far as sentencing the parents of a Michigan school shooter. You're going to hear them, and I'll talk to the lead prosecutor on the case.
Always try scope before you run. Listen, hot dog diet got me shredded. It's time we listen to science. One A Day is formulated with key nutrients to support whole body health. One A Day, science that matters.
I was stuck. Unresolved depression symptoms were in my way. I needed more from my antidepressant. Vraylar helped give it a lift. Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant is clinically proven to help relieve overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most show no substantial impact on weight loss. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke, report unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults, report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, as these may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle weakness, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Stomach and sleep issues, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. I didn't have to change my treatment. I just gave it a lift. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Hello, Ghostbusters. It's done. I've done the room. We help people customize and save hundreds on car insurance. Anyway, we got a bit of a situation here. Huh? Huh? Sure, I can. Okay. Ghostbusters, frozen in. Who's next?
That looks complicated. That's why VisionWorks organizes those frames by shape and price. So it's simple to find a pair you'll love. There are the shapes. That's the price. Now you get it. VisionWorks. See the difference.
When you're the leader, that's the cleanup and restoration. How do you make like it never even happened? Happen? Fire it up, Randy!
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
You're going to buy a storage shed for the backyard, and it better be as nice as your house. Then look at a Reed's Ferry shed. A Reed's Ferry shed is so good looking you can put it in the front yard. And better quality than those sheds at the home improvement store. Built in and installed by Reed's Ferry and backed by a 30-year warranty. See yours online at reedsferry.com. Then make the call.
says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one. Amidst pristine lakes and rolling green mountains, your vacation oasis awaits. Experience the lakes region of New Hampshire with our 3 unique locations. Steel Hill Resorts, offering family-friendly amenities on 500 mountaintop acres. The Siles, centrally located with spacious vacation condos. And the Center Harbor Inn, set beachside on beautiful Lake Winnipesaukee. Path Resorts, choose the road less travel. Go to pathresorts.com/deal for exclusive packages and promotions. Closed captioning is brought to you by Eucor. Help maintain a healthy urinary tract with Eucor.
At Eucor, we make UTI relief products. We also make proactive urinary tract health products. Eucor is a life. Try today at eucor.com.
It was an unprecedented and mostly difficult day in court today as the parents of the school shooter were sentenced to at least a decade in prison. James and Jennifer Company's son killed 4 students in the 2021 shooting, and they became the first parents to be held criminally responsible for a mass shooting committed by their child. Teenage Gonzalez this morning.
It was the sentence of this court, Ms. Crumley, who served 10 to 15 years. As to defendant James Crumley, it was the sentence of this court, who served 10 to 15 years.
Historic sentences handed down for the parents of a teen who killed 4 students at a Michigan high school in 2021.
It is a goal of sentencing to act as a deterrent. These convictions are not about poor parenting. These convictions confirm repeated acts or lack of acts that could have halted an oncoming runaway train.
James and Jennifer Crumley were found guilty of involuntary manslaughter in separate trials earlier this year, the first time parents of a mass school shooter have been held directly accountable for an attack. On November 30th, 2021, their son killed Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, Justin Schilling, and Hannah St. Juliana at Oxford High School, using a gun gifted to him by Jennifer and her husband.
The blood of our children is on your hands too.
The family of the victims gave statements ahead of the sentencing. When you worried about what people thought of you and feeling threatened, I was learning your son threatened my daughter to be fatally shot her in the head. While you were hiding, I was planning her funeral. And while you were running away from your son and your responsibility, I was forced to do the worst possible thing a parent could do. I was forced to say goodbye to my medicine. The older sister of 14-year-old victim Hannah St. Juliana says no punishment will ever be enough. I now have to live without Hannah, my little sister, my best friend, my other half. To me, that makes the maximum sentence being 15 years too short. Hannah didn't even have 15 years to live.
Hannah's murder has
Both Crumley spoke up on their own behalf. James Crumley, for the first time since his trial began.
To the victims and the families. I stand today not to ask for your forgiveness, as I know it may be beyond reach, but to express my sincerest apologies for the pain that has been caused. I will be in my own internal prison for the rest of my life.
I really want the families to know how truly sorry I am, and I'll continue to feel this pain for the rest of my life as well. If I could go back and change things, if I could go back and do things differently, and maybe none of us would be here today.
Chief Gonzalez notices now, are the Crumbleys likely to appeal, and could this be their sentence reduced?
Absolutely, they're going to appeal. We don't know how it will turn out, but there are a lot of texts in this trial, and the text is one moment at a time, right? We don't know what happens before, we don't know what happens after. There were texts by Ethan in this trial, the shooter in this trial, where he texted his friend and he said, I asked my dad for mental health and he laughed at me. He told me to suck it up and take a pill. Well, the Crumbleys could not counteract that. There was nothing. They wanted Ethan to come in that courtroom to testify. So we can see what Ethan has to say about all of that. And yet, Fifth Amendment privilege that his attorneys waived for him did not waive, saying that they are going to appeal the sentence. Furthermore, the medical record, because he told the psychiatrist that he actually lied. He didn't ask his parents ever for any help.
those medical records are privileged also, so they couldn't come in. So you saw one side, there was no way to counter it by James and Jennifer Crumbley. We'll see what the appellate court says about that.
Sure. Thanks very much. Joining me now is the lead prosecutor in the case, Oakland County Michigan prosecutor Karen McDonald. Ms. McDonald, I appreciate your time. You heard in Jane's report, a sister of one of the victims, Hannah St. Juliana, says that the 10 to 15-year sentence for the Crumbleys feels too short because Hannah, her sister, didn't even live through 15. Are you satisfied with the sentence that you have?
You know, satisfaction isn't really a feeling that I think anyone has. Just watching your story, it's, you know, I haven't actually watched it since we were in court today, and it is so jarring and moving, and I think nothing will bring back these kids, but the sheer enormous impact that their gross negligence had on these families it was palpable. And if I could, Anderson, I would like to just address just the previous statements. It is not actually true that the shooter said that the psychiatrist said he lied. That was taken completely out of context, and you know we heard that even today, which was a surprise that we'd be arguing facts after we've had 2 jury trials. But the shooter being called as a witness and the psychiatrist actually would be damning testimony for both parents. So you know the text messages he sent to his friends.
So, do you worry about what may happen on the field? Are you confident?
I do not, because we took painstaking efforts, and so did this judge, to make sure that Jennifer Gates Crumbley had a fair trial. And the evidence that we sought to admit, by the way, much of it was deemed excluded, went through the rigor of an evidentiary analysis by the court and real argument and analysis by each side. But it is not true that he told the psychiatrist that he lied about that. That's taken out of context. And, you know, it's frustrating for us that all of this came out in the Millard hearing, which is a separate proceeding, and we never sought to keep any of that information. But it's not our gift. He does have a right, a Fifth Amendment right, and we couldn't give that. But it's just, you know, all of the evidence came out about what he actually told the psychiatrist, and what his testimony would be, and it's not favorable to Jennifer or James.
I appreciate the clarification. One of the important things that I'm not going to say that anything can come out of this, but one of the important things perhaps that can come out of this is a message that could be sent to parents everywhere, not just in Michigan, but around the country, about responsibility. And what do you think that message is?
You know, I don't think the majority of people in this country and parents, you're a parent, I'm a parent, need to have that message. I think the facts in this case are so egregious. I absolutely do not promote the idea that we should criminalize bad parenting. I absolutely don't stand for the proposition that we should always find out where the parent's role was in every criminal act, even if it's with a gun. But when you're presented with evidence like this, and you ask the question, like all of us did, where did the minor get his hands on his gun? And those answers lead to social media posts boasting about it. They lead to a lot of signs that there was some trouble, and ignoring that, and then in addition, providing this deadly weapon 4 days before the shooting, giving him access to the weapon and the ammunition, not securing it, and then when called to the school and given this worksheet where he writes, "Help me, the world is dead, blood everywhere," and asked to get him some counseling either that day or within 48 hours, and they say nothing about this gun. You know, they were just, you know, and I think the judge's comments really stressed that. She sat through 2 very long, detailed trials, and her comments in sentencing really reflected a knowledge of the evidence. And you know, look, I hope that what comes out of this is more questions about where the weapon comes from, more attention to access to weapons. But I want to be really clear, this prosecution does not really change the fact that the #1 cause of death for children in this country is gun violence. And we have to address it in a comprehensive public health way. I started and we're releasing recommendations on a commission to address gun violence. And it goes way upstream to talk about, way before somebody puts their hand on a gun, how can we prevent these tragedies? And the good news is there's a lot of ways that we can prevent this. We just have to educate the public and provide that for them.
Chairman McDonald, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just had opposition to the former president's claims of immunity in his election interference case, this time from former top military commanders and officials. One of the 19 who signed an amicus brief to the Supreme Court joins us now.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
In here, you can expect to find crystal clear audio, expansive display space, and more comfort for everyone. But we still left room for all the unexpected things you find out here. The new 2024 Red Cherokee lineup, Jeep is only one.
During the Jeep Celebration event, get the 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee, starting at $38,290 MSRP. Visit Jeep.com for details.
Make your first move with battery-powered 8x Steel. Right now, save $50 on the RMA 510 battery mower, plus get a free extra battery. Real Steel. Find yours.
Introducing Allison's Black Psoriasis. She thinks her flaky gray patches are all people see.
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis. Otezla can help you get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking with no routine blood test required. Doctors have been prescribing Otezla for nearly a decade. Otezla is also approved to treat psoriatic arthritis. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla have depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur.
With clear skin, girls' day out is a good day out. Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla.
Scout is protected by Simparica Trio and keeps in it to win it. Simparica Trio is the first chew with triple protection. Oh, please! And ticks! Intestinal worm! Well, heartworm disease is no problem with Simparica Trio. This drug class has been associated with neurologic adverse reactions, including seizures. Use with caution at dogs with a history of these disorders. For winning protection, go with Simparica Trio.
Smart Finder offers the ultimate smart protection. Easy removal, clean install. It's smart. It's Smart Finder.
Follow your pet's every step with the world's most trusted GPS tracker for pets. Track your pet's live location from anywhere in the world. Monitor their activity, sleep, and get health alerts so you can spot potential issues early. Set virtual fences to get alerts if your escape artist goes too far. All-in-one, easy-to-use app with unlimited range and support in over 150 countries. Tractive, trusted by millions of pet parents around the world. Save 20% for a limited time.
Right now, pet dander, skin cell, mold spores, pollen, and dirt are being sucked into your air ducts. Get cleaner air and system efficiency now with Stanley's Steamer. Your air ducts are clean until they're Stanley's Steamer clean.
Higher shipping rates may be the cost of doing it, but at what cost?
Turn shipping to your advantage with low-cost ground shipment from the United States Postal Service. Green tablet. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Huge things happen. Oh, happen. Be there with Ring. Learn more at ring.com.
I'm Lauren Fox on Capitol Hill, and this is
19 former top military commanders and officials have filed a brief before the Supreme report attacking the former president's claims of immunity. The authors include retired four-star admirals and generals, as well as our next guest, Ray Mabus, who served as Navy Secretary of the Obama administration. Secretary Mabus, it's good to have you on. You write in this amicus brief that a president with complete immunity from any action taken in office could mean, quote, creating the likelihood that service members will be placed in the impossible position of having to choose between following their commander-in-chief and obeying the laws enacted by Congress. Can you give us an example of an unlawful order, even if it was given by the commander-in-chief?
Sure. You've got a president that has immunity, that has no consequences for action. So then you've got a group of protesters peacefully protesting policy of the administration, and the president says, have some U.S. military to take them out. Then the military, if they follow that order, they would be prosecuted for murder. But they would have the impossible decision, choice, of do you follow the orders from the commander-in-chief, which is clearly unlawful, or do you follow your duty to not obey that and cause the chaos that would follow? That's the danger here. It's a serious, deep, substantial danger.
So it's not just theoretical. I mean, this could, you're saying, what you believe, it could have a ripple effect of having people in the military questioning orders that they receive from on high to make sure that, I mean, just it would raise all sorts of questions and concerns about people in all different ranks.
Oh, absolutely. If we've got two bedrock principles here. One is civilian control of the military. It's enshrined in our Constitution. The other is that both civilians and the military operate under the rule of law. And the thing that holds that together is trust. The military trusts the fact that the civilian superiors are going to issue lawful orders. If you have somebody who is not constrained by that, who there are no consequences, and just says, I don't care what an order is lawful, I'm going to issue it no matter what, then once again, the military is in that impossible position. Do you follow an order that's clearly unlawful? And they've got a duty to disobey if an order is unlawful. You follow that. But then what does that happen down the chain of command? What does the colonel do? What does the lieutenant do? What does the sergeant do? What does the private do? You've got the commander-in-chief saying one thing. You've got your military commanders, chain of command, saying don't do that.
The brief also says, and I quote, domestic conflict on U.S. soil, especially conflict related to the peaceful transition of power, only encourages our foreign adversaries. What type of national security threats do you envision if a foreign adversary were to take advantage of disruption in the United States?
One of the things that's the most awesome about our democracy is how we have a peaceful transfer of power. And every time we do, and we have for almost 200 years now, in all sorts of situations, every time we do, you have that transfer of power. That time is a really fraught time because you've got a completely new group of people coming in. They've got to be up to speed on day one. They're probably going to be tested. But if you've got someone issuing unlawful orders during that time, trying to hold on to power after an election that they lost, then foreign adversaries, they're going to seize on that. They already do. They already watch very closely and test the U.S. during these transitions. But if you've got this chaotic time and orders being issued, followed, not followed, then they could use that very easily as a time for either to move against us, move against our allies, or to try to undermine us in myriad ways all around the world.
Secretary Mabus, I really appreciate you being on. Thank you.
Thank you, Anderson.
All right, next, a deadly police involved shooting in Chicago and some questions about whether officers used excessive force. We'll show you the newly released body cam footage revealed about the moments leading up to the fatal encounter.
You know, if you were cash back and you could earn on everything with just one card, Chase Freedom Unlimited. So if you're off the racket or grab racket, get cash back. Cash back on blackjacks, baby backs, or tacos at the taco shack. I'm working on my six pack. Switch to a king suite. Silent retreat. Hold on. Here, that kid's all right now. I'm gonna sell it. Cash back on everything you buy. Chase free money limits with no annual. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of a tool.
What Barbara was the TurboTax?
I wrote 4 generations of family tradition. Huh? I want to make her feel.
So I need Barbara's recycling account by guaranteeing her maximum refund. Include TurboTax.
You can take a look at it.
So here, guys, we're moving everything down to the stud.
From design and products to removal and installation, Rebath is with you through every step of your remodel. Call or visit Rebath.com for your free in-home design consultation.
I hear that music and my feet just start tapping. My grandchildren, they're 6th generation of dancers. It's what my family's all about. I thought I knew a lot about our Irish roots. I was surprised to learn so many more things from Ancestry. 1892.
Oh, and here's the vote that came up. There's a Julie Healy, a Mary here, this is all her name?
Yeah.
Wow.
COVID-19. I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19.
My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not risking it. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and helps stop the virus from multiplying in your body.
Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. It's critical to tell your doctor about all the medicines you take because certain tests or changes in their dosage may be needed. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if you're allergic to Nortrelvir, ritonavir, or any of its ingredients. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe, like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all the possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
Commercially insured patients may pay as little as $0, and the U.S. government is making Paxlovid available to Medicare, Medicaid, and uninsured patients for free. Terms and conditions apply to both programs. Learn more at Paxlovid.com/Paxess and ask your doctor today. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Please, have you surround me?
Take your load back. Scott's Type Builders are in action. We jumpstart at once. Kill sleeps, prevents caveats, and keeps it growing strong.
Get a bag of Scott's triple action today. It's guaranteed. Beat it. Beat it.
It's easier than ever to stay connected with our online digital tools. With your MyAstound account, you can add new services, confirm your tech appointments, go paperless, and sign up for text messages. Plus, now you can add Astound Mobile, which runs on one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. Go to my.astound.com now and check it out. Your MyAstound account makes it easy to get exactly what you need. Log in today and connect to astounding possibilities.
Premium mayonnaise. Every dollop is so rich and creamy. It makes any sandwich delicious. Irresistible. Hellman's mayonnaise.
This small thing is the next big thing in diabetes. It shows you the next where it's headed, just like that. On that, just feels like Dexcom, powerful, simple diabetes management.
CNN this morning with Casey Hunt. Tomorrow at 5 Eastern.
Tonight, Just Released body cam video is revealing new details about a fatal police call shooting in Chicago. 26-year-old Dexter Reed was killed during a traffic stop last month involving 5 police officers. Nearly 100 shots were fired towards Reed, raising questions about whether the officers used excessive force. CNN's Omar Jimenez has that story one-on-one persona with the city.
March 21st, 2024. Chicago police are initiating a traffic stop on a driver reportedly for not wearing a seatbelt, according to the Civilian Office of Police Accountability. The traffic stop being conducted by 5 tactical officers.
Roll the window down. What are you doing? Roll that one down too. Hey, don't roll the window up. Don't roll the window up. Do not roll the window up. Unlock the door now.
Temperature quickly escalates. One officer puts what appears to be his gun on the windshield. Reed then fires first, hitting an officer in the forearm for the initial investigation. Then, chaos. Then, 3 final gunshots, 96 in total, according to investigators. The gun was later recovered from the front seat of Reed's car. Portia Banks had just been on the phone with her brother minutes before it all happened. Then, she turned on a police scanner at her shop.
We're listening to the police talking, like saying shots fired, but I can hear all the shots on the scanner. I can hear so many shots, so many shots, so many shots. But didn't know that it was my brother. But then to know later on that night that those shots that I heard and then the ambulance going past the shop was my brother was the most heartbreaking thing I could ever felt in my life.
One of the family's attorneys argues this never should have happened in the first place.
There was a weapon recovered in his car. However, it started with unconstitutional, pretextual, and unnecessary stop of Dexter Reed. And that's what precipitated the entire incident.
And questions remain over why tactical officers initiated a traffic stop for a supposed seatbelt violation. As part of a brief statement, Chicago police says this incident is still under investigation, but the stop is where it all began.
If you don't stop my nephew, he'll be alive today.
Reed's uncle sitting alongside his father.
When this happened to my nephew, I hope the police can understand that this is the same pain that they feel when an officer is killed in the line of duty.
It's a pain that manifests in memories, and pain that manifests in despair.
They took my son away from me. They kept it no more. I don't know what I'm going to do.
And I just wish that I could talk to him and say, if it was one day, I never ever thought that it would be. I never thought that it would be. I never thought that it would be.
Chicago Police Department said it's still under investigation, and the Civilian Office of Police Accountability says they've recommended to the police superintendent that they relieve 4 of these officers of their policing powers as that investigation continues. The Cook County State's Attorney here says they are investigating for potential criminal prosecution, but they are not there at this point. And look, as people watch this and react to this, Reed did fire his weapon first, so that initial response from police is not necessarily what is under question with those initial shots. It is really why this stop happened in the first place and why the shots continued for as long as they did.
Omar Jimenez, thanks. The news continues right here on CNN.
Up front next, breaking news as Trump stares down 5 days until his first criminal trial in New York. The judge in yet another criminal trial, the classified documents case, just issuing a separate ruling, this time siding with Special Counsel Jack Smith. And the unbelievable 180 inside the Republican Party, the GOP running as fast as they can away from a major court ruling today that bans nearly every abortion in the state of Arizona. So why are they so afraid of that? Isn't that what they wanted? And a CNN investigation this hour into one of the single deadliest events in Gaza. Tonight, casting major doubt on Israel's official version of the events. Let's go out front. And good evening, I'm Mary Burnett. Out front tonight, the breaking news, 5 days until Trump's criminal trial begins in New York. Trump denied at every turn tonight as he tries to stall that case. Just moments ago, another key decision coming out in a separate Trump trial as well. This in just the past hour, a ruling in Trump's Mar-a-Lago classified documents case, who gave Jack Smith a partial win, siding with his request to withhold real names of witnesses in court documents. But, and there are many buts here, but one of them in particular is huge. Judge Cannon still has not announced a trial date for that classified documents case. and we're coming under intense criticism that she's doing exactly what Trump wants in delaying the case. Now, we're going to have more on that breaking ruling in just a moment. Paula Reed's breaking some more details here at this moment. But again, this is the result of the last minute hearing for Trump in New York today. A very terse rejection. Today, Trump's legal team arguing to an appeals court judge that his hush money case should be delayed while the former president challenges a gag order. The decision, though, was swift. Moments after the hearing ended, the judge, in these 2 terse pages, rejecting Trump's argument, and at the very end, lots of lines you could have put for your reasoning, and she only needed 2. This application for an interim stay of the proceedings pending resolution of the Article 78 proceeding was denied. Justice Cynthia Kim, then signing merely with her initials here, CSK, Cynthia Kern, I'm sorry. So as of tonight, Trump's first criminal trial with 34 counts is hopefully ahead to begin on Monday. Trump will become the first U.S. president to face criminal prosecution. And the jury pool in Manhattan is already set for this. Jury selection will begin on Monday. And everyone who's scheduled to show up on Monday has known they're showing up on Monday. So they knew they are. Paula Reed is out front. And Paula, the New York case about to make history tonight, even as Judge Cannon in Florida again refuses to set a trial date.
Yeah, here Cannon did at least decide one of the key issues that is created really like a logjam in this case, and that is whether to reveal the names of witnesses. And she said, for now, those names will remain secret, but this has caused a lot of tension with the special counsel's office and Judge Cannon after Cannon pushed for more transparency, said she was going to reveal more information in this case. But tonight, she conceded that the special counsel is right. If she were to reveal the names of these witnesses, Aaron Wynn reported some of these witnesses are low-level employees at Trump's club. That could potentially subject them to risk and harassment. Now, Cannon, she's been under a lot of scrutiny for her approach to this case. She still has over a dozen motions outstanding. And as you noted, the biggest decision she hasn't made is where to put this case on the calendar. We were in court with her well over a month ago. Your arguments on that issue, and she still has not set a date. Aaron, I get a lot of questions, this tension, this scrutiny about whether the special counsel will move to try to get Cannon removed from this case. Now, there's no indication in their filings that they're going to do that at this point, but if they were, that's difficult. That's a high bar. They would need a record of mistakes or missteps. And right now, a record is pretty thin, but you can bet if they do attempt that in the future, this backpack will likely be part of the record.
It seems that way. All right, thank you very much, Paula. And I want to go now to our legal analyst, Ryan Goodman, Sarah Kristoff, former U.S. prosecutor for the Southern District here in New York, and Robert Hirschhorn, an attorney and jury and trial consultant. So thanks so much to all of you. So Ryan, it's brief, as I said, terse. It didn't take much. I'm sure you could add one, but she only needed 2 of the roughly 10 lines here. So is there anything else Trump can do that can delay the case scheduled to start in 5 days?
I can't see anything that he could do. I think we're going to go to trial on Monday. The only unforeseeable event is if his legal team fell apart and he tried to call for rescheduling, but that wouldn't happen. His legal team is in place for him across multiple cases. So he's stuck with them, they're stuck with him, and he's stuck with his trial.
Sarah, what do you think?
I agree. I think he's done everything he could do here to try to delay this, and it's not going to happen. I think we're going forward on Monday, whether he likes it or not.
As I said, it will be history making. That it's the first time a former U.S. president is facing criminal prosecution. Robert, on Monday, of course, the judge said you can't delay the trial. We've got this jury pool, though, already set, right? Already set. They're going to show up. They know who they are. We've gone through that. They've got a long questionnaire with 42 questions that they're going to be asking each and every potential juror. So how does the process start from here?
Yeah, Aaron, thank you so much for having me on the show. So first, we'll see if Trump has any more continuances up his sleeve in his team. We'll see, because I won't believe it until Monday comes. So what's going to happen is the judge is going to call those jurors in. He's going to put them in panels or groups. As I understand it, it's somewhere around 500 jurors that he's summoned. And what he's going to do, what he thinks fascinating, Aaron, what he's doing, he's going to talk to the jurors and basically say to them, look, here's how long the trial's going to last. Just because you might have child care issues, work issues, that in and of itself is not going to be enough. So I want to know two things. You have an opinion about the case, and you have a hardship. You have an opinion that's so strong that you can't be a fair and impartial juror. And what the judge is going to do is literally have the panel members raise their hand up to see if either they have a strong opinion or they have a hardship. He's going to literally line the jurors up, have them come up and talk one at a time, and tell the judge what their hardship is or what their, why they can't be a fair and impartial juror. It's going to be a fascinating process.
I mean, it is fascinating to imagine 500 people sort of bringing through there. So, I mean, the way the system is supposed to work is that all of us, citizens, as jurors, are supposed to answer those questions honestly. And this is your duty as a citizen. Do you think that is reasonable to expect? That people are going to say, I have a strong opinion, or, I mean, among the questions, well, checking where you get the news, checking what podcasts you listen to, checking what books you read.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the questions, I think they're really fairly designed to flesh out what people's views are and whether they have biases or preconceived notions. You would hope that people answer them honestly, but there may be people who very much want to serve in the jury, and there may be people who very much don't want to serve in the jury, and they adjust their
Right, and we understand that happens. So Ryan, at the same time, I think this is very important. So, and I know Robert said, I'll believe it when I see it, right? We're getting to the finish line. But if it starts on Monday, as it seems now in this 5-day countdown that it will, at the same time, a 3-judge panel, if I'm correct, right, will be listening to Trump's appeal on the gag order, which could potentially affect the timing of the trial itself. How does that happen if these two things are going sort of at the same time, parallel paths?
So I think the important thing to think about is that Trump's argument for why he should not be gagged and what he says about witnesses and the like is he's saying I have a First Amendment right to speak my mind to the public and uncontained. He's not saying I get to say this because I want to influence the jurors. So that's why you can have them on 2 separate tracks. Get the jury started, get the trial started, have that happen. And then yes, it's actually important to have the briefing and everything occur very quickly on the gag order in order to potentially release him or not, or what he wants to say publicly. But it's not about what he wants to say directed at the court or at the jurors at the trial. That's why these two things can happen at the same time.
And Robert, do you expect anyone in at least 500? I mean, there are going to be some people, I would presume, because it's always the case in New York, are going to say that they're not aware of the case. But the majority of them, one would think, would be well aware of at least some of the details on this.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd have to be living under a rock not to have heard about this case, the Hush Money case, or the Stormy Daniels case. Everybody would have heard of it, Aaron, the vast majority. But here's the issue. Can you take whatever opinion that you have about the case or former President Trump and set those aside and decide this case based on the testimony, the evidence, and the law? And if the jurors say yes, they're going to be on the jury panel. At least the panel is not the actual jury. And if they say no, the judge is going to cut them loose because the process he set up, Aaron, it's designed to ferret out the vast majority of people that either have a legitimate hardship or just can't be fair and impartial. So he's going to wean that group of 500 down to maybe 150, and that's the group that's going to be answering the 42 questions.
That's going to really answer those questions. It is amazing, and I think people realize, what happens if you have 500 people that show up. Not the situation, of course, in the vast implications of the country. So, Ryan, the other thing, Paula Reed, breaking news on Judge Cannon. So, several parts to the ruling. One, okay, the names are going to be redacted of the witnesses in the actual documents, but Trump is still allowed to post things about these people or things they've said, and she still refused to work it. What do you take away from this?
So I think she did the most important thing, which is protect the identity of the witnesses so that the public at large would have a harder time trying to target them.
Figure out who they are.
Exactly, and it does tell us what's happening in New York, that the gag order is in place because of the Judge Trump said. Otherwise, what Trump has done with his statements to identifying people specifically is create an atmosphere of intimidation. So that's at least what she has done tonight, is essentially try to protect some of the witnesses from that atmosphere of intimidation. And it could have been awful if she had decided it in the other direction. Just imagine some of these witnesses dropping out. That could have been an easy result.
Right. All right. Thank you all three very much. And next, the major Supreme Court ruling from the state of Arizona, upholding an 1864 law, bringing a whole new meaning to precedent. We
every abortion in the state. It is a law that Republicans like Barry Lake were once huge fans of.
I'm incredibly thrilled that we are going to have a great law that's already on the book.
Well, she's not so thrilled tonight. Wait till you hear what she's saying, that she doesn't want to lose the Senate race. She's not the only one running far, far away. Plus, President Biden offering one of his sharpest rebukes yet of Netanyahu. As the CNN investigation you'll see this hour of one of the single deadliest mass casualty events in Gaza casts major doubt on Israel's version of events.
That looks complicated. That's why VisionWorks organized those things by shape and price. So it's simple to find a pair you'll love. There are the shapes and the price. Now you get it. VisionWorks. See the difference.
Congratulations. Schedule with Safe Life. We'll come to you to Scout is protected by Simparica Trio and Heat and Total. Triple protection. Please. Intestinal worms. Well, performance is no problem with Simparica Trio. This drug class is associated with neurologic adverse reactions, including seizures. Gosh, the doctor with different disease disorders. Triple protection. Go with Simparica Trio.
Also, try our allergy, headache, and nighttime pills.
My signature mattress versus this leading brand name hybrid mattress. Both the home with inner spring coils. But my signature is just $9.99. There's sure, they're not exactly the same. But so much more. Oh my God.
I was a TurboTax expert because I had 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and cleaning. Count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed. Let the TurboTax full service expert do your taxes as soon as today.
Making the switch to battery was one of the best decisions that we made as a company.
Built for you, built for work. Right now, get a free battery with the purchase of select professional steel tools. Real steel, find yours. The future is here. We've been creating it for more than 100 years. Putting the most advanced technology into people's hands. Generation after generation. Tool after tool. Again and again. Bringing you the most reliable network of authorized sales and service dealers. Always moving forward. We lead, others follow.
Sahih mild hot sauce. It's a craveable contradiction. Like coffee, casual, and crazy cool. Sahih mild hot sauce. Mildly spicy with a hint of lime. Hint differente. Sahih mild hot sauce. It's a craveable contradiction. Like coffee, casual, and crazy cool. Sahih mild hot sauce. Mildly spicy with a hint of lime. Hint differente. Tonight, a massive flip flop inside the GOP. Republicans now sprinting away from one of the issues that has defined that party for decades. Maybe the Republican presidential candidates down to local lawmakers have campaigned on again and again. A crucial litmus test for the entire Republican Party. The issue of abortion. The Republicans are now tripping over themselves. Roll abortion rights back in 1984, upholding a 100%
She released a statement which reads, and I quote, "I oppose today's ruling, and I'm calling on Katie Pop, the state legislature, to come up with an immediate common sense solution that Arizonans can support." Okay, that would be fine if she just was breaking her silence on this issue. You know, and they say, "Oh, we never heard of a law from 1864." Well, Carrie Lake had, and in fact, she had ardently supported this very law from 1864. Here she is talking about it 2 years ago.
We have a great law on the books right now. I'm incredibly thrilled that we are going to have a great law that's already on the books. I believe it's ARS 133603. So it will prohibit abortion in Arizona except within the lines of a month. And I think we're going to be setting, paving the way and setting for other states to follow.
So she didn't even just say, "Oh, I support this law in the book." She exactly said what the law did, right? But only in the life of the mother. That's the 1864 law. She made it very clear. She knew what it was and she supported it. Lake's flip-flopping because she knows that Arizona is not giving away when it comes to the way voters want. And Arizona's Civil War era law is not what voters want. When you look at the map, when you see this across the country, Ohio, California, Michigan, Vermont, and conservative states, Kansas, Kentucky, and Montana, have all gone to the polls to protect access to abortion. You've had that state legislative seat won in Alabama, on their own lands. You are seeing it across this country. Kayla Tausche is out trying live outside the White House to begin our coverage of this tonight. And Kayla, the White House tonight, ready to fight on this issue. They believe that this is key to Biden's reelection. How much are the Republican flip-flopping attempts, though, complicating things for Biden? Well, Aaron, there are still Republicans who are flip-flopping in the other direction. Swing state Republican candidates who have been a little bit more circumspect on the issue and now are siding with the policy position that President Trump, the former president, has laid out this week, where he has said to let the states decide. And it's that position that in conversations tonight, senior White House officials, senior Biden campaign officials say it's going to be the galvanizing issue for voters, and it's going to help them establish a very clear contrast between what their candidate will do and what former President Trump is outlining. One campaign official described it to me as a state-level job, referring, of course, to the case in 2022 that helped the Supreme Court overturn Roe v. Wade, sparking protests across the country and giving Democrats a strong showing in the 2022 midterms. And campaign officials cite polling in Arizona that show that 62% of Arizonans believe that abortion should be legal in all or most cases. But the challenge for Biden in that state is going to be how many other issues voters will have to consider there. Take what the Wall Street Journal found just last month when it polled voters across swing states, including in Arizona. Abortion was actually the only issue where Biden bested Trump. You'll see in other cases, like on the economy, immigration, and fitness for office, President Trump was about 20 points higher than President Biden. Even so, they're going full court press on this issue alone. Vice President Harris will be in Tucson later this week. There are going to be many more surrogates visiting Arizona and other swing states to talk about this. All right, Caleb, thank you very much. And let's bring in CNN political commentator and the host of PBS Firing Line, Margaret Hoover. Okay, so it's amazing to look at how Arizonans view the issue of abortion as fairly at those polls. No surprise that Carrie Lake's running away from it. Maybe the surprise is how much she knew about it, that she had it down accurately, and she's so stridently supported it. Well, you know, it bears repeating. As you've said, this is a Civil War era law that was on the books in Arizona in 1864. Arizona wasn't even a state, Aaron, when this law was on the books. So the Supreme Court in Arizona has just ignored a 2022 ban on abortion that was 15 weeks in favor of a territorial law that wasn't even on the books, and it was argued. And this is the key, and this is why Carrie Lake took this position. She was running for governor in 2022, and she was defending an argument from a far-right extremist group called the Alliance Defending Freedom. This is a deeply conservative, litigious group. They argue that they're doing the thing they accuse others of. This is lawfare using socially conservative ideology to fuel their arguments. And this group, the Alliance Defending Freedom, is responsible for the most onerous anti-LGBT laws and anti-trans laws that are being passed in state legislatures across the country. They are responsible for the argument the state Supreme Court in Arizona accepted. she had felt like she had to pander to them or to be on their side.
Because it's galvanizing that narrow least support in order to try to get her over the finish line for her gubernatorial race. Now she's running away from it because guess what? Actually, Arizona Republicans in a statewide race, Arizona Republicans will never hit Barry Goldwater. Okay, Barry Goldwater, who may have been sort of this pillar of the conservative movement, but Arizona conservatives are libertarians on social issues, and they always have been. It was Barry Goldwater's family who actually helped establish the first Planned Parenthood in Arizona.
Wow.
This is not a state that is going to want the government to impede your personal liberty.
It is amazing to see whether she'll be able to get away with such work with luck. Now, I mean, they don't always come as clear as this one.
I have spoken to state electeds in the last hour, Republican state electeds, and they believe that this will absolutely flip the legislature. This will absolutely impact the presidential election. This has Republicans now on their back feet. There is no way Donald Trump's going to carry the state.
Well, Trump has said that he would switch states. Yeah, well, that's switch the states. That's what you get in Arizona.
Well, how's it going? It's not going to go so well in Arizona. And truly, this is 65% of Arizonans are in favor of this. I mean, this is the most draconian line now we have in all the states and all the books. No exception for rape. No exception for incest. Only in case of the death of the mother. I mean, this is truly, this is a Civil War era, 19th century law now on the books in 2021.
Great, pretty incredible. All right, Margaret, thank you very much. And out front next, CNN investigates one of the biggest mass casualties events of the Gaza war. And what CNN uncovered is raising questions about Israel's official timeline of events. Plus, Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene dialing up the pressure to oust Speaker Mike Johnson. But if Trump told her to back down, would she? Well, you're going to hear, because Manu Raju just asked her in a one-on-one interview.
From Night-Free Monday to Sizzle Pain Sunday. So many ways to save. Money friendly, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
So I can take all these trips because Priceline has all these amazing deals. And that's when I said, deal!
On your right is our Infinity Deal Code. I am the wheels. The deals are.
Order happy price, Priceline.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some Rinvoq patients felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days. Some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. And many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occur. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Help heal your painful skin. Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
My name is Marie. I'm 49 years old, and I'm a business owner. I own a lemonade and ice cream shop in Florida. So I can feel and see that my lines have gotten deeper just from a year out in the sun. I'm still Marie, and I got Botox Cosmetic. I did not want a dramatic change. I wanted something subtle, and I'm really, really happy with the results. It's still me, but with fewer lines.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved. Temporarily make frown lines, protein, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic can spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle and nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Amidst pristine lakes and rolling green mountains, your vacation oasis awaits. Experience the Lakes region of New Hampshire with our 3 unique locations. Hill Resorts, offering family-friendly amenities on 500 mountaintop acres. The Summit Resort, centrally located with spacious vacation condos, and the Center Harbor Inn, set beachside on a beautiful lake Winnipesaukee. Path Resorts, choose the world less travel. Go to pathresorts.com/deal for exclusive packages and promotions.
What kind of a shed do you want? With Reed's Ferry, yours is one of a kind.
Everything has a personal touch to it. They're all customized. Put a door any way you want on the shed, windows. Everybody's shed's a little bit different. The quality's top notch. You know, it's built just like you would a standard house.
Choose your perfect size, style, and color. Because at Reed's Ferry, when we build your shed, you make it all.
That's right. Now with Ruby Hazard, something people can do at the time on CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Eucora. Help maintain a healthy urinary tract with Eucora.
I'm heading to GI Sport, and at Eucora, we make UTI relief products. We also make proactive urinary tract health products. Eucora is a life. Try today at Eucora.com.
Breaking news, President Biden with some of his harshest criticism yet of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's handling of the war in Gaza, including the Israeli strike on the World Central Kitchen aid convoy in which 7 workers were killed when delivering food to Gaza.
Technically, I don't agree with this, but I think it's outrageous that those 4 first 3 vehicles were hit by drones and taken out.
This comes as CNN investigates another fatal incident involving the Israeli Defense Forces. This one, the single deadliest mass casualty, is one of the deadliest casualty events in Gaza. CNN's report tonight casts serious doubt on the official Israeli version of events that happened on that day, warning that some of the images that we are about to see in this investigation are graphic. Dave Holblaze is out front.
Early morning on February 29th on Al Rashid Road in northern Gaza, thousands of starving people had gathered here to receive food. But as the aid trucks arrived, this happens. The night would become known as the Flower Massacre. By morning, over 100 would be dead. In one of the single biggest mass casualty events of this conflict, CNN investigated this incident, obtaining never-seen-before videos of that night, collecting evidence from 22 eyewitnesses, and tracing the aid itself all the way to a Muslim charity in the UK. It was the IDF that was then responsible for safely delivering these vital supplies. But we found they opened fire on unarmed, starving Palestinians at close range as the aid arrived. Their explanation for the tragedy using this drone video was a stampede that caused soldiers to fire warning shots in the air. They later admitted to firing some shots directly at so-called suspects who approached them, but the IDF footage is incomplete. It cuts between crowds surrounding the trucks and bodies lying on the ground. Even this reveals they were firing in a densely packed area, likely to cause severe bloodshed. CNN requested the full footage from the IDF, but it was denied. Jihad Abu Wakfa was amongst the starving Palestinians and started filming as the trucks crossed into northern Gaza. Videos from Jihad and another key eyewitness, Bilal, indicate the gunfire started earlier than the IDF claimed. The IDF published this timeline saying the trucks arrived at the checkpoint at 4 a.m. They then crossed at 4:29, and only after that did the IDF fire shots at the crowd. But in Bilal's video filmed 7 minutes earlier at 4:22 a.m., gunshots ring out. He warns there was a tank. The IDF claimed the convoy was still stationary at the checkpoint at this time. Next, Jihad begins filming. It's now 4:28 a.m. and there's a barrage of gunfire and the shots are close. Analysis by weapons experts of the burst indicated it's heavy automatic gunfire at 600 rounds per minute. Jihad keeps filming. A tank is beside me. We're now under siege, he says. moments later, you see a truck driving along the road with watching traces of the gunfire here. One can be seen ricochet up here, according to weapons experts.
يعني كان شعور جدا لا يوصف من الخوف والارتباك وخايف لا سمح الله ترجع لهذا الشيء.
As they broke, the number of dead and injured that emerged was staggering. Interviews with survivors at hospitals afterwards found some people had been shot in the upper body. Amid the devastation, CNN found a clue as to who had delivered this aid. This box with the writing UMA Welfare Trust.
This was the first time that the aid has reached northern Gaza. We were very, very excited and happy that finally we have got food.
They received the terrible news as to what had happened via WhatsApp.
The cardboard boxes of our logo, my welfare trust, with blood stains on them. And it came as a shock. This is the first time in 20 years where I've actually seen blood being mixed with aid.
In all, at least 118 died that day. With the UN struggling to access northern Gaza, the IDF are responsible for ensuring aid arrives safely. Despite this, the UN has documented 2,000 attacks on Palestinians awaiting aid in the last 3 months alone. For those like Jihad living on the verge of famine, it has led to a desperate fight for survival. And now that fight becomes more challenging than ever.
Well, Aaron, the IDF have not yet responded to CNN's questions on these findings. We've also asked for that full, unedited drone footage, but those requests have been denied. And really, this investigation is calling into question the IDF's ability to safely deliver, distribute aid when it's clearly most desperately needed. Aaron.
All right, Katie, thank you very much again for another outstanding report by Katie and her investigative team. I want to go now to the Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, member of the Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, I appreciate your time. After the World Central Kitchen airstrike, you had said conditions may need to be put on U.S. aid to Israel. Now you've been able to see the CNN investigation. I know you just saw it here for the first time yourself, but it contradicts the IDF's official account of how at least 118 people were killed after they lined up for food aid in Gaza. Shows that the gunfire started at least 7 minutes earlier than the IDF actually said. Heavy automatic gunfire, and calling into question their full account. What's your reaction, Senator?
Aaron, what's clear both from the reporting I just saw on CNN and from dozens of previous incidents is that far too many civilians have died in the 6 months of this conflict against Hamas, and far too many aid workers have died. Nearly 200. The World Central Kitchen incident riveted the attention of many here in Congress because Jose Andres is known to many of us. But frankly, many other incidents like the one you were just documenting, in which more than 100 died, also have shown that the chaos in Gaza, the civilian deaths in Gaza, and the difficulty delivering humanitarian aid has gotten to a point where there needs to be changes made. In the last few days, more aid trucks have gotten into Gaza than at any point in 6 months. I think more than 400 today. And the Netanyahu government has announced an intention to open the Erez Gate in the north, which, if that's done, could make a significant impact on the hunger bordering on famine in the north of Gaza, as well as the Ashdod port and the route through Kerem Shalom for trucks from Jordan. This is long overdue. And I think it's time for us to see some significant changes like this.
Senator, to the extent that this report calls into question the official version, a very specific timeline that has been put out by the IDF, it just raises a crucial question for you and your colleagues, but you in dealing with Israeli officials. Do you trust what the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says right now?
Well, look, it's been an important but a challenging relationship. The United States and Israel are close and long-standing allies. We are committed to defending Israel against any attack by Iran. And it's important to remember how this entire 6-month-long conflict began with the horrifying terrorist attack by Hamas. I've met with Prime Minister Netanyahu many times, and I raised with him in person 6 weeks ago when I last met with him, the urgency of addressing deconfliction, the number of folks who were being killed in attempts to deliver aid. That deconfliction clearly did not get fixed. So clearly there is more work to be done.
And your fellow Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren, she was asked if she thought Israel was committing genocide in Gaza. She answered, and I quote her, "If you want to do it as an application of law, I believe they'll find that it is genocide, and they have ample evidence to do so." The they she's referring to is international court. She's talking about a court of law. But when you talk about, you had conversations with Netanyahu, and then clearly things still need to be addressed, and I believe how you so put it. Do you agree with her? Is this genocide?
I don't think that's a legal conclusion that I can or should reach tonight. But I think President Biden and many of us in the Senate have been pressing for changes in policy and practice. We've been clear that a large-scale attack on Rafah, even though there are still Hamas battalions there, is not justified without providing for civilians to move out of the way, and that there has to be a change in terms of the humanitarian relief that's getting into Israel. I'm wearing a small note that says 186 on it as a reminder that there are still hostages being held by Hamas underneath Gaza. I met with a hostage family earlier today with Hirsch Goldberg Poland's mother, Rachel, and my hope is that we are seeing progress in the negotiations in Cairo, that Hamas will accept the latest offer from Israel, and we will see both a hostage release and a ceasefire.
Senator Coons, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rick.
And next, Marjorie Taylor Greene, ramping up her threat to oust Speaker Mike Johnson tonight. Is Trump supporting her crusade? We're going to hear the details of what she's telling Armand and Raja. He just spoke to her. He's going to share what she said with you. And Costco cannot keep gold bars. Yes, they have real bars made of gold, but else they've got everything in Costco. They can't keep them in stock. So, should you be buying them? It's a big question here. Susie Orman is up right next.
I'm a guy who lost a bet and my dignity. As if watching my team lose wasn't punishment enough. What are you looking at, huh? What are you? It's the one speed. Hey, this company car insurance, odds are you pay for that yourself. So you all see, every better protected from mayhem, like me. Hey, I'm walking in. Your yard is your sanctuary where you should feel free.
No.
Was talking about the ducks. They need a lot like us.
And you, it's got certified in Latin gas. It's a revolutionary mix of seed and fertilizer that grows gas 2 times faster than the seed alone, giving you a stronger lawn. Release the house. Build and breathe away.
I smell it.
I'm still counting to the dots.
It's got Stir Builder Rapid Grass today. It's guaranteed.
Feed it, though. Feed it.
Power E-Trade's easy-to-use tools like dynamic charting and risk-reward analysis help make trading feel effortless. And its customizable scans with social sentiment help you find and unlock opportunities in the market. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. With powerful, easy-to-use tools, Power E-Trade makes complex trading easier. React to fast-moving markets with dynamic charting and a futures ladder that lets you place, flatten, or reverse orders so you won't miss an opportunity. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
Chances for plane crash, 1 in 11 million. You're not going to finish this also, that's right. They were waking up from anesthesia, 1 in 185,000. Validated partner, you see how why stress about the unlikely? Does a killer clown worry about being struck by lightning while winning the lottery? Figure it out. But your odds of falling victim to online crime are 1 in 4. You need Aura. You, your family, all protected from scary online stuff. Everything your family does online.
Take your eyes off the new 2024 Jeep Wrangler Gladiator.
During the Jeep Celebration event, get 13% below MSRP for an average of $8,600 under MSRP on the 2023 Jeep Gladiator Rubicon. Visit your local Jeep dealer today.
When your child has moderate to severe eczema, it's okay for them to show off. Show off their clearer skin and noticeably less itch. allergists. They can stay ahead of their eczema. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Show off to the world. Ask your child's eczema specialist about your patients. We're pepping their stuff to shine their coats. People switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog. The effects seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
While 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition, roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
All right, breaking news. Republican Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene just telling Armando Raju that Speaker Mike Johnson has completely betrayed his party. Her comments coming just hours after she sent a scathing 5-page letter to House Republicans pushing for his ouster, writing in part, "He's throwing our own razor-thin majority into chaos by not serving his own GOP conference that elected him." Well, Manu is out front on Capitol Hill. And Manu, you should get a chance to speak to Congresswoman Greene. Could be the one to oust the speaker here. It only takes one. She's been saying she's going to do it. And you had a chance to talk to her about that and whether Trump is supporting her efforts. What did she tell you?
She made clear that she is not backing off. She would not detail exactly what would trigger this vote. That she could call at any moment, really, to see Mike Johnson's ouster. But she did warn him not to move forward with the Ukraine aid package, just as Mike Johnson is at the moment trying to cobble together a Ukraine aid package. She told me that she did not speak with Johnson on Friday, even as they were planned to speak, because she declined to do so, saying that she needed to speak to her constituents first, and she plans to speak with him this week if he's willing to do so. But, Aaron, she did speak to Donald Trump earlier today, and I asked her whether or not Trump is supporting her efforts.
Well, I absolutely love President Trump. I have a great relationship with him. I talked to him earlier today. I won't speak for President Trump, and I don't think this is really a problem.
You don't think he'll weigh in one way or the other, persuading you?
I will never speak for President Trump about what he will or won't do. He's the leader of our party, and I always leave that up to him respectfully. But I think President Trump is far more focused on winning this campaign to become president of the United States in 2025. I definitely don't think he wants a Republican Speaker of the House that will fund the Department of Justice that's trying to put him in jail for the rest of his life.
If he called you, that Mark take back off.
He hasn't called me and said that yet. So again, I don't speak for President Trump. That's totally up to him to weigh in if he wanted to. I think he's focused on his election, and he should be.
But Aaron, there are still a lot of questions about how exactly this will play out. Not just the timing, but where the votes will be. I spent a lot of time today talking to Republicans. Many of them either non-committal or just flat out opposed to this effort. And will Democrats come training? That's something the Democrats do. I think Jeffries won't weigh in on tonight.
And obviously at the heart of all of this. Manu, thank you very much. At the heart of it, the election and Americans' deep fears about the economy. And that brings us to what really is a new gold rush in America. People, regular Americans, not just investors, big investors, or big banks, rushing to buy actual gold, physical gold amid inflation concerns. Look at Costco. Costco only started selling gold bars last year for proof. Okay, so this is the situation. They started selling a year ago, and Wells Fargo is now estimating that Costco is now selling up to $200 million a month in gold bars. Now, I just want to, it sounds enormous, it is. By comparison, Costco sold $100 million in gold bars for the entire quarter that ended last November. So in the entire quarter, $100 million, and now running at $200 million a month. Bank of America now projecting that the price of an ounce of gold, which is 7 straight record highs lately, will hit $3,000 by the end of the year. Up right now, Susie Orman, one of the world's best-known personal finance advisors and the founder of Secure, Save, and the host of the Women and Money podcast. So, Susie, I lay all this out because it comes from a place of a lot of very real fears of inflation and prices going up and feeling like your money doesn't go as far and people are rushing into gold. Are you shocked when you hear things like this? $100 million, first of all, they weren't even selling them a year ago. Then they sell them. One quarter, $100 million. Now they're running $200 million a month in gold bars. Is that something anybody should be buying?
Well, here's the thing, Erin, is that people always have this herd mentality and this fear of missing out. It happened with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going up, it's going up, it's going up. Oh, I have to buy it. Oh, gold. Never even thought about gold before. Now here it's possible and people are in line and they're running out of it and they're only letting people buy 5 or 6 and all of a sudden this frenzy starts and everybody wants to be a part of it, especially when they see the price going up, and the price has gone up 13% so far this year. What they are not thinking about, however, is that it's one thing to buy gold, to get a physical bar. It's another thing to have to sell it, and that is not what they are thinking about. You have to have it surveyed, all these things. Where do you go? Where do you keep it? Is it insured? Is it not? And so there's a lot of things that I think people really need to think about when you're buying physical gold. But if you want to be invested in gold, you can do it through an ETF. You can do it many ways. But to buy the actual commodity, I'm not sure is something that people should be doing.
And that, which is a crucial point. The point you make, if you do believe that gold is a good thing to buy, right, as a sort of a hedge, as you know, as against inflation, that there are other ways to do it, as you mentioned, exchange traded funds and other ways. Do you, Susie, right now have fears about where inflation is going? Those fears that clearly is where a lot of Americans are getting this anxiety from.
I do have fear about it, but for different reasons than before. Now I'm afraid because commodities are going up, not just gold. Look at the price of oil. Oil's at $86, $89 right in there, depending if it's WTI or Brent. And as oil goes up, what else happens? The price of gasoline starts to go up. So people start to feel it every single day as they're filling up their tanks. Then everybody starts to talk about it again. And also the news is saying, what's going to happen tomorrow with the CPI? Is inflation going to go up? Is it not? And so then you see people coming out of stocks, possibly going to bonds and vice versa. I think everybody needs to just calm down. And I think they need to see really where is it at and not be investing according to inflation. And they need to be investing according to what's going on in their individual life. Are they older and do they need fixed income? So should they be buying a 20 or 30-year treasury bond and locking it up? Or are they younger and should they be in the stock market? So I think everybody is just freaking out right now, but I don't think they need to be freaking out as much as they are.
And everyone is freaking out. I mean, that's the reality. I think it's more macro than even the economy, right? It's sort of a soul-searching moment of great anxiety when we talk about politics and democracy and what's at stake, and then the economy. The context here, you've got a Zillow analysis. I know you were looking at this, Susie. 550 cities in the United States where the typical value of a home is $1 million or more. At the same time, as a new CNBC survey that you led found that 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck and say that they only have, $400 of emergency money. Credit card debt is surging.
Yeah, $400 of emergency money. So you have two sectors really going on, which are the rich people are getting richer and richer. They have the money to be investing in stock and AI, taking advantage of everything. Want to know what's really sad is 25% of the real estate that people could have bought themselves were bought by investors. People who wanted to make money, the big people, which left littler inventory for those people who just wanted to buy a home. So it's getting really difficult, not just because of interest rates and mortgages, but because of insurance and everything. But there's always hope out there, and there's always a way to find your way to that pot of gold.
All right. Well, you know what, Susie? I like talking to you because when I feel anxiety about all of these things, and I do, I think everybody watching does. Like I said, on an existential deep level, it is good to be confronted with your always optimism. So thank you so much. Good to talk to you. And next, the mother and father of the teenage gunman who shot and killed 4 students in Michigan have now been sentenced. So tonight, we have an update for you, the full details, and a 33-year-old woman from Los Angeles who is being held in a Russian prison tonight. Her boyfriend has just received new information from her, and he's going to tell us what it is.
Always dry scoop before you run. Listen, hot dog and company.
It's time we listen to science. One A Day is formulated with key nutrients to support whole body health. One A Day, science that matters.
COVID-19. I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19.
My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not risking it. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and helps stop the virus from multiplying in your body.
Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. It's critical to tell your doctor about all the medicines you take because certain tests or changes in their dosage may be needed. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, or are planning to become pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if you're allergic to Nortrelvir, ritonavir, or any of its ingredients. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe, like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all the possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
Commercially insured patients may pay as little as $0, and the U.S. government is making Paxlovid available to Medicare, Medicaid, and uninsured patients for free. Terms and conditions apply to both programs. Learn more at Paxlovid.com/Paxess and ask your doctor today. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Skin craving next level hydration? New Neutrogena Hydro Boost Water Cream. A vital boost of 9 times more hydration to boost your skin's barrier for cleansed, dewy skin that's full of life. Neutrogena Hydro Boost.
Values are in bloom. Display bombs like my genuine marble Elton dining set, 4 chairs and a bench, or 6 chairs in multiple configurations at my everyday low price of just $9.99. When the looks you love go flesh, there's only one thing to say: oh my God!
When Barbara switched to TurboTax,
I wrote 4 generations of family tradition. Huh? I want to make perfume.
So I made Barbara's new sidekick count by guaranteeing her maximum refund. Intuit TurboTax.
Making the switch to battery was one of the best decisions that we made as a company.
Built for you, built for work. Right now, get a free battery with the purchase of select professional steel tools. Real steel, on yours.
The large mushroom pizza.
Susie Marie, pizza again. Or HelloFresh has delicious guilt-free recipes you can make in a snack. Speaking of cooking, plain chicken, really it's healthy. It's boring. Listen, Suze, HelloFresh makes eating well exciting. To the table. I know. Dessert?
Visit HelloFresh.com to learn more.
It's easier than ever to stay connected with your My Astounding app. Use statements, check your technician appointment, no paper list. You can also sign up for text messages for appointment reminders, payment confirmation, and more. Just log into your account, select notifications, and enroll. Plus now, you can add Astound Mobile, which runs on one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. Your My Astounding account makes it easy to get exactly what you need. Log in today and connect to astounding possibilities.
Real mayonnaise. Every dollop is so rich and creamy. It makes any sandwich delicious. Irresistible. Hellman's mayonnaise.
With Dexcom G7, the most accurate CGM, you can achieve diabetes results without finger sticks. See how exercise affects your glucose, making it easier to spend time in range and lower your A1C.
Low carb. A seasoning film. Sunday, April 21st at 9.
Tonight, the maximum sentence for the parents of school shooter Ethan Crumbley. Judges ruled that James and Jennifer Crumbley will spend 10 to 15 years in prison. The parents were convicted of involuntary manslaughter after their son shot and killed 4 of his classmates. The judge's ruling coming after heartbreaking impact statements from the families of the victims. Whitney Wild was out front.
It is the sentence of this court, Ms. Crumley, that you serve 10 to 15 years. James Crumley, it is the sentence of this court that you serve 10 to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections.
10 to 15 years. That's how long the parents of the teenager who shot and killed 4 students in 2021 at an Oxford, Michigan high school using a gun they gifted him were sentenced to spend behind bars. Both convicted of involuntary manslaughter in separate trials. It's the first time the parent of a mass shooter has been held criminally responsible.
This tragedy has taken an incredible toll on our family.
Emotions ran high as parents and family members of Tate Meir, Hannah St. Juliana, Madison Baldwin, and Justin Schilling spoke directly to the Crumbleys about their loved ones who were killed in the November 2021 shooting.
When you texted, Ethan, don't do it. I was texting Madison, I love you, please call Mom.
You have failed your son and you have failed us all. This failure had deadly consequences that can never be undone, that can never be made right.
Your mistakes created an everlasting nightmare. Our 10-year-old little brother had to learn how to write a eulogy for his sister before he even learned how to write essays.
The Crumley's son pleaded guilty to 24 charges, including first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life without parole. And while Jennifer Crumley apologized in court, she continued to place blame on the school.
Not only were you left in the dark about previous concerning behavior, but in the counselor's office that morning, none of those previous issues were brought to our attention.
And James Crumley, who did not take a stand during his trial, apologizing for the first time.
I am sorry for your loss as a result of what my son did. I cannot express how much I wish that I had known what was going on with him or what was going to happen.
But the judge said these convictions were not about poor parenting.
These convictions confirm repeated acts or lack of acts that could have halted an oncoming runaway train. Opportunity knocked over and over again, louder and louder, and was ignored. No one answered, and these 2 people should have and should didn't.
The prosecutor in this case said it's disappointing that the Crumbleys didn't express remorse throughout the trial. As for where this family will serve their sentences, James and Ethan Crumbley will not serve their sentences in the same facility. Instead, Aaron, each member of this family will serve out their time in a separate facility. Aaron?
Whitney, thank you very much. From Chicago tonight. And before we go, an Outrun update. We've been closely following the story of Ksenia Karolina, 33-year-old dual U.S.-Russian citizen from Los Angeles. She's being held tonight in Russian prison. She was arrested while visiting her parents and charged with treason for allegedly donating $51 to Ukrainian charity. A judge now ordering her time bars for an additional 3 months at least. But Karolina has been able to exchange letters with her boyfriend here in the U.S. since her arrest, and tonight he is giving us the very latest on her life in prison and what she is enduring.
They get to shower once a week. Advice. She has no hot water. The hardest thing for her is to fall asleep because they refuse to put the lights on. I can tell you this from the letters and stuff. She is scared.
Thanks for joining us. News continues right here on CNN.
Happening now, breaking news. A historic new flashpoint in the legal and political battle over abortion rights. Arizona's highest court ruling the state must adhere to a century-old ban on nearly all abortions. Arizona's Attorney General joins us with her reaction this hour. Also tonight, an unprecedented sentencing as the parents of the Michigan school shooter are ordered to serve up to 15 years in prison. Stand by to hear how Jennifer and James Crumley were confronted by angry relatives of their son's victim. And the city of Chicago releases very disturbing body cam footage of a traffic stop that ended with the driver's death. Police firing more than 90 shots in just 41 seconds. We have exclusive reaction from the family of the man who was killed. Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation. This is CNN Breaking News. And we begin with the breaking news. The state of Arizona ordered to revive a near total ban on abortions that dates back to the Civil War era. Arizona's Attorney General Chris Mays is standing by to discuss the state Supreme Court ruling and its impact. But first, CNN's Brian Todd has details on this decision.
It is a dark day in Arizona.
Tonight, Arizona's Supreme Court ruling the state must enforce a near total ban on all abortions, the controversial law which dates back to the Civil War before Arizona even became a state. The court saying, quote, physicians are now on notice that all abortions, except those necessary to save a woman's life, are illegal. Abortion providers could face a prison sentence of 2 to 5 years.
The near total Civil War era ban that continues to hang over our heads only serves to create more chaos for women and doctors in our state.
The Arizona law is on hold for 2 weeks while the lower court hears arguments on its constitutionality. And Arizona's Attorney General, Chris Mays, a Democrat, says that at least while she's in office, no woman or doctor will be prosecuted under this law by the state. President Biden calls the new ban cruel, and Vice President Kamala Harris said this on X.
To stop bans like this, we need a United States Congress that will restore the protections of Roe v. Wade. And when they do, President Joe Biden will sign it into law. And let's always remember, it does not have to be this way.
Opponents of abortion are applauding the Arizona ruling tonight. The group Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America in a statement saying, quote, we celebrate this enormous victory for unborn children and their mothers, and claiming the ruling, quote, will protect more than 11,000 babies annually. This comes just one day after former President Donald Trump announced his campaign position on abortion, declining to support a federal nationwide ban on abortion, saying it should be left up to states.
At the end of the day, this is all about the will of the people.
And it all comes on the heels of a controversial ruling in Florida's Supreme Court last week that allowed a ban on abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy to take effect next month. Florida's High Court did allow a proposed constitutional amendment that would establish the right to an abortion to go on the ballot this November, to the delight of abortion rights activists who pushed for that.
What it does is remove politicians' ability to interfere with their private medical decision.
Florida is one of several states where abortion will or may be on the ballot in November, when voters will decide whether to guarantee the right to an abortion in their state's constitution.
You're seeing all of this turmoil where people don't know from day to day what is going to be the law in their state. What happens if they get pregnant and they want to terminate the pregnancy?
In the wake of the Arizona decision, Vice President Kamala Harris will visit Arizona on Friday to discuss reproductive rights. In a separate statement today, Harris said there's one person responsible for what she called cruel bans on abortion, Donald Trump, who she said bragged about being responsible for the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
Well, all right, Brian, thank you. Brian Todd reporting for us. So let's discuss what's going on with Arizona's Attorney General, Chris Mays, Attorney General. Thank you so much for joining us. What avenues you have to challenge this new law, this law in Arizona, your state, as we've noted, it dates back to the Civil War era before Arizona was even a state.
Yeah, hi, Will. Thanks for having me. Well, we are exploring all of those avenues. Everything is on the table right now for us, and it's time to fight. Arizonans want us to fight back against this extreme, draconian, Civil War era abortion ban that was passed at a time when Arizona wasn't a state, the Civil War was still raging, and women couldn't even vote. So we're looking at everything, that we possibly can to make sure that this ban never actually goes into place in Arizona. And I have said, Wolf, that as Attorney General, I will not prosecute any doctor, nurse, pharmacist, or woman under the 1864 ban or the 15-week ban that we also had in place. And that promise remains firm. The vast majority of Arizonans do not want to be dragged back to 1864.
And that's very significant indeed. As you just said, you pledged not to prosecute any woman, doctor, or nurse under this Arizona law. I know you disagree with it, but isn't it your job to enforce the rules and the law as the top law enforcement official in Arizona?
Yeah, so look, action matter. This is a law that essentially violates our Constitution in Arizona, the right to privacy in Arizona. And we also know that we have an opportunity in at least the next couple of months to try to fight it in the courts, to take additional steps in the courts. And then the other thing, Wolf, that's really important to remember is that the people of Arizona are going to have the final say over this, because we have a ballot measure on the ballot in November, and I think the people of Arizona are going to overwhelmingly approve that ballot measure, which will enshrine the right to an abortion and reproductive rights in our Constitution. So, you know, I'm not going to enforce an unconstitutional abortion ban until the people of Arizona have a right to have the ability to get to that ballot initiative.
Attorney General, are you at all concerned that you and your office could be taken to court for refusing in the meantime to enforce this law?
Well, you know, I think, you know, it's entirely possible, and I wouldn't doubt it at all if the extremists on the right wing try to take me to court, but I'll see them in court, and I'm ready for that fight. You know, this is a fight for the right of Arizona women to access reproductive care. We are now in a situation where women in our state may have to flee to California, New Mexico, Colorado, Nevada to receive care. But in the meantime, I'm going to protect them, or do everything that I can to protect them. And if the extremists that push this ban forward want to take me to court, so be it. I think it's important to remember also, Wolf, that it was Donald Trump and the United States Supreme Court who were responsible for overturning Roe and Dobbs, and that's why we got to this point. That's how we got to the point where an Arizona Supreme Court could reimpose an 1864 ban on the people of my great state.
Your governor, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, has already issued an executive order concentrating authority to prosecute violations of this law in your office, Attorney General. This hasn't been tested in court, though. So what's to stop local prosecutors from charging doctors?
So what's to stop them, Wolf, is that, as you mentioned, the governor has consolidated the authority for prosecuting abortion in my office. I have just said and said all along that I will not use our resources to prosecute doctors, nurses, pharmacists, or women. And I also have, under Arizona law, supervisory authority over those local prosecutors, and I've made it clear to county attorneys here in Arizona that they had better not try this. They had better not try to prosecute under that 1864 ban, because it's unconstitutional, and I'll use my supervisory authority to attempt to stop it.
The Arizona Attorney General, Chris Lee's Arizona Attorney General, thank you so much for joining us. We'll continue this conversation to be sure. I want to get some analysis right now from CNN political commentators Alyssa Farah Griffin and David Axelrod. And Katie Watson is also joining us, an expert on medical law and ethics. Katie, let me start with you. How does the law originally from 1864, as I said, before Arizona was even a state, and which sat dormant for decades, come to be in effect?
Well, it's a decision that the Arizona Supreme Court made, and it's a grave mistake. The Arizona legislature in 2022 passed a 15-week restriction, which by all legal analysis would supersede that earlier Arizona law. The Supreme Court argued that the legislature
Arizona women who have to go out of state.
Stand by, I want to bring David into this conversation. David, the Vice President, Kamala Harris, as you heard, will travel to Arizona this week to discuss reproductive rights. Is that the right move, and what kind of impact could the ballot initiative there to restore access to abortion rights for women in Arizona, what kind of impact could that have for women?
Well, first, let me say, before I hack it up here on politics, let me say this has put the health care of women and peace of mind of women across Arizona at risk. And so it's, we should not forget the substance of this. I'm glad you started off with Katie, but as a political matter, this could not be more of a disaster for the Republican Party. Yesterday, Donald Trump said, well, it's up to the people in the states decide. Let the states decide. Well, here you find what happens when you let the states decide. In Florida, a 6-week ban is in place. I guarantee you in both those states, if you put that on the ballot, and they will be on the ballot in the form of initiative, that a majority of voters in those states do not agree with those policies. So I think what this does is it puts a battleground state more in the leaning D column than the leaning R column, because I think there's going to be a massive turnout in November for a constitutional amendment in the state of Arizona, because the voters of Arizona now have a demonstration of the fragility of abortion rights in the post-Dobbs era. I think this is an earthquake. Those electoral votes in Arizona could be the ones that pick this election.
That could happen in Florida as well. It's going to be on the ballot in November, abortion rights for women. Melissa, after this ruling, the Trump campaign reiterated Trump's stance, and I'm quoting now, that these are decisions for people of each state to make. Decisions for people of each state to make. Trump was clearly hoping to move past the issue of abortion access, but how does a near total abortion ban in a key battleground state like Arizona complicate all that for?
Well, listen, it's a good day for Ruben Gallego and for Joe Biden in Arizona, frankly. The reality is this. Republicans are essentially the dog that caught the car on the issue of abortion. We've been fighting one way for 50 years with no plan for enactment when something like Dobbs comes down. This is a political loser for Donald Trump that he knows in. And just yesterday, by saying this should go back to the states, I think the thing he wanted less than anything was to have a state like Arizona come down with such a draconian ruling just one day later. But the onus is going to be on the Democrats to message that to voters, to be able to say, this is a direct result of Donald Trump's policies from his first term. And a little part that gets confusing here is we've now seen 3 Republican states that have voted to elect Republicans, but also voted on ballot initiatives and constitutional amendments to protect abortion rights. So Democrats have to get a link the two, or you could actually see people breaking for Republican candidates, but also to uphold abortion.
Speaking of politics involved in all of this, David, the Arizona Senate race, as we all know, potentially could determine which party holds control of the Democratic candidate, Ruben Gallego, said about this ruling. Not what Arizonans want, and women that could die because of it. Yet again, extremist politicians like Kari Lake are forcing themselves into doctors' offices and ripping away the right for women to make their own health care decisions. End quote. What kind of impact can this have on this closely watched Senate race?
Alyssa refers to this, I think, a very, very large impact, because Kari Lake, when she was running for governor, spoke supportively of this 1864 law. She's now trying to distance herself from it, but that's all a matter of public record. It's on videotape, and I think it is a big problem for her in this race. I think that what you're going to see are Republicans scrambling in that state to try and obviate the impact of this ruling, because it is a killer. But I don't think you can unring the bell. You can't unring the bell. I think Kari Lake is more fragile as a candidate today than she was yesterday. I think Donald Trump's chances in Arizona have been impacted negatively. I don't think you can unring that bell either. So this is a big, big development.
Very historic, significant development indeed to all of you. Thank you very much for the discussion. Just ahead, a judge in Michigan delivers historic prison sentences to the parents of school shooter Crumbly. But there's more breaking news we're watching. President Biden is now speaking out on the war in Gaza and sharing some of his toughest criticism yet. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, and you can't put that right in the dishwasher.
Watch me. With Cascade Platinum Plus, I have upped my dish game. I just scrape, load, and I'm done.
In that dishwasher.
In that dishwasher.
Only Platinum Plus is packed with more Dawn to remove up to 100% of grease and food residue. Get the highest standard of clean, even in your machine.
Clean enough for you?
Yeah. Scrape, load, done. Cascade Platinum Plus. Dare to dish differently.
In the next 30 seconds, 250 couples will meet to make room for a nursery. 26 people will go boating. This family will get 2 bathrooms. And finally, what vacationer will say,
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna live here.
but as the euphoria subsides, the realization is,
I can sell a house.
don't worry, just sell and buy in one move when you start with Open Door. Wow. Oh yes. Start with an all-cash offer at opendoor.com.
I love your dress.
Oh, thanks. It flourished a little because Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds.
That's great.
I know, right? I've been telling everyone. Did you hear that? I just said her first word. Can you say mama? Never. Can you say auntie? Never. How many people did you tell? Only paid for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
Liberty.
You want to close out?
Should I? Only at home, but taking the game too smart here. Right?
Feel more confident with stock ratings from JP Morgan analysts in the Chase app. When you've got a decision to make, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products. Cool. All set. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
Oh yeah, man. Think of when you're in a job. What you really need in life is some freaking torque.
What?
The Dodge Hornet RT, the totally torqued out crossover.
There it is. That feeling you get when you can do more with less asthma. It starts with Dupixent. Dupixent is not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma and can help improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks. Dupixent helps prevent asthma attacks and can even reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Can you picture it? Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Who knows what you can do when you do more with less asthma? Ask your doctor about Dupixent, the most prescribed biologic for asthma.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Skechers Hands-Free Slip-Ins.
Just slip in. That's all I need to do with my new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. It's like slip-ins have an invisible built-in shoehorn, so my foot slides into place. What could be better?
In Michigan today, a judge handed down unprecedented prison sentences for the parents of school shooter Ethan Crumbly, the ruling coming after very emotional statements from family members of the 4 classmates Crumbly gunned down back in 2021. CNN's Jake Casares is on the story.
His sentenced Corpus Crumbly, who received 10 to 15 years, against the defendant James Crumbly, who is the sentencing his court. He served 10 to 15 years.
Historic sentences handed down for the parents of a teen who killed 4 students at a Michigan high school in 2021.
It is a goal of sentencing to act as a deterrent. These convictions are not about co-parenting. These convictions confirm repeated acts or lack of acts that could have halted an oncoming runaway train.
James and Jennifer Crumbly worked on guilty of involuntary manslaughter in separate trials earlier this year. The first-time parents of a mass school shooter have been held directly accountable for an attack. On November 30th, 2021, their son killed Madison Goldberg, Tate Meir, Justin Schilling, and Hannah St. Juliana at Oxford High School, using a gun gifted to him by Jennifer and her husband.
The blood of our children is on your hands, too.
Family of the victims gave statements ahead of the sentencing.
When you're worried about what people thought of you and feeling threatened. I was learning your son threatened my daughter and fatally shot her in the head. While you were hiding, I was planning her funeral. And while you were running away from your son and your responsibility. I was forced to do the worst possible thing a parent could do. I was forced to say goodbye to my medicine.
The older sister of 14-year-old victim Hannah St. Juliana says no punishment will ever be enough.
I now have to live without Hannah, my little sister, my best friend, my other half. To me, that makes the maximum sentence being 15 years too short. Hannah didn't even have 15 years to live.
Hannah's murder has destroyed a large portion of my soul.
Both Crumbly spoke up on their own behalf. James Crumbly, for the first time since his trial began.
To the victims and the families. I stand today not to ask for your forgiveness, as I know it may be beyond reach, but to express my sincerest apologies for the pain that has been caused. I will be in my own internal prison for the rest of my life. I really want the families to know how truly sorry I am, and I'll continue to feel this pain for the rest of my life as well. If I could go back and change things, if I could go back and do things differently, and maybe none of us would be here today.
I just got off the phone with the Michigan Department of Corrections, and they tell me they have not yet taken custody of James and Jennifer Crumbly. That is up to Oakland County when they want to give them over to them. But Jennifer Crumbly will be going to the only women's prison in the state. There will be a 30 to 60-day assessment of her. James Crumbly will be taken to the Charles E. Edward Guidance Center for his assessment. At the end of those 60 days, he will be put at one of the male prisons in the state. He will not, however, be able to go to the same prison as his son, Ethan.
All right, Chief Gonzalez reporting for us, Chief. Thank you very much. Coming up, President Biden just shared some of his sharpest criticism yet of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's approach to the war with Hamas. Stand by for that. Plus, more on the political battle over abortion rights as the Arizona Supreme Court upholds a near total abortion ban. One of Georgia's most prominent Democrats, Stacey Abrams, joins us to discuss the breaking news. That's next.
Cracked windshield? Schedule at Safelite, and we'll come to you to fix it. This customer was enjoying her morning walk. We texted her when we were on our way. She could track us and see exactly when we'd arrived. We came to her with service that fit her schedule. Nice to meet you. We got right to work with a replacement she could trust. We come to you for free. Schedule now for free mobile service at Safelite.com.
Safelite repairs, Safelite replace.
When we say it'll be on time, they expect it to be on time.
Return shipping to your advantage.
Keep those expectations with reliable ground shipping.
Thanks, Brandon. With USPS Ground Advantage.
Millions of people have lost weight with personalized plans from Noom, like Brittany, who lost 20 pounds. I felt so supported by Noom. It became a anchor for me. Noom has changed my life. Get started today and lose 15 pounds in 15 weeks. I met with a TurboTax expert because I had 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and Read me out. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed.
Let a TurboTax full service expert do your taxes as soon as today. If you're living with HIV, imagine being good to go without daily HIV pills. Good to go off the grid. Good to go non-stop. With Cabenuva, there's no pausing for daily HIV pills. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete, long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month. It's 2 injections from a healthcare provider just 6 times a year. Don't receive Cabenuva if you're allergic to its ingredients or if you're taking certain medicines which may interact with Cabenuva. Serious side effects include allergic reactions, post-injection reactions, liver problems, and depression. If you have a rash and other allergic reaction symptoms, stop Cabenuva and get medical help right away. Tell your doctor if you have liver or kidney problems, mental health concerns, and if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Some of the most common side effects include injection site reactions, fever, and tiredness. With Cabenuva, you're good to go. Ask your doctor about switching. Good morning with Vocalax. Good morning. Yeah. Try Vocalax Chewy Fruit Bites for fast and gentle constipation relief in as little as 30 minutes. Making your good morning even better with Vocalax.
I found my treasure. I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
We found all our treasures at JB's Big Junkie Find.
Discover your treasure on JB's Fantastic Find. Why won't you?
Thinking about a change? We're part of an exciting technology company that's growing. We can help guide you to your future career with a whole host of opportunities available. Ascend Broadband is a tech-driven, cutting-edge company currently looking for highly motivated individuals to join our award-winning team. To learn about our company culture and explore opportunities, check us out. There's never been a more exciting time to be a part of our team. Visit us online today to find your place in the Astound family.
King Charles, tomorrow at 10 on CNN.
Breaking news, President Biden is unleashing some of his harshest and sharpest criticism yet of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the way he's conducting the war against Hamas in Gaza. Our senior White House correspondent MJ Lee has details for us. MJ, what did the president say during this new interview just released by Univision?
Well, President Biden is issuing a blunt and blanket criticism of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the war that he is waging in Gaza, calling it a mistake. Now, this is significant because while we've heard some tough words from President Biden in recent weeks about specific aspects of this war, including on humanitarian aid and the civilian death toll in Gaza, this marks such explicit criticism of the overall approach that the Prime Minister is taking in Gaza. And before we play the clip, I just want to make an important note about when this Univision interview was taped. It was taped just on the heels of the death of the 7 World Central Kitchen workers that are forced through such widespread condemnation. Take a look.
I think what he's doing is a mistake. I don't agree with his vote. I think it's outrageous that those 4 first-grade vehicles were hit by drones and taken out on a highway where it wasn't like it was along the shore. It wasn't like it was a convoy moving interceptor. So what I'm calling for is for the Israelis to just call for ceasefire, allow for the next 6-8 weeks total access to all food and medicine going into the country. I think there's no excuse to not provide for the medical and the food needs of those people. It should be done now.
And Wolf, I should note the interviewer asked President Biden, following this answer, whether he believes that the Prime Minister was more concerned about his own political survival. And we have new reporting from senior administration officials coming to me and our colleague Alex Marquardt that they privately believe that Netanyahu's claim from earlier this week, saying that a date has been set for a Rafah ground incursion, is bluster that is fueled in no small part by his tenuous political standing at home. We've of course seen over the last day or so U.S. officials publicly saying that they've not been told about the date or been given a comprehensive plan. And again, senior officials are privately saying that they think the comments from the Prime Minister amount to public bravado at this point.
Very interesting, very significant indeed, MJD Toledo. Thank you very much. Joining us now, a prominent voice in the Democratic Party, the former Georgia gubernatorial candidate, Stacey Abrams. Stacey, thanks very much for joining us. I know you're also the author of a thriller entitled Road Justice. It's now out in paperback. There you see the cover. We've seen very deep discontent among Democrats, a lot of Democrats, over Biden's handling of Israel's war in Gaza. Does President Biden calling Netanyahu's approach a mistake realistically, in your opinion, do anything to repair these divisions?
I think it's the beginning of an important set of steps that are being taken, because this has to be read together with the announcements made by Secretary Austin, by Secretary Blinken, but also the requirements that we are seeing being met. But let's be clear, Israel has the right to defend itself, has the right to security, but no one is entitled to security at all costs. The unacceptable level of human destruction has to require accountability. And I think that is what President Biden is saying. The issue is, how do we make it so? Hamas launched a war on October 7th that took the lives of Israelis, and they had the right to respond. Hamas put people in danger, but Israel is making choices that exacerbate that danger at unacceptable levels and refuses to allow for any of the humanitarian aid that could mitigate and at least protect those who were innocent in this entire process. And so I believe that as long as we watch President Biden continue to make strides towards that ceasefire, towards a return to a two-state solution conversation, and holding Israel accountable for its actions, I believe that President Biden is making the right move.
I want to get to the issue of abortion access. It's clearly going to be a key issue in this 2024 campaign. Arizona, as you now know, will soon see a near total abortion ban go into effect from a law that originated during the Civil War. First of all, Stacey, what's your reaction?
It's an absurdity that continues to demonstrate the Republicans are out of step with Americans. This was a decision made by the Supreme Court, but it is based on a law passed by Republicans, recent law. We know that Governor Doug Ducey put in place an abortion ban, just as we have one here in Georgia, just as we've seen in Texas and in Mississippi and in Florida. We live in a region of the country that is nearly landlocked out of access to health care for women. It is an absurdity, it is an abomination, and it should not stand. And I'm very proud of Governor Hobbs and Attorney General Mays and their refusal to allow this to put the women of Arizona in danger.
President Biden, at the same time, is also dealing with recent polling showing him losing support among black voters. Our Renee Marsh recently talked with a group of black students in Georgia in this state. I want you to listen to what one of them said. Listen to this.
Democrats don't listen to us. Joe Biden doesn't care about us. But students just feel like their vote doesn't matter. They feel like no matter what they do, no matter what they do or who they vote for, things are just bad. Biden was, a lot of people, like me personally, voting for him because he was the lesser of two evils, but I'm not even sure that's true.
Now, obviously, Stacey, this is not how every or even most black students feel, but in an election this close, every vote certainly matters. So what do you say to someone like Moses?
I was recently at Howard University where I hosted a conversation with students, and prior to that conversation, I helped hand out awards to students who've written papers. And one student wrote a paper on the lesser of two evils in elections and the call to action for black students in particular. And what she pointed out, and I would reiterate, is that this isn't a question of the lesser of two evils. It's a question of who will do the most to protect and defend Americans. Who will defend the right for black students to attend the colleges of their choice, to make certain they have jobs in their time in college. And for those students who do not have the ability or the opportunity or the desire to attend college, who's going to make certain there's a path to a future? Joe Biden is doing that work. The responsibility of any campaign is to spread that message, to answer those questions, not to be defensive, but to be definitive. What Joe Biden has started over the last 4 years will continue to grow, but it's going to take more time. Elections are snapshots, and we know that voting is not magic. Voting is magic. And the evils and the ills that we and red states like Georgia, to the near total abortion bans that we've covered in 16 states, to the attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion. They're trying to strip economic access away from so many millions of Americans. Those are all things that will get exponentially worse under Republicans and can only get better if we return Joe Biden to the White House and make certain he has a Congress to work with him, not against him, to make improvements for folks like Rosen and for anyone in this United States who wants to work for their lives and their families.
Stacey Abrams, thanks very much for joining us. And once again, her thriller, Road Justice, is now available in paper. Coming up, we're breaking down the newest ruling on a motion to try to delay Donald Trump's upcoming hush money trial.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products. Cool. You're all set. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Looks like a unicorn cried happy tears all over it.
Before it ever broke Super Bowl for a Olympic dish, giving dogs pills was a battle of wits. Oh, Maria, I wanted to hear your foolish dad. Is he gone? Totally gone. Itch relief just got easier. Apoquel, the trusted #1 treatment for allergic itch, is now available in a tasty chewable that works in a day.
Do not use in dogs with serious infections. May cause worse than existing parasitic skin infestations or pre-existing cancers and serious infections. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs less than 12 months old.
Ask your vet for Apoquel chewable. Do it.
With Car Gurus, do as much or as little as you want online. If only you could do things your way all the time. A delightful thought. Get it with Gurus.
Tired of sciatic nerve pain radiating down your leg and lower back? Get relief, finally, with Magnolife Leg and Back Pain Relief, a combination of 4 active ingredients that get to work fast. So get living.
Available at your local retailer.
That looks complicated. That's why VisionWorks organizes our frames by shape and price. So it's simple, material look. And our kids. That's right. Now you get it. VisionWorks. See the difference.
Before you consider drastic weight loss measures with dangerous side effects,
My doctor prescribed a weight loss drug. As soon as I stopped taking it, I gained all that weight back.
I lost 210 pounds with gastric bypass surgery. Only to gain it all back with Solo. I have completely transformed my relationship with food. No shots, no medicine, no surgery. Unhealthy, no bad.
When you need to lose 10, 20, 50, or over 100 pounds, lose it the right way. Go.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
They slept on me for 15 years. Things I collected, power, dust, dander, all that time. They could have protected me.
Our East Mattress Protectors block 99.9% of dirt, dust, and allergens. For cleaners these, not allergies. Find it where you buy bed.
Hi, right window. The cat's hobby is looking out the window all day, but he needs your help. The problem, give me your squirrel face. Yeah, that one. He can't see a squirrel out an old cloudy window, and he hopes you see this. Look up, kid. Our crystal clear triple pane window, $70 off install, 0% financing. So call White Window and, hey, cut it out. Oh boy, call soon. He's got a new hobby.
All like window, down.
Better window installed for the right price. Right Window. You're gonna buy a storage shed for the backyard, and it better be as nice as your house. Then look at a Reed's Ferry shed. A Reed's Ferry shed is so good looking you can put it in the front yard. And better quality than those sheds at the home improvement store. Built and installed by Reed's Ferry and backed by a 30-year warranty. See yours online at reedsferry.com. Then make the call. Call 888-85 Sheds. Need a shed? If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one.
I'm Pete Muntean at Reagan National Airport. This is CNN.
Donald Trump's first criminal trial remains on track to begin on Monday, after his latest request for a delay was denied. An appeals court judge refusing today to push back the start date so Trump could challenge the gag order imposed on him in the case. Let's break it all down with senior legal analyst Ellie Hundig. Ellie, Trump has been rejected now twice in 2 days for these last-ditch delay tactics over the gag order and the trial venue. Does Trump have a chance with the full appeals?
No, I don't think he does, Wolf. As you said, he's already lost the gag order issue twice, and the reason for that is because the gag order is really narrow. All it does is prohibit Donald Trump from making public comments about witnesses, about jurors, and about staff and their family members. He is still allowed to aggressively criticize the judge, the DA, the case against him, as he has done over the past week. So Donald Trump will have a chance to brief this to the full appeals court, but I don't think he's got any chance of winning. And important to know, whatever happens with the gag order will have no impact on the trial start date, because even if Trump somehow succeeds in getting this gag order overturned, just carry on with the trial without a gag order in place. So those two things are unconnected.
So this trial will start next Monday, and CNN, as you know, it obtained the juror questionnaire. How will that guide the lawyers on each side?
Well, it's a fascinating and crucial document. Well, the first thing I think the lawyers are going to be looking for is bias or partiality. Are these jurors capable of ruling fairly on a case involving a very polarizing figure, positive and negative, in Donald Trump? And I think the trick for lawyers here is going to be to sort of read between the lines, because a lot of jurors, almost all potential jurors, say, oh, sure, I can be fair. People don't like to think of themselves as biased. But the trick is looking at some of those other indicators. What types of organizations is the person a part of? What types of political activity that they've been involved in, to decide whether a potential juror can truly be fair for or against Donald Trump, depending which side you're on, your DA or defense.
We'll be watching that on Monday. Ellie Hundig, thank you very, very much. Just ahead, exclusive reaction from the family of a man shot and killed by Chicago police as the city releases body camera footage of the fatal encounter.
Allergies? With Allegra, they won't stop me. Nothing beats Allegra. It's the fastest, non-drowsy, 24-hour allergy relief. Live your greatness.
We're talking about cash back. Debit card. Not a game. Not a game. We're talking about cash back. 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 Not a game. We're talking about practice. Too long. Word. No practice. We're talking about cash back. We're talking about cash back. We're not talking about a game. Cash back like a pro. But Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what you want. Freedom Unlimited.
From tried and true to try something new. So many ways to save. Life ready. Wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
This is a hot flash. This is a hot flash. But this is a not flash. For moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms due to menopause, Veoza is the first and only prescription treatment that directly blocks the source of hot flashes and night sweats. With 100% hormone-free Veoza, you can have fewer hot flashes and more not flashes. Veoza reduces the number and severity of hot flashes day and night. For some women, it can start working in as early as 1 week. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Increased liver blood test values may occur. Your doctor will check them before entering treatment. Most common side effects include stomach pain, diarrhea, difficulty sleeping, and back pain. Ask your doctor about hormone-free Veoza and enjoy more not flashes.
Running can be such an individual sport. I thought, why not share this experience? I train with this chair every day. I push rider athletes, push 17-year-olds. Seeing their excitement, they're the ones that push me. My marathon is super special and helping athletes like Yusuf realize their dream across the nation.
I found my trumpet.
I found my treasure. I found my treasure.
I found my truck.
I found all my treasures and maybe
Find. Discover your treasure on JB's Fantastic Find.
Where the worlds of myth and fantasy collide with jewelry.
Such a deal for shows made. Sold.
So. Watch JB's Fantastic Finds with John Batecow to discover your treasure.
You deserve a mobile service that lets you stand out. Introducing Astound Mobile. We have mobile plans that fit you. Save more, do more, eat more. On one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. With Astound Mobile, you only pay for it. Buy the gig or go unlimited. You already have it. That mobile starting at $15 a month per month. 2 great services, one astounding company. We are Astound.
Now with Brady Hackman, Sunday, April 28th at 9 on CNN.
The city of Chicago has just released disturbing body camera footage of a traffic stop turned deadly. Seeing as Nick Watt is taking a closer look, I want to warn our viewers the video you're about to see is disturbing.
We're told Dexter Reed was stopped for not wearing a seatbelt, pulled over by an unmarked police car, then surrounded by plainclothes officers. Some were wearing tactical vests and blazing with the word police. Now, what will happen?
Roll the window down. Roll the window down. What are you doing? Roll that one down too. Hey, don't roll the window up. Don't roll the window up. Do not roll the window up. Unlock the door now. Unlock the door now. Unlock the door now. Open the door now. Open the door now. Open the door now.
Today, Chicago's Civilian Office of Police Accountability released this video and said this.
Preliminary information and available evidence appears to confirm that Mr. Reed fired first, striking one officer.
That officer was hit in the forearm. The 4 other officers were told, then fired around 96 shots at Reed within just 41 seconds. Reed got out of the car. Officers continued to fire as he stumbled and after he fell. Now we know that by this point Reed was unarmed. Apparently those officers did not.
I don't know where the gun is.
A weapon was found later inside the vehicle. Today his family was shown this footage that spoke exclusively to CNN's Omar Jimenez.
They shooting over him many times. He's already dead. Why you started shooting him like that? They killed my father and killed me. And I just wish that I could come to him all the time. And to see him burn down, I never ever thought that it would be.
Officers are now on 30 days administrative leave.
It will be our job, based on the totality of the evidence, to determine whether the use of force in this case was beyond that force which is allowable under the law.
A major question remains, why was a tactical team in an unmarked vehicle making what we're told was just a traffic stop? We don't know the context because there is no audio on that body cam footage until the officers get out of their car and start shooting.
Roll the window down.
Then firing.
There is a problem with policing in this city. When 5 tactical officers jump out of an unmarked police car, brandishing their weapons for a young man that wasn't wearing his seatbelt.
Open the door now.
Don't forget, we're told Reed fired first.
Well, it's been nearly 10 years since the killing of another young black man in Chicago, Laquan McDonald. For change, investigations have changed on that department, but today, Dexter Reed's family and their lawyers say that change has not gone far enough. They want those so-called tactical units disbanded. So they say something similar to this doesn't happen to another man.
All right, Nick Watt reporting for us. Thank you, Nick, very much. Coming up, chaos up on Capitol Hill as the House returns to session. Stand by for exclusive reaction from a Republican renewing the threat to House. The House Speaker, Mike Johnson.
Big question. Like everything, takes a little planning. Or put the majority down payment
On a ranch
in Montana.
with horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors and Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds. That's great. I know I've been telling everyone. How many people did you tell? Only paid for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty. Oh, and so you can't put that right in the dishwasher.
Watch me. With Cascade Platinum Plus, I have upped my dish game. I just scrape, load, and I'm done.
In that dishwasher.
In that dishwasher.
Only Platinum Plus is packed with more Dawn to remove up to 100% grease and food residue. Get the highest standard of clean, even in your machine.
Clean enough for you?
Yeah. Scrape, load, done. Cascade Platinum Plus. Dare to dish differently. Hey there, Brenda.
It's Carol.
Exactly. So which leg are we operating on?
You mean arm?
It's all connected. Asking the right question. Good, great. Back to your future.
Are you sure you're an orthopedist?
Actually, I'm a Sagittarius. Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question? Are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional and let's make a plan how to work.
Tired of sciatic nerve pain radiating down your leg and lower back? Get relief, finally, with Magnolife Leg and Back Pain Relief, a combination of 4 active ingredients that get to work fast. So get living.
Available at your local retailer.
You know, I spend a lot of time thinking about dirt
At 3 in the morning.
any time of day. What people don't know is that not all dirt is the same. You need dirt with the right kind of nutrients. Look at this new organic soil from Miracle Grow.
Everybody should have it. It works great for us.
This is as good as gold in any garden. If people only knew that it really is about the dirt.
You're a dirt nerd.
Huge dirt nerd. I'm proud of it.
Dupixent helps you do more with less asthma and can help you breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or parasitic infection. Don't change your self-asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
I'm your child. Get in. Listen, what you really need in life is some freaking torque.
What?
Horsepower keeps you going, but torque gets you going.
What happened to my inner child creating love and acceptance?
How about you already accept this? Take a little power stuff.
When should I try?
Hurry up!
Charge for his party. The total torqued out crossover.
Bother the bugs. Not your family. Zevo is made with essential oils which attack bugs' biological systems. It wipes cleanly, plus is safe for use around people and pets. Zevo. People friendly, but deadly.
CNN this morning with Casey Hunt. Tomorrow at 5 Eastern.
The House of Representatives is back in session tonight as Speaker Mike Johnson faces a renewed threat to his leadership and a Republican conference deeply divided over the hearing. Our chief congressional correspondent Manu Rajan has our report.
It has not even been 6 months. Mike Johnson assumed the speakership after Kevin McCarthy's ouster. Now the question, how long can Johnson last?
Mike Johnson has completely betrayed our conference, and his leadership cannot be allowed to continue going forward.
Facing an escalating threat from a fellow Republican, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was warning she may call for a vote to remove it, in part for his deal to keep the government open.
We are in conflict and chaos right now because our Republican Speaker of the House is passing major bills without the majority of the majority's support.
Now issuing this warning, Johnson plans for a new Ukraine aid package.
He's going to make my case for me, and he makes it even easier for what I'm trying to do.
Johnson is trying to navigate a sharply divided conference, all with little margin for error. Soon we'll see his razor majority shrink again, after another Republican resigns amid the House turmoil, leaving him with just one vote to spare. But Ukraine critics warn Johnson not to move ahead. Many in both parties say the House's decision to slow walk the aid package could lead to a Russian victory.
If we don't rearm, though, then the coalition supporting them will fall apart, and it'll be on the hands of people who stand in the way of the supplemental, or a viable alternative if the House can produce it to us. Get us something, but inaction is unacceptable.
2 months ago, the Senate passed a $95 billion foreign aid package, with 22 Republicans voting for it, including Senate GOP Leader Mitch McConnell.
I hope that at some point here, the Speaker will put the Senate as supplemental on the floor.
Johnson is trying to narrow the Senate's plan and add new border security provisions, all while looking to turn Ukraine into a loan. An idea backed by Trump, but one generating skepticism.
His positions are ever shifting around us, so it's a little bit hard to follow what it is day to day.
It comes as Johnson is grappling with another major dispute dividing his conference, renewing an expiring law that gives the FBI the power to conduct worldwide surveillance. Still, Johnson could hang on. Even many are skeptical about the bill's effort.
The last time I pulled the trigger on the motion to vacate, I could make a true promise to the country that we would not end up with a Democrat Speaker of the House. And I fulfilled that promise. And I'm not certain that I could do it again.
Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene told me that she declined to meet with Speaker Johnson on Friday since she wanted to speak with her constituents first. She said that she would meet with him this week. She did also speak with Donald Trump earlier this day, but she declined to comment about whether Trump is supporting her effort, but she suggested he is not dissuading her at this time.
All right, Manu Raji reporting for Manu. Thanks very much. I will put you in the Situation Room. Thanks very much for watching. The news continues next on CNN.
Tonight on 360, there's breaking news, an exclusive interview with Arizona's Democratic governor after the state's highest court reinstitutes a near total abortion ban that's more than a century old. More breaking news tonight, the former president loses the key battle in his classified documents case while the fight over revealing the names of potential witnesses is such an important win for the special counsel. And later, new body cam video reveals what happened during the fatal encounter between Chicago police officers and a 26-year-old man during a traffic stop. Good evening. We start with the breaking news. The fallout from the Arizona Supreme Court decision that has even some top Republicans in the state that could decide both the presidency and the Senate, saying it goes too far. The ruling scraps a 15-week limitation on abortion in the state and reinstitutes a Civil War era near total ban that was enacted before Arizona was a state and before, as Vice President Harris and others pointed out today, women had the right to vote in the U.S. The 4-2 decision is a direct result, obviously, of the U.S. Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade. That, of course, provided federal protections for abortion. With those gone, it's now up to individual states to decide their own laws, which is what the Arizona court did today. And it's something the former president just yesterday said he was in support of.
My view is now that we have abortion where everybody wanted it from a legal standpoint, the states will determine by vote or legislation or perhaps both, and whatever they decide must be the law of the land. In this case, the law of the state. Many states will be different. Many will have a different number of weeks, or some will have more conservative than others, and that's what they will be. At the end of the day, this is all about the will of the people.
In Arizona, the implications for women are obviously massive. The law that survives potential challenges would place Arizona alongside states like Texas and Alabama as having some of the strictest anti-abortion laws in the country. For abortion providers, a violation of the law, if it goes into effect, it means a possible jail sentence of 2 to 5 years and fines. Those are just some of the practical implications. There are obvious political implications as well. Arizona is a swing state. Abortion's a major issue animating the race there and just about everywhere in the country. Just listen to what some undecided female voters in Arizona told our Randy Kay when she talked to them a few weeks ago before this decision.
I don't know why the hell they haven't done that every day in the political conversation. Amen. Why conversation? Look, at the end of the day, you know, potential president, like you have no business up in my body. So that's exactly. And to look, not only is that the right thing now talking about ideas, what is next? I do not want anyone, a government official who is a non-doctor, not part of my medical team, telling me what I can and cannot do to my body or what is right for my body.
How important are reproductive rights and freedoms to you in terms of choosing a candidate?
That's my top.
That's my top issue for all of you.
I think it's definitely on the top one or two, and the timeline's coming up where me and my husband wanted to start trying, and I'm scared for when I start trying and something happens, and I'm gonna have to make that choice, like either to die or, you know, like, and doctors will go to jail. Yeah.
It may be weeks or longer before the law goes into effect. The political fallout began immediately. Vice President Harris posted a video statement on social media calling on Congress to restore the protections under Roe. She also said she traveled to Arizona on Friday to address issues surrounding reproductive rights. Carrie Lake, the Republican elector's eye who lost the gubernatorial race there, seems to have done a 180. She once praised the near-total ban that's now law today. She's now running for Senate in the state. She said she opposed it and said that Arizona's governor, Katie Hobbs, and the state legislature should come up with a common sense solution. Arizona's governor, Katie Hobbs, joins us now for her first interview since the decision. Governor Hobbs, I appreciate you being with us. Were you surprised by the decision today, and what's your message to women in Arizona tonight?
Well, Arizonans across the state are reeling from this decision that reinstates the most draconian ban in the country. This is a ban that, as you said, was passed in 1864, before we were a state, before women had the right to vote. And it is a near total ban with no exceptions for rape or incest. It requires prison time for doctors. And there's just right now a lot of confusion about what is the current state, who has access to what. And, you know, this is a very harmful decision for Arizonans.
I want to talk about what the legislature may do, but before that, I mean, can you clarify right now when, assuming there's no action by the legislature, when this law would be enforceable? Because while the state Supreme Court stayed its ruling pending further arguments, the lower court majority opinion says, and I quote, physicians are now on notice that all abortions, except those necessary to save a woman's life, are illegal. So what is the timeline?
As you can imagine, there's still a lot of folks trying to figure this out. We think it's 45 days, but certainly you don't want to say that and make people think that they won't be penalized for something that happens before that. We just aren't sure, and we need clarity.
What do you think? I mean, do you think the legislature will act? I mean, Republicans control both houses in Arizona.
Well, I've been calling on the legislature to repeal this archaic ban from day one of my administration. I renewed that call at the beginning of this legislative session. The fact is that some of the Republicans right now who are saying that this decision went too far are the same politicians who celebrated the Dobbs decision, which paved the way for this court ruling today. And the Speaker of the House and the Senate President both weighed in this case with amicus brief, urging the court to do exactly what it did today.
So you and your Attorney General, I know, have taken steps to try to prevent county district attorneys from prosecuting anyone under this law. I mean, do you expect county officials are going to try to take it to court over that? What would happen in the meantime?
Well, to date, there hasn't been any test of that executive order, which I firmly believe is legally sound. And it just prevents an extreme county attorney from using this ban to criminalize women and doctors for seeking the care or providing the care that their patients need, and would provide consolidation with the Attorney General. It hasn't been tested yet, and I am hopeful that it doesn't have to be, because this ban, this extreme ban is going to prevent people from getting care that they need.
You said, people across the state are outraged about this. There's certainly a lot of outrage. You just named a couple of people who are actually for this. What do you say to those in Arizona, in your state, who believe this is a good idea?
Look, Arizonans are going to be able to weigh in on this and enshrine abortion in our state's constitution in November. And I am confident that when given the opportunity, they will vote to protect abortion access.
Do you think that will get on the ballot for this election?
They are well on their way there. They have surpassed the number of signatures needed, and they still have months to continue collecting. And this is a common sense measure that is supported by the vast majority of Arizonans in terms of protecting access. And, certainly it's going to motivate voters in November. I'm concerned about people's care between now and November, and I'm going to do everything in my power to ensure that Arizonans can get the care that they need. These extreme politicians are absolutely out of touch with what Arizonans want, and not only will Arizonans have the chance to weigh in on this ballot measure, but they will also have a chance to elect new legislators who will fight to protect their freedoms instead of taking them away.
As you know, the former President Trump's campaign said tonight, and I quote, "President Trump could not have been more clear. These are decisions for people of each state to make." What do you say to that?
Well, it is really unconscionable that folks in Arizona now are going to have to go to Nevada, California, New Mexico, or Colorado to get the care that they need. And I'm glad there's organizations that are going to be helping them do that. But people across the country, Americans, should not have unequal access to their freedoms. And we need to work to restore those in Arizona.
Do you think there are going to be moves against IVF now in the state?
Absolutely. These extreme legislators sent a fetal personhood bill to my desk that I was able to veto last year. This is a bill that would have paved the way for an Alabama-style ruling that would ban IVF. In Arizona, they're going after contraception. This doesn't stop at abortion.
Joined now by Maggie Haber, the senior political correspondent for the New York Times, and Frank Luntz, a Republican pollster and communications strategist. So, Maggie, as we mentioned, the former president's campaign said the position is that should be up to the states. Does he think? I mean, he clearly thought he could kind of leave it at that yesterday, avoid maybe taking a position on your total bans like Arizona's. That does not include exceptions for rape and incest.
Yeah, Anderson, I think that he and his aides thought that he was going to have more than a day of buying time with that statement yesterday. A statement that was not clarifying. I mean, it was saying that it should, will be left up to the states. He didn't address where he is on a federal ban or if he would sign a federal ban. If such a thing were to pass, however steep the odds are, in Washington if he were president. And so now he's going to have to address this ban. I mean, the argument from Democrats and the Biden campaign is, by saying that it's up to all states to pick what they want to do, Trump has endorsed all bans. And this news out of Arizona is really going to test that. As far as I know, he has not commented yet. There are a lot of people eagerly waiting to hear what he has to say.
Right? How do you think this plays out in terms of politics?
It's the worst issue for the Republicans right now. They have a double-digit lead on inflation, a double-digit lead on immigration. If they're talking about abortion, Democrats have a 15 to 20% advantage. So for Trump, talking about this engagement into the details is negative something for the Republicans. And if you notice the governor, I pay attention to words. She talked extreme. She must have said it half a dozen times. That's going to be the narrative over the next 7 months that this is a transition, which it is. But they're trying to use abortion as a way to communicate the Republican Party as being outside the mainstream. It's a Democratic issue.
And that messaging, that language, do you think that's effective for Democrats?
It's effective for Democrats. It's less effective for independents. But in the end, the independents and swing voters, they're looking for economic issues. They're looking for quality of life issues. For young women, this is the number one issue. For young women, their right to choose trumps language. It trumps every other issue. So in terms of get out the vote, in terms of winning in these close states, abortion could do for the Democrats exactly what it did in 2022 with
Republicans were expecting a 20-seat, 25-seat gain. They didn't get it. These young women voted on abortion. Back then, it would be the same now.
Megan, the former president has reportedly told allies in the past that he believes abortion is, quote, political loser. I mean, to Frank's point, you know, if Republicans are talking about it, they're losing. Do you have a sense of how worried they are tonight about Arizona?
This is something that is certainly on their minds about how to deal with it. I mean, I will note that the one out that Trump may take is that he stressed in his video, and he has said this in private discussions with people and public commentary, his focus on exceptions in terms of, you know, breaking incest in life with the mother. And this bill this new law would have no disadvantage to the brand that he takes. But regardless, I mean, yes, Trump said, and we at the Times broke this, and Trump was saying to people, when the likely Dobbs decision was impending, they think this was going to be bad for Republicans. He has recognized that the politics of this are bad for Republicans. He has also then gone out and said that he proudly helped overturn Roe v. Wade. And so it's a little hard to have it both ways, but he is trying to have it all ways. And he often does. He tries to leave all options open and avoid being pinned down. This is on a significant issue that a lot of women are very, very animated by. And looking as if you are trying to avoid saying anything, I don't think it's going to be a sustainable position for him.
How does the Trump campaign avoid talking about this issue?
By going back to the border, by going back to prices, and he's good at that. And the public is deeply concerned about affordability. And I'm not ducking the question, but actually emphasizing affordability matters to every family. Immigration, because of the results of what's happening at the border, matters to everyone. Abortion is a hardcore issue for younger women, a little bit less so for younger men. The older that you get, it's still important. It's not a voter-driven issue, as these other ones are.
And Megan, I mean, if Trump is elected in November, do you think he would change his position to support the federal abortion ban? I mean, I guess of course, he's certainly open to changing his position on a lot of it.
Correct. And I think that's the point, and I think that's what you will hear Democrats say and point to a lot. That, you know, Trump has been in several different places on abortion. You know, he does have credibility with evangelicals because of what he did in terms of appointing conservative justices to the Supreme Court and throughout federal courts. Those justices in the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. That was something Trump said in 2016 he was going to do. That did happen. And so Trump believes that he has enough credibility to not really take a stand here. But Trump has historically reverted on the issue to turning the issue over to conservative activists who are against abortion. And so I don't think anyone should assume that they have any idea what he would do on this as president.
He also, you know, you had the evangelical give the former Vice President Pence coming out saying this was a slap in the face after he said that. Do you think that actually matters at this stage in the Trump campaign? I mean, is that where are they going to go? You know, vote for Trump.
He's not the evangelical. No matter what happens in his life, he's proven that evangelicals will stand behind him. No matter what happens in his life, he's proven that economic conservatives can trust him on economic issues, social conservatives. But in the end, it's that center. It's the 5% who haven't made up their minds. They tend to be younger rather than older. They tend to be a little less educated, a little less likely to follow the news. And for these people, an issue like abortion matters a little bit more than the population overall. That's what I'm focused on. Undecided voters, this is going to play big time.
Thanks so much, Megan Haber, as well. Coming up next, breaking news in the former president's classified documents case, what the judge is saying tonight about the potential witnesses in that case, and the former president trying again to delay his historic criminal trial in Manhattan for just 6 days until it starts. I'll talk to OpenCNN's Paris Canal, who's in the courtroom today, as well as our legal team. And then later, a Michigan judge is sentenced the parents of a high school shooter who killed 4 students. Details on their precedent setting punishments after being convicted of involuntary manslaughter. Also, the emotional victim impact statements.
When Barbara switched to TurboTax,
I wrote 4 generations of family tradition. Ma, I want to make perfume.
so I made barbecue sidekick count by guaranteeing her maximum refund. Intuit TurboTax.
I was so excited to buy my first home, but I needed a lot of work done on it. I went on to Angie. Katie was the first person to call.
I explained to her some of the things I could do and showed her some pictures
He's resurfaced my flooring, he's done plumbing work, he's refinished this beautiful table here.
We just started saying that for a week.
Well, we didn't, but with top-rated certified pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
Introducing Mando, the whole body deodorant that I created with all body odor in mind. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, and I'm the inventor of full body deodorant, like Mando. Mando actually stops odor at the source, bacteria. You just apply Mando like a lotion, and it stops odor anywhere you have it, but wish you didn't. Buy it and try it for 60 days, and if you don't love it, you can return it for free. It's like body odor never even happens, and you're going to be exceptionally stink-free and smell as good as humanly possible.
Have you or anyone you know ever been stationed at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune? Camp Lejeune's water was contaminated by fuel leaks. If you had any water contact while at Camp Lejeune and been diagnosed with cancer or Parkinson's disease, you may be entitled to compensation. As a Marine who was stationed at Camp Lejeune myself for 4 years, this cause hits close to home. So if you've been stationed or visited Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune and have cancer or Parkinson's, visit CampLejeuneInjury.com. Morgan & Morgan, for the veterans.
This mango hit water tastes just like mango. How can water taste just like fruit?
For a limited time, new customers get over 45% off their drinking alcohol. That's 30 cent bottles for just 36 pounds, only $1 per bottle.
OCD is more than what you see on TV and in the movies. It comes with unrelenting, intrusive images, thoughts, and urges. If you have OCD and need help, you can get better. Specialized treatment. Go to nocd.com to learn.
First time in prison? Yeah.
Been inside before?
Yeah, twice.
I don't like to tell anyone why you did it. Tell me your story. Got one? Oh, yes. If you lost, if you could just move into the room, and I'm very Is it right now? Just go to jump right over it.
We're passionate about delivering ultra-fast, ultra-reliable internet so you can stay connected to your everyday work, life, and play. Thank you for trusting in our services and voting us down #1 nationwide, ranking us a top provider for reliability, speed, and overall satisfaction. Now you can enjoy Astounding too on one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. 2 great services, 1 astounding company. Thank you for choosing us and connecting to astounding possibilities.
Taking a trip in the next 12 months, airlines are under tremendous pressure and they're practically giving away their unsold seats. Like every crisis, this one will end too. But right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats. We're not allowed to publish these low fares online. The only way to get these rock bottom giveaway prices is to call. So phone low-cost airlines now for airline ticket prices you may never see again.
Roller Coast Live, tomorrow at 11 Eastern on CNN.
Breaking news in the classified documents case against the former president. The federal judge in the case, Judge Eileen Cannon, just made a key ruling, and it has to do with potential weaknesses. CNN's Evan Perez joins us now with that. So what did the judge decide?
Well, Anderson, she decided that she agrees now with Special Counsel Jack Smith to keep protected some of the names of witnesses, key witnesses. Jack Smith, the Special Counsel, had argued that they should be protected because they could be subject to intimidation and threats, which of course we've seen in some cases associated with the former president. And so she had previously indicated that she was inclined to let those names be put in public records in some of the filings by the Trump team, which of course would cause problems for them. But part of the story here, Anderson, is the continued sharp back and forth between Jack Smith and the judge. You and I talked about it last week, and I said, it's getting downright sassy, and you see some of that today in this filing, where she said that some of the arguments that they should have made from the beginning, and not after later.
Did Judge Cannon leave room for release of witness names in the future?
She did. She said for now, these names will be redacted in any filings that are made. She did say that the Special Counsel seems to want to make this, a long-term thing, and so she allowed for her to change her mind later on.
And does this impact any records in the case becoming public?
Well, she also ruled that more records in the case are going to be made public, but if any of those records indicate the names or might identify some of these witnesses, then she's asking for that information to be redacted. So in both cases, Jack Smith got some of what he was asking for, which is to protect the names. The Trump team got some of what they wanted, which is for more of these records to be made public.
Press, thanks so much. Now to the former president's hush money criminal case here in New York State. He was rejected yet again in another attempt to delay the case that's set to start on Monday with jury selection. This time, the decision came from the appeals court judge just minutes after hearing arguments from now former federal prosecutor Jennifer Rogers and Judaya Daniel Williams. There's also senior investigative counsel for the House Select January 6th committee. Also seen as Kara Spinell, who was in the courtroom today. So what more happened in the appeals court?
Yeah, so this is Trump's latest attempt to try to stop this trial before it starts. Today they were in there asking an appellate judge to hold the trial to stop it so they could challenge the gag order that was put in place restricting Trump's statements. As there were brief arguments on this, it was quickly denied. But this is just one of the flurry of filings that we're seeing both at the trial court level and at the appellate level to try to stop this case. And there are 3 court days left before this is over and before the trial starts. And I think we could possibly see more. But even this is not technically over because they will file briefs for an appellate court panel to consider this. Those briefs are due on Monday, which is the start of this trial. A decision is expected to follow. It's still a long shot for him to stop this case right now.
I mean, to me, one of the arguments the Trump team is making is that, well, New York, the jury pool is likely to be, or more likely to be liberal, perhaps, and not like Trump. I mean, does that argument hold any water? Would that mean that any politician on trial could only be tried in a district where he was popular?
Yeah, I mean, you get to have a jury of your peers, and the president is famously from New York, and what the jury process is about being who is going to be fair and impartial in the process. It's not about getting the jury who you only want. It's about having the opportunity to ask them questions, to really inquire whether they can be fair and impartial to both parties. Both the government and the defendant have a right to a fair trial. He's going to have the opportunity here. The judge will ask questions, counsel too will have the opportunity to ask questions, and these very issues about political affiliation, preconceptions about the former president, all that is going to have an opportunity to come out, and they will have the opportunity to do what people do in every trial, which is strike jurors. I mean, every lawyer who's been to trial before is engaged in that process. You're trying to understand what are people's preconceived notions about your positions, and then you test those, and if you don't feel confident they're going to support you and welcome arguments, you have the jury struck. So you have that chance.
And Jennifer, I mean, we saw the jury, some of the questions going to be asked to the jury. Do you think it's going to be, a lengthy process?
I think it will because there's so many people involved. I mean, they're going to call hundreds of people because there's so many people who are going to say they feel strongly about Trump, either against him or for him. The judge has already said that all people who say, I have a conflict or I just can't be fair and impartial are going to automatically be excused. But I think it's going to take them a long time to get through all of these hundreds of people, even with the streamlined process, which includes a questionnaire and not going one by one through all the people who say that they have a conflict.
I mean, specifically about the gag order, what did these legal teams take issue with?
So they said they wanted to narrow it in 3 different ways. They said that they thought Trump should be able to talk about Michael Cohen and Stormy Daniels, 2 key witnesses for the prosecution, because they said that they are continuing to talk about the case. They want him to have the ability to respond. They also said that they think Trump should be able to talk about publicly filed motions in this case. One of them is about recusing the judge, and that motion would have the details about the work his daughter has done for Democratic organizations in the day after the gag order was put in place. So he's trying to get around the gag order that way by saying, let me talk about this motion. And then also he wants to talk about one of the prosecutors on the case who, for a brief period of time, worked at the Department of Justice as part of his line that this is a Biden prosecution, even though the district attorney, Alvin Bragg, is entirely separate from the Department of Justice and is not taking direction from Joe Biden. And so he wants to loosen the gag order, and that way the prosecutors said, know that this gag order is already narrowly tailored. And they said that they're already having challenges with some witnesses who don't want to testify, even just about record keeping in the case, because of the fear of what Trump could possibly say against them and what his followers could possibly then react to.
Jim, one of the former president's attorneys made the argument that statements about the case may be rude, but they do rise to the level of incitement.
Yeah, that's the understatement of the year, right? And they don't have to rise to the level of incitement. They are intimidating, they are threatening, they are, as Karen just said, making people not want to participate in the trial. And the judge has an obligation to protect the integrity of those proceedings. And so, this gag order, which by the way, very similar language, was upheld by the DC Circuit Federal Court of Appeals when it was put in place by Judge Chutkan and the federal election subversion case. So there's really strong ground to stand on to say that this was a constitutional order, and I think it'll stand up.
And to it, on the Judge Cannon decision about keeping jury for now names off or from going public, but at least at this juncture, what do you think of that?
I think there's been a conversation between the Department of Justice and Judge Cannon that has been building, and the question of whether he has an understatement. But I think you saw her back down and try to save face here. I mean, she really said, she suggested that Jack Smith had introduced new evidence that you should consider. I think what's happened here is that he told her what the law was, and she had no choice but to agree with it. But I think this is just the beginning, and we're likely to see that conversation, which is going to have to be decided by the 11th Circuit, which is the appellate court that oversees Judge Cannon. And we may in the future see an attempt by Jack Smith to have her removed. I think if she continues on the path that she has, that it has had some undefensible decisions that she's made. And I think if she does that again, I do think we'll see that possibility going forward.
Appreciate it, everyone. Thank you. Just ahead, emotional impact statements today in sort of sentencing parents of the Michigan school shooter. We will hear them, and I'll talk about the responsibility on the case.
I met with the TurboTax expert because I had 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and
You can count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed.
let the TurboTax full-service expert do your taxes as soon as today.
Look at all those snacks. You must be kidding. I did just pay 60% less for my ticket for Game Time app. It's the best place to get last-minute deals on. I guess I'm just a better fan. I got a Game Time app. Download the Game Time app to get great deals on last-minute deals.
Take a few times them out. Apply it like a lotion. Pits, underboob, eyeballs, rough crack. This water-based cream, I'm telling you, it's invisible on the skin. It works like a dream. Why didn't someone figure this sooner?
I'm NFL Hall of Famer Dan Marino. You know, I used to be afraid of things like offensive lines and losing games. But what's insane is that years later, my biggest fear became trying to fall asleep. But the insanity stopped when I learned about Relaxium Sleep. I started sleeping again the first night. While I might not be worried about winning games anymore, I still want to perform at the top of my game. Relaxium Sleep completely changed how I live my life. It will change yours too.
Join the hundreds of thousands of people who've experienced the relief and health benefits from getting a great night's sleep and get Relaxium Sleep.
I've been using Relaxium for about 10 years now. I love the product. When I take Relaxium, I fall asleep much faster, and then I always wake up much fresher.
I love getting a great night's sleep with Relaxium. During the day, I enjoy more energy, better mood, sharper focus, and I accomplish so much more. With the benefits of a great night's sleep, I am set to live a long, happy, and healthy life. Relaxium is safe, not habit forming, and it's not a prescription drug. The best part is, it worked for me the very first night, and it can do the same for you. Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Join me and hundreds of thousands of other Americans and call Relaxium right now. Dan Marino is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-421-8716. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-421-8716.
Yeah, here it is. Give it. Buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free. Yeah, that's a given. But hey, it's advertising. Everybody's allowed to have a given. I mean, I'm a talking cultural window. I'm a given. But free windows that cost a ton of money, those guys wouldn't be picking given. Just saying, if you want a better window installed for an honest price, call like Window Punches. Because we put the win in windows. Like that.
All like window.
throughout New England. A higher quality shed backed by a 30-year warranty.
If there's ever any issue with the shed, all the next 30 years, customers can just call the shop and we're there. Absolutely.
60 years building sheds, and one thing hasn't changed.
The excitement on the customer's face, I think, is probably the best part.
Visit ReedsFerry.com and get excited about your brand new shed.
Call 888-85-SHED.
Need a shed?
If it says Reed Ferry, you've got your one.
That's right.
Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers like a Yohama racing. I will buy the prices new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales are up to 70% off, so Gilt.com today.
It was an unprecedented and most difficult day in court today. Parents of the Michigan school shooter was sentenced to at least a decade in prison. James and Jennifer Crumbley's son killed 4 students in the 2021 shooting, and they became the first parents to be held criminally responsible for mass shooting committed by their child. CNN Chief Gonzalez this morning.
It is the sentence of this court, Ms. Crumbley, that you serve 10 to 15 years. And to defendant James Crumbley, it is the sentence of this court that you serve 10 to 15 years.
Historic sentences handed down for the parents of a teen who killed 4 students at a Michigan high school in 2021.
It is a goal of sentencing to act as a deterrent. These convictions are not about forfeiture. These convictions confirm repeated acts or lack of acts that could have halted an oncoming runaway train.
James and Jennifer Crumbley were found guilty of involuntary manslaughter in separate trials earlier this year, the first time parents of a mass school shooter have been held directly accountable for an attack. On November 30th, 2021, their son killed Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, Justin Schilling, and Hannah St. Juliana at Oxford High School, using a gun gifted to him by Jennifer and her husband.
The blood of our children is on your hands, too.
Family of the victims gave statements ahead of the sentencing.
When you're worried about what people thought of you, it's really threatening. I was burning your somewhere and my daughter fatally shot her in the head. While you were hiding, I was planning her funeral. And while you were running away from your son and your responsibilities, I was forced to do the worst possible thing a parent could do. I was forced to say goodbye to my medicine.
The older sister of 14-year-old victim Hannah St. Juliana says no punishment will ever be enough.
I now have to live without Hannah, my little sister, my best friend, my other half. To me, that makes the maximum sentence being 15 years too short. Hannah didn't even have 15 years to live.
Hannah's murder has destroyed a large portion of my home.
Both Crumbley spoke up on their own behalf. James Crumbley, for the first time since his trial began.
To the victim and the family. I stand today not to ask for your forgiveness, as I know it may be beyond reach, but to express my sincerest apology for the pain that has been caused. I will be in my own internal prison for the rest of my life.
I really want the family to know how truly sorry I am, and I'll continue to feel this pain for the rest of my life as well. If I could go back and change things, if I could go back and do things differently, and maybe none of us would be here today.
Now, are the Crumbleys likely to appeal, and could this be their sentence reduced?
Absolutely, they're going to appeal. We don't know how it will turn out, but there are a lot of texts in this trial, and the text is one moment at a time, right? You don't know what happens before, you don't know what happens after. There were texts by Ethan in this trial, the shooter in this trial, where he texted his friend and he said, I asked my dad for mental health and he laughed at me and told me just suck it up and take a pill. Well, the Crumbleys could not counteract that. There was nothing. They wanted Ethan to come in that courtroom to testify. So we could see what Ethan had to say about all of that. And he had a Fifth Amendment privilege that his attorneys waived for him, did not waive, saying that they are going to appeal the sentence. Furthermore, the medical records, because he told the psychiatrist that he actually lied. He didn't ask his parents ever for any help. Those medical records are privileged also, so they couldn't come in. So you saw one side, there was no way to counter it.
by James and Jennifer Crumbley. We'll see what the appellate court says about that.
Sure. Thanks very much. Joining me now is the lead prosecutor in the case, Oakland County Michigan prosecutor Karen McDonald. Ms. McDonald, I appreciate your time. You heard in James' report, a sister of one of the victims, Hannah St. Juliana, says that the 10 to 15 year sentence from Crumbley feels too short because Hannah, her sister, didn't even live to be 15. Are you satisfied with the sentence that you have?
You know, satisfaction isn't really a feeling that I think anyone has. Just watching your story, it's, you know, I haven't actually watched it since we were in court today, and it is so jarring and moving, and I think nothing will bring back these kids, but the sheer enormous impact that their gross negligence had on these families it was palpable. And if I could, Anderson, I would like to just address the previous statements. It is not actually true that the shooter said that the psychiatrist said he lied. That was taken completely out of context, and you know, we heard that even today, which was a surprise that we'd be arguing facts after we've had 2 jury trials. But the shooter being called as a witness and the psychiatrist actually would be damning testimony for both parents. So, you know, the text messages that is spread.
So, do you worry about what may happen on appeal? Or are you confident?
I do not, because we took painstaking efforts, and so did this judge, to make sure that Jennifer James Crumbley had a fair trial. And the evidence that we sought to admit, by the way, much of it was deemed excluded, went through the rigor of an evidentiary analysis by the court and real argument and analysis by each side. But it is not true that he told the psychiatrist that he lied about that. That's taken out of context. And, you know, it's frustrating for us because all of this came out in the Miller hearing, which is a separate proceeding, and we never sought to keep any of that information, but it's not ours to give. He does have a right, a Fifth Amendment right, and we couldn't give that. But it's just, you know, all of the evidence came out about what he actually told the psychiatrist, and what his testimony would be, and it's not favorable to Jennifer James.
So I appreciate the clarification. One of the important things that I'm not going to say that anything great can come out of this, but one of the important things perhaps that can come out of this is a message that could be sent to parents everywhere, not just in Michigan, but around the country, about responsibility. And what do you hope that message is that you see?
You know, I don't think the majority of people in this country and parents, you're a parent, I'm a parent, need to have that message. I think the facts in this case are so egregious. I absolutely not promote the idea that we should criminalize bad parenting. I absolutely don't stand for the proposition that we should always find out where the parent's role was in every criminal act, even if it's with a gun. But when you're presented with evidence like this, and you ask the question, like all of us did, where did the minor get his hands on this gun? And those answers lead to social media posts boasting about it. They lead to a lot of signs that there was some trouble, and ignoring that, and then in addition, providing this deadly weapon 4 days before the shooting, giving him access to the weapon and the ammunition, not securing it, and then when called to the school and given this worksheet where he writes, "Help me, the world is dead, blood everywhere," and asked to get him some counseling either that day or within 48 hours, and they say nothing about this gun. You know, they were just, you know, and I think the judge's comments really stressed that. She's after 2 very long, detailed trials, and her comments in sentencing really reflected a knowledge of the evidence. And you know, look, I hope that what comes out of this is more questions about where the weapon comes from, more attention to access to weapons. But I want to be really clear, this prosecution does not really change the fact that the #1 cause of death for children in this country is gun violence. And we have to address it in a comprehensive public health way. I started and we're releasing recommendations on the commission to address gun violence. And it goes way upstream to talk about, way before somebody puts their hand on a gun, how can we prevent these tragedies? And the good news is there's a lot of ways that we can prevent this. We just have to educate the public and provide that for them.
Chairman McDonald, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
We had opposition to the former president's claims of immunity in his election interference case, this time from former top military commanders and officials. One of the 19 who signed an amicus brief to the Supreme Court joins us again.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two are any idea? Think so the life insurance policy for cash? So they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue. It's crazy. Well, not everyone knows Coventry sells thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy. For cash or a combination of cash and coverage, no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them. They're sitting on a gold mine. You have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine.
Can you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-292-7600 or CoventryDirect.com.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
You didn't live this strong, this long to get put on the shelf like a porcelain doll. If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and are at high risk for fracture, you can build bone with Evenity. Ask your doctor if you can do more than just slowing down blood loss with Evenity. Want stronger bones? Then build new bone. Evenity can help in just 12 months. Evenity is proven to reduce spine fracture risk by 73%.
Evenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a cardiovascular problem. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions and low blood calcium have occurred. Tell your doctor about jaw bone problems as they have been reported with Evenity, or about pain in your hip, groin, and thigh as unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred.
Don't let a break put you on a shelf. Talk to your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
I was born with wings. When psoriasis swooped in to clip them, it crushed my confidence.
But no longer with psoriasis, it's me.
I can love my skin again. Benzellix.
Only Benzellix targets and blocks IL-17A plus F to calm inflammation.
I can control my plaques and start getting myself back.
Benzellix helps adults with moderate to severe psoriasis control plaques to deliver clearer skin fast for results that last.
I will give myself back the freedom of shorts. Dare to wear black again, from head to toe. Most people got 100% clear skin.
Saw them after the first dose. Serious side effects, including suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and lowered ability to fight them, liver problems, and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to.
Start to get yourself back with Benzellix.
Ask your dermatologist about Benzellix today.
Feel it. The sheep's different. It's right. From the light to the dark. Hold back. All right. Exhale. Woo! Hot damn. No ma'am. So chill. All night. On a cloud like a feather. Smooth. Soft. Nothing better. Just right. Only right. Visit Try Sheep's.com to be 25% off. Free shipping and 2 free pillowcases plus a 69 guarantee.
Circle's fuel you to take flight. Circle is the energy that gets you to the next level. Circle is what you hope for when life tosses limits away. Circle is available at Walmart and Circle.com.
19 former top military commanders and officials before the Supreme Court attacking the former president's claims of immunity. The authors include retired four-star admirals and generals, as well as your next served as Navy Secretary of the Obama administration. Secretary Mavis, good to have you on. You You write in this amicus brief that a president with complete immunity from any action taken in office could be, quote, creating the likelihood that service members will be placed in the impossible position that to choose between following their commander-in-chief or obeying the laws enacted by Congress. Can you give us an example of an unlawful order, even if it was given by the commander-in-chief?
Sure. You've got a president that has immunity and no consequences for action. So then you've got a group of protesters peacefully protesting policy administration. The president says, tells the U.S. military to take them out. Then the military, if they follow that order, they would be prosecuted for murder. But they would have the impossible decision of do you follow the order from commander-in-chief or clearly unlawful? Or do you follow your duty to not obey that and follow the chaos that would follow? That's the danger here. It's a serious, deep situation.
So it's not just theoretical. I mean, this could, you're saying, you believe it could have a ripple effect of having people in the military questioning orders that they receive from on high to make sure that, I mean, just it would raise all sorts of questions and concerns about people in all different ranks.
Oh, absolutely. If we've got two bedrock principles. One is the control of the military. It's enshrined in our Constitution. The other is that both civilians and the military operate under the law. And the thing that holds that together is trust. The military trusts the fact that civilians are going to issue lawful orders. If you have somebody who is not constrained by that, or there are no consequences, and just says, I don't care if an order is lawful, I'm going to issue it no matter what, then once again, the military is in that impossible position. Do you follow an order that's clearly unlawful? Or, and they have a duty to display if an order is unlawful. You follow that. But then what does it have down the chain of command? What does the colonel do? What does the lieutenant do? What does the sergeant do? What does the private do? You got the commander-in-chief saying one thing. You've got your military commanders and chain of command saying don't. That is ignorance.
The brief also says, and I quote, domestic conflict on U.S. soil, especially conflict related to power, only encourages our foreign adversaries. What type of national security threat do you envision if a foreign adversary were to take advantage of this circumstance in the United States?
One of the things that's the most awesome about our democracy is how we have a peaceful transfer of power. And every time we do, and we have for over years now, in all sorts of situations, every time we do, you have that transfer of power. That time is a really fraught time because you've got a particular group of people coming in. They've got to be up to speed on day one. They're probably going to be tested. But if you've got someone issuing unlawful orders during that time, trying to hold on to power after an election that they lost, then foreign adversaries, they're going to seize on that. They already do. They already watch very closely and test the U.S. during these transitions. But if you've got this chaotic time and orders being issued, followed, not followed, then they can use that very easily as a time for either against us, move against our allies, or to try to undermine us in myriad ways over and over.
Secretary Mathers, I really appreciate you being on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right next, the Beverly Police Officer in Chicago, and some questions about whether officers use excessive force. I'll show you a really spotty template for videos about the moments leading up to the big encounter.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how a TurboTax goes. That's me.
Introducing the full body. I'm Dr. Shannon
scandal is based on the novel idea of preventing motive, keeping it from happening in the first place. Men who use Bando smell as good as humanly possible everywhere. Go to shopbando.com to learn more.
This mango hazelnut tastes just like mango. How can water taste just like fruit?
For a limited time, new customers get over 45% off their drink in alcohol. That's 36 bottles for just 36 bucks, only $1 per bottle.
The game time app, I think 60% like the good guys. Right? And it's not just sports tickets, lots of concerts. Performances too!
Oh, come on!
Download Game Time for last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. Why is it so hard to find a good pro to work on your house? When I look for someone who's reliable, who's true to their word, and skillful, that's where Angie comes in. With Angie, find top-rated certified pros in your area. Plus, compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well.
The price was right. Everything was done the same day.
With top-rated certified pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
OCD is more than what you see on TV and in the movies. It comes with unrelenting, intrusive images, thoughts, and urges. If you have OCD and need help, you can get better. Specialized treatment. Go to nocd.com.
I'm sorry, what?
Short is a luxury crime. There's so much new stuff happening out there. I just can't keep up. And it's all fun to swim back now. This is crazy. I promise you, I'll not let you down.
That's the British TV. Only on Britbox. Watch from free trial at Britbox.com.
Have you or anyone you know ever been stationed at 3 campus? Camp Latune's water was contaminated by fumes. If you had any water contact while at Camp Latume and been diagnosed with cancer or Parkinson's disease, you may be entitled to compensation. As a Marine who was stationed at Camp Latume myself for 4 years, this cause hits close to home. So if you've been stationed or visited Marine Corps Base Camp Latume and have cancer or Parkinson's, visit CampLatuneInjury.com. Morgan & Morgan, for the veterans.
Good morning. With Vocalac.
Good morning!
Yeah. Try Vocalac's Chewy Truth Bites for fast and gentle constipation relief in as little as 30 minutes. Making your good morning even better with Vocalac.
Allergies? With Allegra, they won't stop me. Nothing beats Allegra. It's the fastest, non-drowsy, 24-hour allergy relief. Live your greatness. It's easier than ever to stay connected with our online digital tools. With your MyAstound account, you can add new services, confirm your tech appointments, go paperless, and send out your text messages. Plus, now you can add Astound Mobile, which runs on one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. Go to my.astound.com now and check it out. Your MyAstound account makes it easy to do exactly what you need. Log in today and connect to astounding possibilities.
I'm Warren Newman from Pentagon, and this is CNN.
Tonight, just released body cam video is revealing new details about the failed police involved shooting in Chicago. 26-year-old Dexter Reed was killed during a traffic stop last month involving 5 police officers. Nearly 100 shots were fired towards Reed, raising questions about whether the officers used excessive force. CNN's Omar Jimenez has that story in one-on-one with Selma with the C.
March 21st, 2024. Chicago police are initiating a traffic stop on a driver reportedly for not wearing a seatbelt, according to the Civilian Office of Police Accountability. The traffic stop being conducted by 5 tactical officers.
Roll the window down. What are you doing? Roll this one down. Roll that one down too. Hey, don't roll the window up. Don't roll the window up. Do not roll the window up. Unlock the doors now.
Temperature quickly escalates. One officer puts what appears to be his gun on the windshield. Reed then fires first, hitting an officer in the forearm, according to the initial investigation. Then, chaos.
Shots fired.
gunshots, 96 in total, according to investigators. The gun was later recovered from the front seat of Reed's car. Portia Banks had just been on the phone with her brother in the minutes before it all happened. Then she turned on a police scanner at her shop.
We're listening to the police talking, like saying shots fired. I mean, I can hear all the shots on the scanner. I can hear so many shots, so many shots, so many shots. But didn't know that it was my brother. But then to know later on that night that those shots that I heard and then the ambulance going ahead to shot was my brother was the most heartbreaking thing I can ever felt in my life.
One of the family's attorneys argues this never should have happened in the first place.
There was a weapon recovered in his car. However, it started with an unconstitutional, pretextual, and unnecessary stop of Dexter Reed. And that's what precipitated the entire incident.
And questions remain over why tactical officers initiated a traffic stop for a supposed seatbelt violation. As part of a brief statement, Chicago police says this incident is still under investigation. But the stop is where it all began.
If you don't stop my nephew, he'll be alive today.
Reed's uncle sitting alongside his father.
When this happened to my nephew, I hope the police can understand that this is the same pain that they feel when an officer is killed in the line of duty.
It's a pain that manifests in memories, and pain that manifests in despair.
They took my son away from me. They kept it no more. I don't know what I'm going to do about it. And I just wish that I could talk to him one more time. But to see him burned down, I never ever thought that it would be me. I never thought that it would be me. I never thought that it would be me.
Now, the Chicago Police Department says this is still under investigation, and Office of Police Accountability says they've recommended to the police superintendent that they relieve. Why this stop happened in the first place and why the shot continued for as long as they did.
I'm Mark Jimenez. Thanks. The news continues right here on CNN.
Up front next, breaking news as Trump stares down 5 days until his first criminal trial in New York. The judge in yet another criminal trial, the classified documents case, just issuing a separate ruling, this time siding with special counsel Jack Smith. And the unbelievable 180 inside the Republican Party, the GOP running as fast as it can away from major court rulings today that bans nearly every abortion in the state of Arizona. So why are they so afraid of that? Isn't that what they said they wanted? And a CNN investigation this hour into one of the single deadliest events in Gaza. Tonight, casting major doubt on Israel's official version of the events. Let's go out front. And good evening, I'm Erin Burnett. Until Trump's criminal trial begins in New York. Trump denied at every turn tonight as he tries to stall that case. Just moments ago, another key decision coming out in a separate Trump trial as well. This in just the past hour, a ruling in Trump's Mar-a-Lago classified documents case, who gave Jack Smith a partial win, siding with his request to withhold real names of witnesses in court documents. But, and there are many buts here, but one of them in particular is huge. Judge Cannon still has not announced a trial date for that classified documents case, and coming under intense criticism that she's doing exactly what Trump wants in delaying the case. Now, we're going to have more on that breaking ruling in just a moment. Paula Reed's breaking some more details here at this moment. But again, this is a result of the last minute hearing for Trump in New York today, a very terse rejection. Today, Trump's legal team arguing to an appeals court judge that his hush money case should be delayed while the former president challenges a gag order. The decision, though, was swift. Moments after the hearing ended, the judge in these two terse pages rejecting Trump's argument, and at the very end, lots of lines you could have put for your reasoning, and you only needed two. This application for an interim stay of the proceedings pending resolution of the Article 78 proceeding is denied. Justice Cynthia Kim, then signing merely with her initials here, CSK, Cynthia Kern, I'm sorry. So as of tonight, Trump's first criminal trial with 34 counts is full steam ahead to begin on Monday. Trump will become the first U.S. president to face criminal prosecution. And the jury pool in Manhattan is already set for this. Jury selection will begin on Monday. And everyone who's scheduled to show up on Monday has known they're showing up on Monday. Many of them they are. Paula Reed is out front. And Paula, the New York case about to make history tonight, even as Judge Cannon in Florida again refuses to set a trial date.
Yeah, here Cannon did at least decide one of the key issues that is treated really like a logjam in this case, and that is whether to reveal the names of witnesses. And she said, for now, those names will remain secret, but this has caused a lot of tension to the special counsel's office and Judge Cannon after Cannon pushed for more transparency, said she was going to reveal more information in this case. But tonight, she conceded that the special counsel is right. If she were to reveal the names of these witnesses, Aaron, we reported some of these witnesses are low-level employees at Trump's club. That could potentially subject them to risk and harassment. Now, Cannon, she's been under a lot of scrutiny for her approach to this case. She still has over a dozen motions outstanding. And as you noted, the biggest decision she hasn't made is where to put this case on the calendar. We were in court with her well over a month ago. Your arguments on that issue, and she still has not set a date. Aaron, I get a lot of questions amid this tension, this scrutiny about whether the special counsel will move to try to get Cannon removed from this case. Now, there's no indication in their filings that they're going to do that at this point, but if they were, that's difficult. That's a high bar. They would need a record of mistakes or missteps. And right now, the record is pretty thin. But you can bet if they do attempt that in the future, this backtrack will likely be part of the record.
It would seem that way. All right, thank you very much, Paula. And I want to go now to our legal analyst, Ryan Goodman, Sarah Kristoff, former U.S. prosecutor for the Southern District here in New York, and Robert Hirschhorn, an attorney and jury and trial consultant. So thanks so much to all of you. So Ryan, it's brief, as I said, terse. It didn't take much. I'm sure you add one, but she only needed two of the roughly 10 lines here. So is there anything else Trump could do that result in delay of the case scheduled to start in 5 days?
I can't see anything that he could do. I think we're going to go to trial on Monday. The only unforeseeable event is that he somehow, his legal team fell apart and he tried to call for a rescheduling. But that wouldn't happen. His legal team is in place for him across multiple cases. So he's stuck with them, they're stuck with him, and he's stuck with us.
Sarah, what do you think?
I agree. I mean, he's done everything he can do here to try to delay this, and it's not going to happen. I think we're going forward on Monday, whether he likes it or not.
I mean, as I said, it will be history making. I mean, that's the first time a former U.S. president is facing criminal prosecution. Robert, on Monday, of course, the judge said you can't delay the trial. You've got this jury pool, though, already set, right? Already set. They're going to show up. They know who they are. We've gone through that. They've got a long questionnaire, 42 questions that they're going to be asking each and every potential juror. So how does the process start?
Yeah, Aaron, thank you so much for having me on the show. So first we'll see if Trump has any more continuances up his sleeve in his team. We'll see. Because I won't believe it until Monday comes. So what's going to happen is the judge is going to call those jurors in. He's going to put them in panels or groups. As I understand it, it's somewhere around 500 jurors that he's summoned. And what he's going to do, it's fascinating, Aaron, what he's doing. He's going to talk to the jurors and basically say to them, look, here's how long the trial's going to last. Just because you might have childcare issues, work issues, that in and of itself is not going to be enough. So I want to know two things. Do you have an opinion about the case, and do you have a hardship? Do you have an opinion that's so strong that you can't be a fair and impartial juror? And what the judge is going to do is literally have the panel members raise their hand up to see if either they have a strong opinion or they have a hardship. He's going to literally line the jurors up, have them come up and talk one at a time, and tell the judge what their hardship is or what their, why they can't be a fair and impartial juror. It's going to be a fascinating process.
I mean, it is fascinating to imagine 500 people sort of breaking through there. So, I mean, the way the system is supposed to work is that all of us, citizens, as jurors, are supposed to answer those questions honestly.
and this is your duty as a citizen. Do you think that that is reasonable to expect? That people are going to say, I have a strong opinion, or, I mean, among the questions were, you know, checking where you get the news, checking what podcasts you listen to, checking what books you've read.
Yeah, I mean, looking at those questions, I think they're really fairly designed to flesh out what people's views are and whether they have biases and positions. So you would hope that people answer them honestly, but there may be people who very much want to serve on the jury, and there may be people who very much don't want to serve on the jury, and then they adjust their answers accordingly.
Right, and you know, we understand that happens. So Ryan, at the same time, I think this is very important. So, and I know Robert said, I'll believe it when I see it, right? We get to the finish line. But if it starts on Monday, as it seems now in this 5-day countdown that I go, at the same time, a 3-judge panel, if I'm correct, right, will be listening to Trump's appeal on a gag order, which could potentially affect the timing of the trial itself. How does that happen that these two things are going sort of at the same time, parallel paths?
So I think the important thing to think about is that Trump's argument for why he should not be gagged and what he says about witnesses and the like is he's saying I have a First Amendment right to speak my mind to the public and on campaign. He's not saying I get to say this because I want to influence the jurors. So that's why you have them on 2 separate tracks. Get the jury started, get the trial started, have that happen. And then yes, it's actually important to have the briefing and everything occur very quickly on the gag order in order to potentially release him or not for what he wants to say publicly. But it's not about what he wants to say directed at the court or at the jurors at the trial. That's why these two things can happen at the same time.
And Robert, do you expect anyone in these 500? I mean, there are going to be some people, I would presume, because it's always the case in New York, they're going to say that they're not aware of the case. The majority of them, one would think, would be well aware of at least some of the details on this.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd have to be living under a rock not to have heard about this case, the Hush Money case, or the Stormy Daniels case. Everybody would have heard of it here in the vast majority. But here's the issue. Can you take whatever opinions that you have about the case or former President Trump and set those aside and decide this case based on the testimony, the evidence, and the law? And if the jurors say yes, they're going to be on the jury panel. At least the panel is not the actual jury. And if they say no, the judge is going to cut them loose because the process is set up, Aaron, it's designed to ferret out the vast majority of people that either have a legitimate hardship or just can't be fair and impartial. So he's going to wean that group of 500 down to maybe 150, and that's the group that's going to be answering the 42 questions.
It's going to really answer those questions. It is amazing, and I think for people to realize, you know, what happens in Manhattan. 500 people are going to show up. Not the situation, of course, in the vast particular locations of the country. So, Ryan, the other thing Paula Reed breaking the news on Judge Cannon. So, several parts of the ruling. One, okay, the names are going to be redacted of the witnesses in the actual documents, but Trump is still allowed to post things about these people or things they've said, and she still refuses to report it. What do you take away from that?
So I think she did the most important thing, which is to protect the identity of the witnesses so that the public at large would have a harder time trying to target them.
Figure out who they are.
Exactly, and it doesn't help with what's happening in New York, that the gag order is in place because of the Judge Marchand said. Otherwise, what Trump has done with his statements to identifying people specifically to create an atmosphere of intimidation. So that at least what she has done tonight, is essentially try to protect some of the witnesses from that atmosphere of intimidation. And it could have been awful if she had decided in the other direction. Just imagine some of these witnesses dropping out. That could be
All right, thank you all three very much. And next, the major Supreme Court ruling from the state of Arizona, upholding an 1864 law bringing a whole new meaning to precedent. It bans nearly every abortion in the state. It is a law that Republicans like Kari Lake want huge fans of.
I'm incredibly thrilled that we are going to have a great law that's already on the book.
Well, she's not so thrilled tonight. Wait till you hear what she's saying that she doesn't want to lose the Senate race. She's not the only one running far, far away. Plus, President Biden offering one of the sharpest rebukes yet of Netanyahu. As the CNN investigation you'll see this hour of one of the single deadliest mass casualty events in Gaza casts major doubt on Israel's version of events.
Zyrtec allergy relief works fast and lasts a full
given our allergies. Seize the day with Zyrtec.
Why is Navage perfect for allergies? People who have allergies will have lots of problems. If someone's exposed to allergies, they can get rid of those immediately by washing up the nose. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you can breathe easier, sleep better, feel healthier. If you have seasonal allergies, Navage can help. Navage, now available at select Sam's Clubs.
If your roof is showing danger signs like streaks or raised shingles, it could be trouble. And a new roof could cost $10,000, $15,000, or $20,000. Introducing RoofMax, the first professional and affordable roofing treatment that is scientifically proven to strengthen and extend the life of your roof. With RoofMax, you will have the protection of a brand new roof that stays out. RoofMax's skilled technicians supply a safe, effective, and affordable natural treatment. And within hours, you have a roof that performs like a new roof. RoofMax's exclusive treatment resaturate old dried shingles with a natural bio-friendly formula that quickly restores flexibility and water-repelling protection guaranteed. This 17-year-old asphalt is literally disintegrating. But here's an identical shingle that we treated with RoofMax's proven formula. It passed rigorous flexibility testing from the Ohio State University as a new shingle. So a RoofMax roof can also pass a home inspection if you're getting ready to sell or for insurance, saving you money. RoofMax has treated over 50 million square feet of roofs all across America. And just check out our website for the thousands of 5-star reviews.
You know, I was skeptical at first with the existing condition of the roofs. We were having high winds and shingles were falling off the roofs continually. But, you know, 5 years later, after the application, the roofs look great. And we have no issues with any shingles falling off the roof.
Keep your family safe and happy with RoofMax. Call or go online now for a comprehensive leak threat analysis and roof maintenance tune-up, a $539 value free. RoofMax, more life, less money, guaranteed.
Call 1-800-520-7901. That's 1-800-520-7901. Or log on to roofmax.com. Call 1-800-520-7901 now.
First time shopping with us?
Real mayonnaise. Every dollop is so rich and creamy. It makes any sandwich delicious. Irresistible. Hellmann's mayonnaise.
With Dexcom G7, the most accurate CGM, you can achieve diabetes results without finger sticks. See how exercise affects your glucose, making it easier to spend time in range and lower your A1C.
CNN This Morning with Jason Hunt. Today at 5 Eastern. Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. Add insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales are up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today.
Tonight, a massive flip-flop inside the GOP. Republicans now sprinting away from one of the issues that has defined that party for decades. An issue the Republican presidential candidates down to local lawmakers have campaigned on again and again. A crucial litmus test for the entire Republican Party. The issue is abortion. And Republicans are now tripping over themselves after the Arizona Supreme Court rolled abortion rights back to 1864, upholding a 160-year-old abortion ban. It outlaws nearly all abortions in the state unless necessary to save the mother's life. Enslaved incest, all that not included, just the mother's life. The law actually sent abortion providers up to prison for up to 5 years. Now that is one of the toughest laws in the country. And now some Republicans who have claimed to be against abortion rights are doing all they can to distance themselves from today's decision. So let's just start at ground zero on this one in Arizona with Kari Lake, who's running for Arizona's open Senate seat. Today, she released a statement which reads, and I quote, "I oppose today's ruling and I am calling come up with an immediate common sense solution that Arizonans can support. Okay, that would be fine if she just was breaking her silence on this issue. And they'd say, oh, you never heard of a law from 1864. Well, Carrie Lake had. And in fact, she had ardently supported this very law from 1864. Here she is talking about it 2 years ago.
We have a great law on the books right now. I'm incredibly thrilled that we are going to have a great law that's already on the books. I believe it's ARS 133603. So it will prohibit abortion in Arizona except to save the life of a mother. And I think we're going to be paving the way and setting course for other states to follow.
So she didn't even just say, oh, I support this law in the book. She exactly said what the law did, right? That only in the life of the mother. That's the 1864 law. She made it very clear she knew what it was and she supported it. Lake's flip-flopping because she knows that Arizona is not giving away when it comes to the way voters want. And Arizona's Civil War era law is not what voters want. I mean, look at the map. When you see this across the country, Ohio, California, Michigan, Vermont, and conservative states, Kansas, Kentucky, Montana, have all gone to the polls to protect access to abortion. You had that state legislative seat in Alabama, Maryland lands. You are seeing it across this country. Kayla Tausche is out front, live outside the White House, in our coverage tonight. Kayla, the White House tonight, ready to fight on this issue. They believe that this is key to Biden's reelection. How much are the Republican flip-flopping attempts, though, complicating things for Biden now?
Well, Aaron, there are still Republicans who are flip-flopping in the other directions. We'd say Republican candidates who have been a little bit more circumspect on the issue and now are siding with the policy position that President Trump, the former president, has laid out this week, where he has said to let the states decide. And it's that position that in conversations tonight, senior White House officials, senior Biden campaign officials say it's going to be the galvanizing issue for voters, and it's going to help them establish a very clear contrast between what their candidate will do and what former President Trump is outlining. One campaign official described it to me as a state-level job, referring, of course, to the case in 2022 that helped the Supreme Court overturn Roe v. Wade, sparking protests across the country and giving Democrats a strong showing in the 2022 midterms. And campaign officials cite polling in Arizona that show that 62% of Arizonans believe that abortion should be legal in all or most cases. But the challenge for Biden in that state is going to be how many other issues voters will have to consider there. Take what the Wall Street Journal found just last month when it polled voters across swing states, including in Arizona. Abortion is actually the only issue where Biden bested Trump. You'll see in other cases, like on the economy, immigration, and fitness for office, President Trump was about 20 points higher than President Biden. Even so, they're going full court press on this issue alone. Vice President Harris will be in Tucson later this week. Many more stories in Arizona and other states to talk about this.
All right, Kayla, thank you very much. And let's bring in CNN political commentator and the host of PBS Firing Line, Margaret Hoover. Okay, so it's amazing to look at how Arizona view the issue of abortion as we know the polls. No surprise that Carrie Lake's running away from it. Maybe the surprise is how much she knew about it, that she had it down accurately, and she's so stridently supported it.
Well, you know, it bears repeating, as you said, this is a Civil War era law that was on the books in Arizona in 1864. Arizona wasn't even a state, Aaron, when this law was on the books. So the Supreme Court in Arizona has just ignored a 2022 ban on abortion that was 15 weeks in favor of a territorial law that wasn't even on the books, and it was argued, and this is the key, and this is why Carrie Lake took this position. She was running for governor in 2022, and she was defending an argument from a far-right extremist group called the Alliance Defending Freedom. This is a deeply conservative, litigious group. They argue that they're doing the thing they accuse others of. This is lawfare, using socially conservative ideology to fuel their arguments. And this group, the Alliance Defending Freedom, is responsible for the most onerous anti-LGBT laws and anti-trans laws that are being passed in state legislatures across the country. They are responsible for the argument the state Supreme Court in Arizona accepted. So she is, and then she felt like she had to pander to them, to be on their side.
Especially galvanizing that narrow niche support in order to try to get her over the finish line for the gubernatorial race. Now she's running away from it because guess what? Actually, Arizona Republicans in a statewide race, Arizona Republicans, remember Barry Goldwater, okay? Barry Goldwater, who may have been sort of this pillar in the conservative movement, but Arizona conservatives are libertarians on social issues, and they always have been. It was Barry Goldwater's family actually helped establish the first Planned Parenthood in Arizona. Wow. This is not a state that is going to want the government to impede your personal liberty.
It is amazing to see whether she'll be able to get away with such a directive. No, I mean, they don't always come as clear as this one.
I have spoken to state electeds in the last hour, Republican state electeds, and they believe that this will absolutely flip the legislature. This will absolutely impact the presidential election. This has Republicans now on their back feet. There is no way Donald Trump is going to carry the state.
Well, Trump has said that he put it to the states. So, well, but put it to the states, that's what you get in Arizona.
Well, how is it going? It's not going to go so well for them in Arizona. And truly, this is 65% of Arizonans are in favor of this. And this is the most draconian line now we have in all the states and all the books. No exceptions for rape, no exceptions for incest. Only in case of the death of the mother. I mean, this is truly, this is a Civil War era, 19th century law now on the books in 2024.
Pretty incredible. All right, Margaret, thank you very much. And out front next, CNN investigates one of the biggest mass casualties events of the Gaza war. And what CNN uncovered is raising questions about Israel's official timeline of events. Plus, Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene dialing up the pressure to oust Speaker Mike Johnson. But if Trump told her to back down, would she? Well, you're going to hear, because Monty Roger just asked her in a one-on-one interview.
Not flushing well? Then add the whoa of Listerine to your routine. New science shows Listerine is 5 times more effective to flush at reducing plaque above the gum line for a cleaner, healthier mouth. Listerine, feel the whoa.
First time in prison? Yeah. Been inside before? Yeah, twice. Have you ever tried to tell anyone why you did it? What's wrong? Yes, go on. Oh, yes. If you're wrong.
When your home needs work, where do you go?
Angie.
Angie?
That's where Angie came in.
With Angie, find top-rated certified pros in your area. Plus, compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well. He's resurfaced my flooring, he's done plumbing work.
I knew it's going to be done right. I was able to sit back and let them do what they do.
With top-rated certified pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
I won't let my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis symptoms define me.
Emerge as you. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months, and the majority stayed clearer at 5 years.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya can increase your risk of infections and lower your fertility. Tell your doctor if you have any infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plans.
Emerge as you. Emerge Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Athletics now makes activewear inspired scrubs. That's right, activewear inspired scrubs. With all the functionality you want to use scrubs that made the movement in mind. Right now, you can get your first scrub set for just $24.
Zyrtec Allergy Relief works fast. It lasts a full 24 hours, so Dave can be the
Deliverer of kids.
okay, Dave. Let's be more than our allergies. Seize the day with Zyrtec.
Only 47. Here is Did he have life insurance? Need it? No. Gotta get on it. Check out Select. Trust me, for peace of mind, worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why Select Quote makes getting coverage you need easy for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit SelectQuote.com. We shop, you save. Introducing Astound Business Solutions. To stay competitive in today's business world, you need an astounding network and partner. Astound Business Solutions delivers high-capacity enterprise fiber connectivity in more than 400 cities. with dedicated local experts available 24/7 to support the secure, reliable, advanced solutions you need for mission-critical systems. Stay connected with your teams, your partners, with the world, with Astound.
Itch, twitch, must not itch.
Stop the itch sanity with Cortisone 10 for bug bites, poison ivy, and other itches. Cortisone 10 is #1 doctor recommended. It works fast and lasts for hours. Cortisone 10. Allergies? With Allegra, they won't stop me. Nothing beats Allegra. It's the fastest, non-drowsy 24-hour allergy relief. Live your greatness.
Albert really happened Sunday, April 28th at 9 on CNN.
Breaking news, President Biden, with some of his harshest criticism yet of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's handling of the war in Gaza, including the Israeli strike on the World Central Kitchen aid convoy in which 7 workers were killed who were delivering food to Gaza.
So I think what he's doing is a mistake. I don't agree with his vote. I think it's outrageous that those 3 vehicles were hit by drones and taken out.
This comes as CNN investigates another fatal incident involving the Israeli Defense Forces. This one, the single deadliest mass casualty into one of the deadliest mass casualty events in Gaza. CNN's report tonight casts serious doubt on the official Israeli version of events that happened on that day, warning that some of the images that you are about to see in this investigation are graphic. Dave Holglaze is out front.
Early morning on February 29th on Al Rashid Road in northern Gaza, thousands of starving people had gathered here to receive food. But as the aid trucks arrived, this happened. The night would become known as the Flower Massacre. By morning, over 100 would be dead. In one of the single biggest mass casualty events of this conflict, CNN investigated this incident collecting evidence from 22 eyewitnesses and tracing the aid itself all the way to a Muslim charity in the UK. It was the IDF that was then responsible for safely delivering these vital supplies. But we found they opened fire on unarmed, starving Palestinians at close range as the aid arrived. Their explanation for the tragedy using this drone video was a stampede that caused soldiers to fire warning shots in the air. They later admitted to firing some shots directly at so-called suspects who approached them, but the IDF footage is incomplete. It cuts between clouds around the trucks before being lying on the ground. Even this reveals they were firing in a densely packed area, likely to cause severe bloodshed. CNN requested the full footage from the IDF, but it was denied. Jihad Abu Wakfa was amongst the starving Palestinians and started filming as the trucks crossed into northern Gaza. Videos from Jihad and another key eyewitness allowed indicate the gunfire started earlier than the IDF claimed. The IDF published this timeline saying the trucks arrived at the checkpoint at 4 a.m. They then crossed at 4:29, and only after that did the IDF fire shots at the crowd. But in Bilal's video filmed 7 minutes earlier at 4:22 a.m., gunshots ring out. He warns there was a tank. The IDF claimed the convoy was still stationary at the checkpoint at this time. Next, Jihad begins filming. It's now 4:28 a.m. and there's a barrage of gunfire. The shots are close. Analysis by weapons experts of the burst indicated as heavy automatic gunfire at 600 rounds per minute. Jihad keeps filming. A tank is beside me. We're now under siege, he says. Moments later, you see a truck driving along the road. We spotted traces from the gunfire here. One can be seen ricocheting up here, according to weapons experts.
يعني كان شعور جدا لا يوصف من خوف واختلاف وذلك لا سمح الله
As day broke, the number of dead and injured that emerged was staggering. Interviews with survivors at hospitals afterwards found some people had been shot in the upper body. Amidst the devastation, CNN found a clue as to who had delivered this aid. This box was the writing from a welfare trust.
This was the first time that the aid has reached northern Gaza. We were very, very excited and happy that finally we have gone through.
They received the terrible news as to what had happened by WhatsApp.
Photos with cardboard boxes of our logo of our website, but with red stains on them. And it came as a shock. This is the first time in 20 years where I've actually seen blood being mixed with aid.
In all, at least 118 died that day. With the UN struggling to access northern Gaza, the IDF are responsible for ensuring aid arrives safely. Despite this, the UN has documented 24 attacks on Palestinians awaiting aid in the last 3 months alone. For those like Jihad living on the verge of famine, it has led to a desperate fight for survival. And now that fight becomes more challenging than ever. Well, Aaron, the IDF have not yet responded to CNN questions on these findings. We've also asked for that full, unedited drone footage, but those requests have been denied. And really, this investigation is calling into question the IDF's ability to safely deliver distribute aid when it's clearly most desperately needed.
Aaron. All right, Katie, thank you very much again for another outstanding report with that Katie and her investigative team. I want to go now to the Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, member of the Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, I appreciate your time. After the World Central Kitchen airstrike, you had said conditions may need to be put on U.S. aid to Israel. Now you've been able to see the CNN investigation. I know you just saw it here for the first time yourself, but it contradicts the IDF's official account of how at least 118 people were killed after they lined up for food aid in Gaza. It shows that the gunfire started at least 7 minutes earlier than the IDF actually said, heavy automatic gunfire, and calling into question their full account. What's your reaction, Senator?
Aaron, what's clear both from the reporting I just saw on CNN and from dozens of previous incidents is that far too many civilians have died in the 6 months of this conflict against Hamas, and far too many aid workers have died. Nearly 200. The World Central Kitchen incident riveted the attention of many here in Congress because Jose Andres is known to many of us, but frankly, many other incidents like the one you were just documenting, in which more than 100 died, also have shown that the chaos in Gaza, the civilian deaths in Gaza, and the difficulty delivering humanitarian aid has gotten to a point where there needs to be changes made. In the last few days, more aid trucks have gotten into Gaza than at any point in 6 months. I think more than 400 today. And the Netanyahu government has announced an intention to open the Erez Gate in the north, which, if that's done, could make a significant impact on the hunger bordering on famine in the north of Gaza, as well as the Ashdod port and the route through Kerem Shalom for trucks from Jordan. This is long overdue, and I think it's time for us to see some significant changes like this.
Senator, to the extent that this report calls into question the official version, the very specific timeline that has been put out by the IDF, it just raises a crucial question for you and your colleagues, but you in dealing with Israeli officials. Do you trust what the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says right now?
Well, look, it's been an important but a challenging relationship. The United States and Israel are close and long-standing allies. We are committed to defending Israel against any attack by Iran. And it's important to remember how this entire 6-month-long conflict began with the horrifying terrorist attack by Hamas. I've met with Prime Minister Netanyahu many times, and I raised with him in person 6 weeks ago when I last met with him the urgency of addressing deconfliction, the number of folks who were being killed in an attempt to deliver aid. That deconfliction clearly did not get fixed. So clearly there is more work to be done.
And your fellow Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren, she was asked if she thought Israel was committing genocide in Gaza, she answered, and I quote her, "If you want to do it as an application of law, I believe they'll find that it is genocide, and they have ample evidence to do so." The they she's referring to is international court. She's talking about a court of law. But when you talk about you had conversations with Netanyahu, and then clearly things still need to be adjusted, is I believe how you so put it. Do you agree with her? Is this genocide?
I don't think that's a legal conclusion that I can or should reach tonight. But I think President Biden and many of us in the Senate have been pressing for changes in policy and practice. We've been clear that a large-scale attack on Rafah, even though there are still Hamas battalions there, is not justified without providing for civilians to move out of the way, and that there has to be a change in terms of the humanitarian relief that's getting into Israel. I'm wearing a small note that says 186 on it as a reminder that there are still hostages being held by Hamas underneath Gaza. I met with a hostage family earlier today with Hirsch Goldberg Poland's mother, Rachel. And my hope is that we are seeing progress in the negotiations in Cairo, that Hamas will accept the latest offer from Israel, and we will see both a hostage release and a ceasefire.
Senator Coons, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Aaron.
And next, Marjorie Taylor Greene, ramping up her threat to oust Speaker Mike Johnson tonight. Is Trump supporting her crusade? We're going to hear the details of what she's telling Armando Raju. He just spoke to her. He's going to share what she said with you. And Costco cannot keep gold bars. Yes, they have real bars made of gold. What else? They've got everything possible. They can't keep them in stock. So, should you be buying them? It's a big question here. Susie Orman is on that next.
I was stuck. Unresolved depression symptoms were in my way. I needed more from my antidepressant. Vraylar helped give it a lift. Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant is clinically proven to help relieve overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most show no substantial impact on weight. Patients have increased risk of death or stroke, report unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults, report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, as this may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle increase, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Stomach and sleep issues, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. I didn't have to change my treatment. I just gave it a lift. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help us get that. Selling our policy to help our retirement.
So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel and let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-651-0200. Coventry Direct. Redefining insurance.
What is circle? Circle is usually a plan. Circle is the energy that takes you to the next level. Circle is what you hope for right across the finish line. Circle is available at Walmart and Circle.com.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now, here's Skyrizi. Feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and skin compromise. Skyrizi is the first IL-23 inhibitor that can be fermentation, even improve damage of the intestinal organ. And the majority of people experience long-lasting remission at 1 year. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infection or lower ability to stay at home. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, have a vaccine or plan to.
Liver problems may occur in Crohn's. Now's the time to ask your gastroenterologist how they can take.
I hear that music and my feet just like that. My grandchildren, they're fifth generation standards. It's what my family's all about. I thought I knew a lot about our Irish roots. Never tried to learn so many more things from ancestry. 1892. Oh, here's the boat that came on the line. There's a Julia Healy and Mary Healy with the same name? Yes. Wow.
Hey, Alex, the week was fast. It lasted 24 hours. So they can okay, babe. Let's be more than our allergies. Seize the day. With Zyrtec.
All right, breaking news. Republican Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene just telling Armando Rogers that Speaker Mike Johnson has completely betrayed his party. The comments coming just hours after Tennessee's 5-page letter to House Republicans pushing for his ouster. Writing his part, he's throwing out his ways within majority into chaos by not serving his own GOP content. Armando was out front on Capitol Hill. Armando used the chance to speak to Congresswoman would be the one to ask the speaker. Only saying she's going to do it, and you had a chance to talk to her about that, and whether Trump is supporting her efforts. What is it?
She is not backing off. She would not detail exactly what this vote. They call it any moment really to see Mike Johnson. She did warn him not to get a plain APAC. Just as Mike Johnson is at the moment trying to cobble together a plain APAC. She told me with Johnson on Friday, even as they were doing it, because she declined to do so. Saying that plans to do so, they're going to do so. But speak to Donald Trump for this day, and I asked her whether or not she was supporting her efforts.
Well, I absolutely love President Trump. I have a great relationship with him. I talk to him. I won't speak for president. I don't think I will never speak for President Trump about who will or won't do. He's the leader of our party, and I always leave that up to him respectfully. But I think President Trump is far more focused on winning his campaign than President of the United States. But I definitely don't think the Republican Speaker of the House, Governor Justice, is trying to put him in jail.
God, that dog is not going to let me sleep. I haven't been able to sleep at night yet since Tommy fucking died because of this dog. Hope those people call today because you've got to go so I can fucking sleep.
Thank you very much. The election and Americans' fears about the economy. And that brings us to what see, regular Americans, investors, big investors, buy actual physical gold. Look at Costco's only started selling gold for food. Okay, so this is earlier. Costco is now selling up to $2 million a gold bar. Now, I just want to, it sounds enormous. It is. If I can tell you, they sold $100 million. The entire quarter that ended last year. The entire quarter, $100 million, and now running at $200 million a month. And now projected to the price of an ounce of gold will hit $3,000. Up right now, Susie Orman, one of the world's best known personal finance advisors and the founder of Secure, Save, and the host of the Women and Money podcast. So, Susie, I lay all this out because it comes from a place of a lot of very real fear of inflation and prices going up.
part of it, especially for big teams. Price going up. It's gone up 15% so far this year. What they are not thinking about healthcare is that in one case, physical loan is another thing that have to sell it, and that is not what they are thinking about. You have to have it survey, all these things, where you go, where you keep it. Is it insured, is it not? And so there's a lot of things that people really need to think about when you're buying physical gold. And if you want to invest in gold, you can do it through an ETF. You can do it many ways. But to buy the actual commodity, I'm not sure it's something that people should be doing. And that's a crucial point. The point you make is if you do believe that gold is a good thing to buy, right, and that it's sort of a hedge against inflation, that there are other ways to do it, exchange trade funds and other ways. Do you see right now have fears about where inflation is going? Those fears clearly is where a lot of Americans are getting this money from. I do have fear about it, but for different reasons than before. Now I'm afraid that commodities are going up. Not just gold, but the price of oil. Oil is $89 like there. Now your friend, oil goes up. What else happening? The price of gasoline starts to go up. So people start to feel it every single day as they're filling up their tank. And everybody starts to talk about it again. And also the news is saying, what's going to happen tomorrow? Guys, it's going to go up. It's not. And so this is people getting, coming out of stock, possibly going to buy the price of their stuff. I think everybody needs to just calm down. And I think they need to see really where is it at. And not be investing according to inflation. They need to be investing according to what's going on in their individual life. Are they older? They need fixed income. So should they be buying a 20, 30, or 35 monthly up? Or are they younger? Should they be in stock market? So I think everybody is just freaking out right now, but I don't think they need to be freaking out as much as they are.
And everyone is freaking out. I mean, that's the reality. I think it's more macro than even economy, right? It's sort of a soul searching, going into trading science, talking about politics and democracy, what's at stake, and then the economy. The context here, you've got a civil analysis. I know people are looking at this. 550 cities in the United States, the value of $100 billion. At the same time, this survey that you led found that 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck and say that they have $400 of the credit card debt is
So you have two sectors really going on. Are the rich people are getting richer and richer, making money from investing in stock, buying, advantage of everything. You want to know what's really sad is 25% of the real estate that people could have bought themselves to form by being investors. People who want to make money, which like similar inventory to those people who want to buy a home. So it's getting really difficult, not just because of interest rates and mortgages, but because comparing to everything, but there's always hope out there. There's always a way to find a way.
All right, well, you know what, Susie, I like talking to you because I get anxiety about all these things too. I think everybody watching this said an existential deep level to be confronted with this always possible. And next, the mother and father and son shot and killed. Now the Saints, as of tonight, with an update for your full details, and a 33-year-old woman from Los Angeles who's being held in a Russian prison tonight. Her boyfriend has just received new information from her Venezuela.
Not flushing well? Then add the flow of Listerine to your routine. New science shows Listerine is 5 times more effective than flush at reducing black bubbly gum particles for a cleaner, healthier mouth. Listerine, feel the work.
Rose Farms, engineered for softening. The Torch formula that activates the Viagra and Cialis. A
Parents were convicted of involuntary manslaughter after their son shot and Justice Wu coming at the heartbreaking impact statements from the dad of this outcome. That's how long teenagers shot and killed 4 students, one in Oxford High School using a gun. They detained were sentenced to suspect behind bars. Both convicted of involuntary manslaughter in separate trials. It's the first time a parent of a mass shooter has been held criminally responsible.
This tragedy is big. I'm out of control on our family.
The nation's mankind was that is involved with engines and showing spoke directly to the public about their loved ones who were killed in the November 2021 shooting.
We texted Ethan, don't do it. I was texting Madison, I love you, please call mom. You have failed your son and you have failed us all. This failure had deadly consequences that can never be undone, that can never be made. Your mistakes created our everlasting nightmare. Our 8-year-old little brother had to learn how to write an eulogy for his sister before he even learned how to write essays.
The Franklin son that pleaded guilty to 24 charges, including first-degree murder, he was sentenced to life without parole, while Jennifer Crumbley apologized to the court and she continued to place blame on the school.
Now, Liberty left in the dark about previous presumptive behavior, but in the council numbers that morning, none of those previous issues were brought to our attention.
And James Crumbley, who did not take a stand during his trial, apologizing for the first time.
I am sorry for your loss as a result of what my son did. I cannot express how much I wish that I had known what was going on with him or what was going to happen.
But the judge said his convictions were not about poor parenting.
These conditions confirm repeated acts or lack of acts that halted an oncoming migration. Opportunity knocked over and over again, louder and louder in the door. And no answer. And these people should have issued it.
The prosecutor in this case said it's disappointing that the Crumbleys didn't express remorse throughout the trial. As for where his family will serve their sentences, James and Ethan Crumbley will not serve their sentences in the same facility. Instead, Aaron, each member of this family will serve out their time in a separate facility. Aaron, thank you very much for sharing my voice tonight. And before we go, an outrun update. We've been closely following the story of Ksenia Carolina, 33-year-old dual U.S. Russian citizen from Los Angeles. She's being held tonight in Washington, D.C. office, and her parents in charge of treason, as in prison, $51 to each. A judge now ordered high bars for an additional 3 months at least. Carolina has been able to exchange letters with her boyfriend here in the U.S. since her arrest. Tonight is the very latest on her life in prison and what she is doing.
She has no honesty.
Thanks for joining us. It continues right here on It's Wednesday, April 10th, right now on CNN this morning. Outrage in Arizona and blowback for Republicans after the state Supreme Court ruling effectively bans all abortions there.
Remains his founding. That's what his son.
Secretary of State Blinken questioning why there's so much outrage against the Israelis about terrorists and attacks, and House Republicans delaying their schedule in Homeland Secretary Alejandro Cruz. 5 a.m. here in Washington. It's 2 a.m. out in San Francisco. Well, went on to underscore that Arizona chance to vote on the issue in November. That could present a significant political problem for Republicans. Arizona is a critical race in November. It could determine control of the Senate, and that's control to get the presidential state. Michael Schnell, congressional reporter for The Hill, is talking about this. Michael, good morning. Good to see you in here. So the Senate race in Arizona, again, to underscore for everyone, Senate is balanced right on the edge, right? 50-50 could easily go either way. Republicans are hoping to take it back, and it could hinge on this race in Arizona between River Gallego and Kari Lake. So Kari Lake, the Republican, very Trumpian figure. If we remember back to how she conducted her politics last time around when she ran for governor, she writes this: I wholeheartedly agree with President Trump. Okay, a personal issue that should be determined by state and for people. Then she says, I oppose the state. I'm calling on Katie Hobbs and the state legislature to come up with an immediate common sense solution that Arizonans can support. I think it's worth noting here that there is a 15-week ban in place that has exceptions in Arizona. So there is what many politicians will refer to as a middle ground solution on this. What does it tell you that Kari Lake is taking this position that abortion is throwing politics into lack, right? Kari Lake right here, she has previously ruled this year for back in 2022. Now she's turning around and moderating her voice. This is something that we've seen as a common theme that we've seen throughout this House and the Senate race in general. Both Ruben Gallego and Kari Lake trying to be more of a moderate voice, but particularly on abortion, it seems like Republicans are nervous about how this is going to affect turnout at the ballot box, how it's going to affect results. I mean, we saw it in 2022. Everyone spoke about that red wave that was going to come. Republicans were going to pick up a number of seats in the House and Senate. That didn't happen. Better than expected results from Democrats wanted that red wave, largely in part because of the Dobbs decision, which overturned Roe v. Wade. Now, this abortion politics is a winning message for Democrats. They know how to run on it. They know straight to the results. Republicans, I think, the fact that this is back in the news, Arizona's going to have one of those ballot initiatives to try to define abortion rights come November. Republicans are nervous that once again, this could upend the momentum. Yeah, and this is also a strategy that Democrats pursue to try to put abortion rights on the ballot. Not just it certainly makes sense in the context of these individual states, but it also has the potential to impact Arizona in a critical state for President Biden. Let's put up on the screen what has happened in states where abortion has been directly on the ballot. In these ballot initiatives happened in California, Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, Kansas. If we can get that, we can show you. This is the one that kind of shows across the country the state of play for each of these states. But there is another one there that will show you that a light blue is where people rejected a measure to restrict rights, and the darker blue is where it was significantly protected. And you'll notice that states on this map include Kansas, Kentucky, Ohio, which was historically associated not with the states lately. So what does this tell you about the possibility for the ballot initiative in Arizona, which has become a very purple state? Yeah, it could really affect turnout at the ballot box. And of course, turnout doesn't just matter for that ballot initiative, but it'll matter again for Democrats voting. That can help President Biden. That can help Ruben Gallego. That can help in all these down ballot races. So when you put this ballot initiative on the ballot and up for grabs come November, that can galvanize a lot of Democratic voters. Again, it's the dynamic that we saw back in November, right? That a lot of Democrats, while they're not happy with the substance of the ruling yesterday, of course, they don't want to see abortion rights being curtailed. Politically speaking, this is going to give them a momentum. This is going to give them supercharge the messaging as they let's talk about Trump himself for a second, because he did a lot of sort of calculating, hemming and hawing. Let's say 16 weeks to say, oh, this is what people think. And all of a sudden he said out loud, I'm going to be bigger on abortion. I'm going to be surprised of the team. He did it on the day before in the NCAA men's championship. He's trying to argue short men variant. Well, you know, I don't know. They're very good politics. But the bottom line here is that the Biden executive has a tweet now that says this is what litigation in states look like. There is a state with a ban that is literally from the Wild West in the Civil War era. For Trump himself, what does this mean? Because on the one hand, he didn't say one way or the other in that video whether he would
Democrats are happy because Republicans still haven't figured out the messaging on this issue since 2022. They still have not figured out how to thread that needle to pick up support and have a winning message there. Look, this is not a good scenario for Trump, because as you mentioned, he said that this should be left to the states. He said that whatever states decide, that'll be the land of the states, essentially enforcing those rulings. And Democrats, the Biden campaign, with the middleman, were already pointing out those states and those specific rulings and decisions in those states. Now they're going to do even more with this Civil War era of laws now on the books. Of course, it's supposed to be a waiting period to see if there'll be some appeals like that. Right, but again, this is Biden campaign. So you say, well, Donald Trump said he endorsed this because he said that he supported it. He said it was still consistent states, and whatever states decide, that's going to be the law of the land. Well, this is the decision in Arizona, a key swing state, where that could determine balance of power in the Senate next year. So for Democrats to really get around this and say, well, is this what you want? And this is what happens in the state. All right, let's do no more. Thank you. Great to have you. All right, just ahead here. Ryan Republican decided not to move forward. Plus, former Senator Doug Jones is here with a warning from states that still protect abortion rights. Plus, I'm anti-abortion, not holding back.
The world is almost deafeningly silent. My gosh,
Better than.
Here's the big news scoop. Help fuel today with loose-type protein. Complete nutrition you need without the stuff you don't. So, use the app.
Introducing new Vandelic lactic acid exfoliant. It's helped turn my skin from this to this, and my skin feels so much smoother. My skin looks and feels so soft. 100% smoother, softer, brighter skin. For all skin types and tones, from the trusted experts in skincare. Available at paulachoice.com and more. Definitely check out this exfoliant. It has completely transformed my skin. Searching allergy relief works fast. It lasts 24 hours. In some days, it can be delivered on days. Okay, then. Let's see more of our allergies. Season J. Searching.
Our biggest challenge, uncertainty. It means surcharges, those what you expect. Touch saving to your advantage.
Keep it simple with clear upfront pricing.
With USPS Crown Advantage.
welcome back. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken showed some frustration in the international response to the war in Gaza. During a joint press conference with the UK Foreign Secretary yesterday, Blinken condemned Israel's humanitarian efforts in Gaza and also passionately called out the lack of calibrated foreign response.
It would also be so much of understandable passion, outrage, anger. The plight of Palestinian civilians in Gaza. Some of that might also be conservative. It remains astounding to me that the world is almost definitely silent. Where's the outrage?
Where is the outrage now? CNN certainly came out, but on that, what do you think of where, what do you think of Biden has been trying
any other place. I think that was a bit confusing to a lot of people. The other thing that was confusing is that you have this defense of Israel in the speech, and then at the same time you've got President Biden saying, well, basically charged with abuse really of Israel. So I'm just looking from the outside of America. There are, as a certain Israel. Gaza and Hamas, about where America stands on these issues. The arms issue is still a really live one here. Supplying arms to Israel is that right or wrong? Criticizing Israel at the same time, supplying arms to Israel. A lot of people are getting into the loss of it.
Yeah, I have to say, as I watched Blinken say what he said, I couldn't help but think of his family. My father was a Holocaust survivor, and he saw a lot of that in the early days of the war and after October 7th from Blinken. I wonder if that wasn't at play here. But Max, I also wanted to ask you, Thomas Friedman, a columnist in the New York Times, historically influential former Mideast bureau chief for that. You write this about Israel. Israel is not going to partner with the Palestinian Authority and moderate Arab states to create different governance in Gaza and create conditions for normalizing relations with Saudi Arabia. Israel needs to get its hostages back, end the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, get out of Gaza, have an election, and do different things. Please, Israel, do not get us in Rafah and permanently occupy Gaza. It will be a disaster. This is an interesting reminder to me of the state of play before October 7th, which was that Saudi Arabia won on the street of signing the same relationship agreement. Israel is potentially occupying a very different place in the region and on the world stage. What's your view of the implications of all of this?
Well, I think that the point there is that still what's happening in Gaza right now, then Bill goes to the classification afterwards, I think it was just now. But there are two things going on here. What's actually going on in Gaza right now, the immediate strategy of whether or not Rafah is part of that, and then broadly what happens after this, whether or not the troops stay within Israel, for example, Saudi Arabia will obviously have a say as a major country in what sort of structure should be rebuilt there, and that would be really important to Saudi Arabia to be working with Israel. So that was really important as a progression of the Middle East, wider Middle East peace process. But then there are two different elements here, the long-term and the short-term, and the short-term challenges we spoke about yesterday. Netanyahu is at the extreme right, insists that it does go into Rafah or then top his government.
Very central driving for the force behind what is going on here. First with the coolest about the climate environment, also was in London, Max. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Up next here, independent candidate Cornel West about to announce his for his vice president, plus upheaval in the House. Speaker Mike Johnson
Thursday allergy relief works fast. It lasts a full 24 hours. Some days can be delivered. Okay, babe. Let's see more of our allergies. Seize the day with Zyrtec. I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now, here's how things are looking up. Things are big to me. Feel significant symptom relief at full hours with Skyrizi is the first IL-23 inhibitor to call liver remission and visibly improve damage to the intestinal lining. And the majority of people experience long-lasting remission at 1 year. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infection or vulnerability might be occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection such as had a vaccine or like to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease. Now's the time to ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi. Skin craving next level hydration? New Neutrogena Hydro Boost Water brings a vital boost of 9 times more hydration to boost your skin's barrier. Replenish dewy skin that's full of blood. Neutrogena Hydro Boost. With Verizon Business Unlimited, I get 5G, truly unlimited data, and unlimited hotspot data. So no matter what, I'm ready.
Just make a switch. It's your business. It's your Verizon. Not flushing well? Then add the whoa of Listerine to your routine. New science shows Listerine is 5 times more effective in flush at reducing plaque above the gum line for a cleaner, healthier mouth. Listerine, be the whoa.
10,000 next month. Next month, don't try. How long have we waited for something like this? We'll have to alert the supplier. Coordination. Already alerted, already coordinated. Every supplier sees changes as they happen. Since when can we just scale up? Midnight. Since we brought in video.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Elifts, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation. My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too. Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Elifts, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the deluxe bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour. The step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
I'm Dr. Cody Washington. This is CNN.
22 minutes past the hour, here's the morning roundup. State of Missouri executing convicted murderer Brian Dorsey after last night's clemency with the governor and the Supreme Court failed. The 53-year-old died by lethal injection just after 6 p.m. Central Time. 6 white former police officers from Mississippi, known as the Blue Squad, will be sentenced in state court today for torturing 2 black men. They've already been sentenced to lengthy federal prison terms. Independent presidential candidate Cornel West is set to announce his running mate on Pat Israeli's show at Doomsday. Critics say both he and RFK Jr. won't win, but could put Donald Trump back in the White House. Our time after morning weather, 30 million people face severe storm threats in Texas and Georgia today. Jackson, Mississippi will run in on Tuesday with a tornado jump question. One morning this morning, our meteorologist Allison checked our tracking system for us. Allison, good morning. What are you seeing? Good morning. Already some ongoing storms, even in this hour. We've got a very strong line that's just starting to push into Houston and Dallas, Texas. We've also got some strong storms sliding in from Louisiana in towards Mississippi as we speak. A lot of lightning speed, but also potential for storms, severe thunderstorms. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch that includes Houston. We've also got this new tornado watch that includes a good portion of Louisiana. That's out until 9 a.m. Central Time this morning as these storms are expected to continue to slide east. We could in turn end up seeing additional severe thunderstorm watches or even tornado watches out later on today. The main concern for all of these areas you see here, regardless of the color, is going to be strong tornadoes with potential for damaging winds and even some large hail. But the real focus point is going to be the closer you get towards the Gulf Coast, especially when we talk about tornadoes. That area here has a pretty good chance of being two tornadoes or even stronger. So again, not just some of the smaller ones, but some of the more potent tornadoes as well. Here's a look at tomorrow. Once we get towards lunchtime, the bulk of the really strong storms are really focused over areas of Mississippi by the evening. Rush hour commute, it's focused more over Alabama, Birmingham, Montgomery, but the likely to the area. By the evening time, that's when we start to see those slide into Atlanta, and then eventually into Charlotte during the overnight and the morning hours tomorrow. So this is going to be a multi-day event. There's also going to be a flood threat. Take a look at this. There are already significant areas that see rain already or on the way. We also have flooding today tomorrow. All right, Allison should chart for us. Allison, thanks very much for that. Ahead here, court's decision to uphold civil war era abortion. And Doug Jones in Alabama during the meeting talked about Donald Trump's latest law to the court.
Stop the insanity with Cortisone 10 for Bud Bites, poison ivy, and other agents. Cortisone 10 is #1 doctor recommended. It works fast and lasts for hours. Cortisone 10.
Do you have to go out? Christ. 4:05 in the fucking morning, dog. Now I can't fall back to sleep.
Early retirement is possible and start up. Because it's smart, dependable, and steady. Only works for one thing. You take your chances of staying. Similarly, for nearly 160 years, PNC Bank has been pointing to brilliantly boring character. So what you have is a sort of life. Which is pretty unboring, do you think about it? Thank you for it.
Tire shipping rates may be cost to but at what cost?
Tire shipping is to your advantage. With low-cost ground shipping from the United States Postal Service.
Skin craving next level hydration? New Neutrogena Hydro Boost Water Cream. A vital boost of 9 times more hydration to boost your skin's barrier for cleansed dewy skin and full blood. Neutrogena Hydro Boost.
Can the Reba support your brain health?
Hey, no, Frank. Brad, how are you? Brad, Arizona's Attorney General made it clear that she does not plan to enforce this Civil War era law.
Reimpose a law from a time when Arizona wasn't a state, the Civil War was still raging, and women could not vote, will go down in history as a stain on our state and on the Supreme Court. As long as I am Attorney General of the state of Arizona, no woman or doctor will be prosecuted under this draconian law.
Right, and when I was Justice Elizabeth Fish, who is the kind of religious policy reporter, and also the co-author of The Fall of Rome, The Rise of a New America, you have spent so much time obviously reporting on this issue with The Fall of Rome. How do you think you
Oh, God, fucking dog.